Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back. If you were with us yesterday, if you are joining us for the first time, this is the VMXdN at the iconic Foxhill circuit. Sorry about the little hitch on the intro there. That was just me frozen in time, but not now. We're live and we're up and running. My name's Jeff Perrett. I'm joined by Ben Rumbold sat next to me. We are incredibly enthusiastic. I'll get that out there straight away.
Yeah.
If you can't handle our enthusiasm, then, well, you'll just have to deal with it.
Yeah, can't deny it.
Ben, yesterday, obviously this is a new era for VMXdN at Foxhill, the Evo revolution, as it were. And my God, you can tell by my sore throat, we were like two kids at Christmas morning yesterday, weren't we?
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I mean, I like to look forward. I like the modern game. I do like to see who's fastest right now, and all the rest of that stuff moving forward. I love all that. I can't deny that. But it's just incredible to see these bikes from when I was a teenager here at Foxhill watching Grand Prix, and they are like the same sort of looking bikes. The atmosphere was the same. The noise came up from the valley yesterday, and I was straight back to the mid-90s. And like, yeah, I mean, I'm goosebumping again just thinking about it. That's the sort of level that this place can bring to myself and thousands of others who were here through the 90s.
Well, that's it. That's the vibe. The amount of people here is just been phenomenal for a first time running this new Evo kind of format here at Foxhill. I mean, literally, I've been parked up by the gate. It's been non-stop traffic in. I think they've even started to worry where they're going to put everybody. I mean, This is easily the biggest crowd we've had at Foxhill since those glory days of the GPs in the mid-90s. And do you know what? I'm going to tip my hat right now to Dave King and Doc Wobbly, because they've given us all, by going off and doing this, it's just such an amazing vibe. You walk around the paddock, and he's just saying like how good a time they are having, how just going around looking at the bikes. Straight away, we're in, bang, it's like a full festival feel.
It really is. Yeah, that's it. I mean, for our generation, mid-40s upwards, this was the place. If you're talking, when you were at your prime, if you like, during the 80s, then yes, it was Farley, yes, it was Hawkston Park. But for the 90s, this was it. They picked up the 250 GPs right when it became the premier class, and we had the best in the world flying around here. And that amazing sound, I thought it had gone. I thought I would never hear it again, that cacophony of cheers, of hooters, of cheering on the Brit. I mean, the British race, the Brits racing yesterday against the Americans, who looked like they would be all conquering, and suddenly we've got Mel Pocock sticking it in there against Mike Brown and Ryan Villopoto. It was incredible, and the atmosphere was the same as when Paul Malin took the lead in 1995.
Yeah, it really was. Our little TV truck is on the side of the valley edge here, and yesterday we could hear the noise.
Yeah.
Even in the truck outside. So an incredible atmosphere out there. Another great day of weather. You can see the track crew getting arguably even more water down today. I think they were a little bit apprehensive yesterday about how much water they'd have, because we are in drought here in Wiltshire. But it looks like they've now probably realised, okay, we've got enough water to maybe water the track more heavily today, and it's going to be even better today regard to track prep. I've got no doubt about it.
Yeah.
One thing that we've certainly got here is an array of amazing big names, most notably obviously Ryan Villopoto, Mike Brown, Rick Johnson's here, Dave Thorpe. Those two, Rick Johnson and Dave Thorpe, aren't racing, but Ryan Villopoto and Mike Brown are. Zach Osborne. And then I've got reigning champions Northern Ireland with Gordon Crockard, Neville Bradshaw, Graham Irwin. I'll let you.
Yeah, that's it. And yeah, Team East Anglia there, which was Mel Pocock, and he moved in to replace Tommy Searle on Team Great Britain. Tommy going for British Championship, so Honda said, you're not going to be charging around those Wiltshire cliffs, are you? Before you're going to settle the British Championship, Tommy, can you please refrain? So yeah, so basically Team GB with Kurt Nichol, and you got to say Kurt Nichol, probably the oldest rider in the race, 57 years old, and he won one of the Evo races, I think, and everybody went bananas for that. And yeah, he's riding in the team race as well. Brad Anderson, Mel Pocock, as I said, already putting in a great sterling work for Team Great Britain. Fairhurst Wessex team, Mark Eastwood and Jake Nichols were also plugging away there in the top 10, although Mark did have a mechanical issue yesterday, which kind of put paid to their team hopes. Brian McKenzie was in there for the Scots, sticking it up the sharp end on his Yamaha, up against the Doc Wob Yamahas, which we can actually see on screen right now. The number 7, 8 and 9, that is the American team. Mike Brown, number 7, Zach Osborne, the Husqvarna, is the number 8, and then Ryan Villopoto, the number 9. Obviously, they did build Tommy's bike, the number 100, which is sadly just sat there as a nice display item. That's the Ricky Carmichael graphics, isn't it, on that one?
That's the second of the two bikes. Actually,
right.
Jake Nichols is riding the bike that Tommy
right.
was going to ride. So Jake Nichols
sense.
is out there riding a Doc Wob prepared bike. Talking to the American team, we went around the paddock on Friday to try and get as much content as we can to fill, and if there's any track watering breaks, etc. So we're going to go now to a little interview. I caught up with Ryan Villopoto to find out how he felt about the event and being here in the UK. So sit back and enjoy this.
Right, here we are. I would say one of the bigger names. Let's say you're the biggest, let's just big you up. Ryan Villopoto, you're here at Foxhill. Obviously great to have you over. You've raced in the UK a couple of times, I think. Yep. Donington was one of them?
And Matterley, yeah.
Matterley, yeah, but never here.
Never here.
Have you ever seen it on video or anything?
I mean, occasional clips here and there. I've never sat down and watched it, so, but just got done walking it, so it looks good. Yeah. There's some sharp shale out there, though, so... but it is.
Welcome to Europe.
Well, I've seen that.
Oh, you've had a bit of that.
You guys live on a rock face over here.
Absolutely. Well, and you've ridden that track in Italy as well. So you've ridden a good few. Yeah. So being out front. But I heard you say in an interview yesterday with Max that you're saying, obviously you're not going to lose sight of you're a retired racer, so you're going to keep it. I think your term was in your box.
Exactly. So I mean, everybody's asked how much you've been riding. Honestly, it's been 4 or 5 months since I've rode. But you don't ever lose it. Fitness you lose real quick. So, but no, it's so far we got to ride the bikes yesterday. It's been good. Just walk the track. Everybody here, Doc Wobb's place has been awesome. So, it's been open arms and welcoming. So it's been great.
I've got to say, it looks like you're really relaxed, but then obviously you had an intense career. You put everything to it, a hugely successful career. But now it looks like more than ever, you're just really enjoying being at the races. And I guess that is the difference, right? When you were doing what you were doing, high-end contracts, big money, pressure's on. Now you've done it all, achieved it all.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big contracts, big money, a job, and out there to win and nothing but that. So, I came in yesterday and Wobbs was like, hey, you want a drink? And I was like, yeah, what do you got? You want a beer? It's like, yeah, I'll have a beer. So I had like 3 or 4 beers here yesterday, and one of the guys was like, well, this is the first American I've ever seen come here and straight on the beers. So. Yeah,
but you sacrifice so.
It's fun.
How many beers have you missed in your career, right?
Well, maybe a few, but I'm making up for it now. But like being able to come here and hang out and have no stress. Yeah. Obviously we want to do well. That's why we're here. But if I can live inside that box of if it's 3rd through 5th, I'm happy with that. My ego is about this big, so I don't have to go out there and win. I don't ride very much anymore, so I have to remember that I have to, I can't ride like I used to ride. So, we'll leave healthy and hopefully on top of the box as a team. But as for an individual, if I can help these and we can all do well and win, that's all that matters.
That's the main thing. Of course, I was fortunate enough to be at Budds Creek when you waxed everybody at the Motocross of Nations. In fact, I've got a magazine that you need to sign before you go. Yeah. But obviously a team event, you say you're going to enjoy it the best you can, but surely when that you guys will be
I mean, sure, when we get behind the gate, you know, race face goes on, but, you know.
Yeah, but within reason.
Within reason, you know, like I have to live, you know, like I said, I've said that before, have to live inside that box. I don't ride very often anymore. Fitness is very low, and, you know, just go out and ride well and, you know, just have a lot of fun. And then afterwards, go to the beer tent.
He's absolutely already picked up the vibe of the event. I'm glad you got the memo. That's real good. You've had a shakedown. You went out yesterday to one of the UK's, how would I put it? It's Ashdown Woods. Anybody that's been to Ashdown, it's just, you can go there anytime. It's not really marked out track, but it's about as close as you're going to get to Foxhill.
Very similar, you know, really hard pack. Not as rocky, but hard and slippery. Yeah. And a little bit of rain yesterday down that way. So, you know, it was a little bit greasy, but, you know, got to run in the bikes. Me and Brownie got to ride those and make it just a small little few adjustments. Everything else was
still good.
Yeah, pretty spot on. So, I mean, we're lucky enough to ride. I think these are 2002. I think they are, and let's face it, like they're pretty modern. You know, it's not. I mean, I know it's 20-something years old, but it's you know they're fairly modern. You know, so it's not far off of like a new YZ250. So, just a bit slower. You know, and handles well and. Actually, I think in these conditions with the steel frame might even be better than the aluminum frame. A little more flex and things. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, well, obviously we've seen you shred the 125, but not the 250. So you obviously felt pretty good on it. What So what you said about you're not going to go out of your box, but have you got kind of expectations of where you think you're going to do? Or is it too early to say?
Honestly, I Brownie's obviously a monster. You know, he rides all the time. He's super fit. Zach hasn't been retired as long as I have, and I think he's been riding a bit. But as for everybody else, you know, I don't know exactly who's racing. I think there's going to be some decent guys. But honestly, I'm just here for the team race. Yeah. And like I said, if I end up third, I'm happy with that. You know, I don't want to be 10th. No. Let's face that. You know, like I'd be a little disappointed in myself if I can't get in the top 5.
The key thing here, Ryan, is to not worry about the result and make sure you're fit enough to survive the beer tent.
Exactly. Yeah. My flight is at 4:00 on Monday, so.
That's a stayer-upper then. That's a stayer-upper.
You know, I made sure my wife's like, "What time should I book the flight?" And I'm like, "You need to book an evening flight."
I know that this man can party because actually I just had a flashback to the Red Bull party at Budds Creek. Yes. I seem to remember you aloft, shirt off, ripping your. I mean, you just won the nations almost single-handedly. So that was a key moment. You say you didn't have too many drinks when you were racing. Well, you certainly got loads down your neck that night.
Yeah, most of them. That's how I think all motocross of nations are, right? It's like as soon as it's over. That's one really cool thing about, you know, having the Alpenstart truck at Motocross of Nations is you have like the European side and then you have the American side. But then there is no side afterwards. No. It's everybody's just hammered and talk, you know.
It was a good night.
It was great.
Can you remember much about it?
I know I was really hungover at the airport. So, but it was good. It was a lot of fun.
One other thing before we let Ryan get on, he's got loads to do. I'm going to bring up this year's Motocross of Nations, but we're not going to talk about the main race because I think America are looking good this year. I'm sure you feel the same about.
We'll see. I mean, it's been a long slump.
Yeah, it's
been a long slump. So we'll see.
But never mind that. The real race is actually the Saturday night.
That's right.
It's the Pit Bike of Nations. Yeah. Rob Bidos is laying it on. You won it last time there, Team America. Team GB.
That makes it 5 in a row, by the
way.
Yeah, 5 in a row.
Showboating already. We came in second. I was going to put in a protest as team manager about the USA bike because it just seemed to be a little bit more throaty than the rest of us. But, you know, just saying, just throwing it out there.
Yeah, maybe.
This year, I've been told that we're picking a ballot, so to choose the bike. Rob told me. So.
Well, you know, the cool thing, the way Rob has it set up is they're all those Yamaha TTR 110s, and they're all stock, same bars, same pipe, same tires, and I think that's the way it keeps it super fair. They're all brand new when we show up,
and they want brand new when we finish.
No, the wheels are like this when we're done, and it was obviously it was a mud race like crazy. So
listen, I'm telling you right now on MXN-TV live, we're gunning for these guys this year. Never mind the main Motocross of Nations race, the pit bike. That is the one.
That is the main one.
I'll tell you what, he's got a target on his back, more there than he's got here. We're gunning for these guys.
How many people you think were there last year?
Oh, it had to be, what, like,
15,
yeah, something like that, easily.
It was crazy. It was like Rob was starting to stress out because they stormed the track.
Yeah.
And then he's like, I don't know how I'm going to get all these people off the track, you know. And as soon as we started one bike, it was like the seas parted and everybody was like ready, you know. So
I have never seen Davey Coombs so animated. He was stressing out that night, but what a blast it was. Ryan, thanks for your time, mate. There you go, Ryan Villopoto. Going to be great watching him ride round, yeah, let's see if he can get it done. He's going to stay in his box, wherever his box
hopefully
is.
we can live in there.
Live in there.
Yeah.
Nice one, Ryan. Enjoy the beer tent.
Thanks, guys.
Introducing the Fly Racing Evolution DST racewear in black, gray, and blue. The Evo jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, a full mesh back panel, multi-directional Lycra neck and shoulder panels. Our Evo pants with durable stretch technology, constructed of 4-way hex stretch fabric, provides excellent mobility with heavy-duty durability. Strategically placed stretch mesh ventilation and laser-cut perforations in key areas for advanced airflow. Leather heat shield panels feature DuPont Kevlar stitching and reinforced layers to add durability. The BOA Fit system offers fast, on-the-fly micro-adjustability. An ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. The full-floating durable 900D seat, surrounded by hex stretch material, moves naturally with your body. The Evo DST line of racewear from Fly Racing.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Welcome back once again. I hope you enjoyed that interview with Ryan. I certainly did. Top geezer, top bloke. Definitely a different man from the first time I met him, you know, when he was in the thick of going for AMA Supercross titles and Motocross titles. As he basically said there, you know, now he's done the hard work. He can now enjoy being at the races without all that pressure, although he's going to get a bit of pressure today.
Yeah, he is. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, I got a similar sort of vibe from him that you get now from Dave Thorpe. He's done his work. He's done his hard work. He's got his championships. They're against his name. Everybody knows it in a motocross paddock. Wherever he goes, he can just chill. He's got nothing to prove. Nothing. Just his own drive as to what he wants to do, like Dave has done with the teams and what have you. Ryan can he's made his money and he can take his pick. And yeah, I just love the fact, like he said, like he turns up and no one's ever seen an American get straight on the beer before, and every photo I've seen of him, he's had a beer in his hand. It's been wonderful. So, yeah, great to see a rider like that who was very uptight. I remember him, there's some footage of the 06 Nations at MICHELIN before his race, and his mechanic was saying he's nervous. He always gets nervous before that first race, and he is there literally just chewing his lips to pieces.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's great to see him as he is now, for sure.
Absolutely, and it's great to have the American team here, Osborne and Mike Brown as well. You can clearly see where we're at. We're at the VMXdN. We got that going on. So just to give you what we're going to do now, we stuck a GoPro on a good friend of ours, Carl Bennett, yesterday. I think Carl was in the Super Evo 500. I can't remember what class he was in. Either way, we thought it'd be a good idea to stick a GoPro on him in a race environment, which he was really nervous about. He's like, well, why are you choosing me? He's well, because we know you.
Yes, we know you.
And you're here.
And you're wearing a bell helmet.
And you're wearing a bell helmet. So look, we're gonna play this now. I'll run you round probably the first half of the lap. Obviously, having a bit of experience raced Grand Prix round here. So this is going to be an onboard lap. We're going to show you from a race yesterday with Carl Bennett, our onboard cameraman. So this is the start. It used to go the other way, of course, but then they turned it round so it goes back into a sharp 180 turn. Now, this corner is a bit of a pinch point. As you can see here, Carl getting pushed out to the outside. Obviously, with the weather that we've had, this was the second moto yesterday, so the track was drying quick. Into this drop down. Now, this is a big launch. Now, the top riders will launch all the way from there
to land there.
To there. This new section, this is new. This wasn't around when we raced at GPs in the 90s, a kind of little switchback. This hill just suddenly drops away from you, Ben. You're going to be hard on the brakes, knocking it down a gear, little inside hook. Now, this jump was the first jump on the GP circuit that you come around. The air horns, the atmosphere. I've lived it. I know what it's like to be in the mix there when you come around on the opening lap of a GP. You drop down into the lowest point in the valley, then we go up what we call the cutting. There's Lewis Toombs making coming through after making a bad start, number 66. Up this cutting, which is another famous part of the circuit. Then they get right to the end, a nice little jump into a downhill corner. Now this is where the track changed compared to GP days. We're going what Dave King now calls straight up the elevator, and you can see how steep it is that you couldn't even see up it when he went into it. Over this drop down here where Sebastian Tortelli in, I think it was 97, just got clipped the top, nearly crashed in front of me. As we said, a little bit dusty, but this was the second race. And then we go to these new kind of switchbacks. They were there one time. Ben, I'll let you take over from here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And there were a few little incidents here, a few little passing manoeuvres in the bottom of that section. And yet again up this cliff steep uphill section. And then, dropping down. I promised myself I would go walk up and down these on the track walk, but there's just no chance. There's no way. So yeah, and amazing, like how this really gives you a good idea of how it drops away from you and how steep that bank is. They go up it 3 times, down it twice, and yeah, that's enough, I think, for these bikes on a lot of the occasions. And then this is again a slightly new section by the old start line area. They launch down here, and it really is a big steep drop off. And this is very, very steep, much steeper than you would see on TV. And again, look how it drops away from you here. Serious steepness, and it's getting quite rough there, Jeff, as well, or it did certainly at that point of the day. Yeah,
that was back in the day. That was a real key passing area when GPs, big braking bumps going down the hill. You come back through the valley. Back in the day, obviously, you know, just so much noise as you came through, particularly if you were a British rider. You know, they all got behind the homegrown riders. These big jumps down through here now spectacular, particularly this one. If you're watching on the side of the track, the big guys jump over it, and you're lower than them, and you're lower than the jump. So the bikes are way above your head. Come into this new section, you'll be down into like second gear here, this new switchback over the finish line. So it's a little drop down, and this I love, a 180 bend right on the finish. So you've got to protect that inside line, but if not, you might get pipped to the finish line. So that's a lap with Carl Bennett yesterday, and he goes round the back of the start. You'll see here, so that's the start on the inside. You can see the cameraman stood on there, and then you link round again to the first corner, and that is a lap. Brought to you by Bell Helmets there, so that's what it's like. Look at the crowd, Ben, already.
That is absolutely first class, and although there is a fence line, I don't know why I'm pointing at the screen because nobody's watching me, but yeah, they've got a fence line across there in front of the campers and the easy ups and what have you, but then there were spectators, and they are doing it already, just inching their way down the bank. So you're not supposed to, but to be fair, who's going to police it? These guys are adults, they know what's going on, and yeah, they will make sure they get the best view possible without the railings in front of them, and who can blame them there? That race that we saw was the Super Evo 125s there. Carl Bennett making his way around and really having a good day. Sorry, no, it was the Evo Open. Riders over 30 years old was that race. So, yeah, we see Lewis Toombs picking his way through there at the start of the lap. So, yeah, here we go. This is going to be an incredible stage racing. The main event, obviously the big team race going on. And, yeah, Team USA and Team GB are almost neck and neck. 34 points for Team USA in total, and they dropped their worst score, which could be very significant. It's 42 points in total for Team USA, but if you drop the worst result for each team, then you end up at 17 points for you end up at 24 points for USA and a lot, and yeah, 25 points for Team GB.
You need another coffee. Doing all the maths at this time in the morning, I wouldn't even entertain that.
Numbers.
Yeah, not my thing. Words are more my thing. Sorry, we both got a sore throat.
We both had a cough break then.
Cough break. Yeah, anyway, listen, this is obviously fantastic. I think we're due to go about 9:30 with the first racing and whatever. But before we do that, again, we took a lot of time to go around the paddock on Friday just to catch up. For me, it was great. Trip down memory lane, catching up with old riders and mechanics, one of which, Nick Moores, who used to be Gordy Crockard's mechanic and still is for this special event. So I caught up with Nick yesterday. This is what he had to say.
Right, it's just such a cool vibe here at the Vets Motocross Nations at Foxhill. I am here. This is taking me right down memory lane, this one, because I was going to say that this guy was a competitor of mine. He used to be, and then he got real good, real quick. Mainly because this man was fettling the spanners and doing what he was doing. I know, I am, aren't I? Nick Moores. Nick, these bikes here, is it taking you back as well to the glory days of working with Crockard?
Definitely. It always does. We start riding, try and time it that we're going to be in good shape for these sort of races, but as soon as I lay a hand on it's like putting your old slippers back on, really. And it is very fond memories and a real familiarity as soon as you start working with the bike again. So
whose are these? Do these belong to Gordy, or has he bought them in off somebody that? Whose are they?
So we've got 3 bikes here today for this weekend. Yeah. The middle bike with the #1 plate's my own trophy bike from 2001. Nice. So I bought that back from a guy that I'd sold it to, and the same with the other 2 bikes as well. So Gordy had the foresight to keep a bike from every year racing. And so the other 2 bikes, which he's going to be racing, which he's going to be riding, and we prepared leading up to this over in Ireland, he's going to be racing the #1 bike. And then, I suppose, in a way, this one's his spare bike here as well. Reminiscent of the 2000 breakthrough in Spain.
I was there, the breakthrough moment, when Gordy, just from nowhere. Just going to be a little backstory to this, because obviously racing with Gordy around that time, he kind of qualifying wasn't his thing. Then all of a sudden he kind of scraped in, and then next day went out and won the GP. And there I was like, fair dues.
Yeah.
What was you thinking?
Well, the same thing. We had a really mediocre start. I remember every step of the way. Even the Sunday morning after the really poor qualifying, as you said, and that was always the issue: qualifying. But the more you stress about it, the worse it gets, as you know. And it was his Achilles heel. So we're kicking our heels. Nothing to change on the bike. I didn't know what to do. What more could we do? No comments from anyone else. And then I was standing with my good friend Johan Leuten at the start. Nothing out of the ordinary, and just saw him leading the pack and then up the hill and then off.
Continuing to pull away.
Yeah, and then Johan just nudged me and said, "It's good crankshaft, Nick." So, and that's where it all began, and it's been, to be honest, for 2 years probably a blur for me. Yeah, real blur.
It was amazing. It was like a real breakthrough moment. So listen, how much have you been fettling these? Old habits die hard, I guess.
It has. I mean, a little bit of time as well has helped refine a few things, if you like, but essentially it is the same setup as we used in 01, essentially the same thing, just freshened up. I went out for a couple of days, took material out and Worked with the #1 bike as well. And yeah, as time passes, as I say, you do learn a few new tricks maybe, or ways to improve older technology by looking at new stuff. Yeah. So there, it's a few enhancements, but no better way if you know Croc and you know how he rides and what he rides his best when he's familiar with things. So, as he showed last year on the 89 bike, it was something I was just holding on to bits of wood and crossing fingers that he was going to not let go, but he was so familiar with that bike by the time he got to the race, he rode the wheels off it. And, I think he's in the same frame as he is now.
Listen, you two obviously have dealt with pressure. You've been in contention with world championships, whatever. But, little bit of different pressure this time. You've got the #1 on it with justifiable reason. The reigning champs. You're rocking the Northern Ireland shirt there. Feeling a bit of pressure, or is this just all the walk in the park?
There's always a bit of anxiety. I think my anxiety has always been actually getting to the race. Have I remembered anything? Have I got everything? Are we going to be prepared? What's going to go on? But you know what? As soon as I get here and get in the paddock, there's always a distraction. So a couple of Northern Ireland teammates.
There's definitely a distraction at this event.
There's always distractions. So there's distractions from, they've purposely situated scrutineering in the beer tent. So, hopefully it's just going to help us kick back and just enjoy the race for what it's going to be, because it's going to be some event. It really is.
Look, this man knows how to turn the spanners, knows his stuff. Not so good, I noticed, with your camera skills. You did. I'm just going to pull you up on that, because a little bit of social media that you posted out the other day, filming Gordy getting ready, and yeah. So maybe you need to polish up a little bit more on that. But I'm knocking that because I can, but not the mechanic side of it.
Thanks for keeping me grounded.
Yeah, well, you've got to. You don't want your head getting too big. But listen, Nick, it's great to see you again. It's great to see so many familiar faces here. Listen, have a great weekend. Hope it all goes well. Hope you're not too stressed. Hope nothing goes wrong of anything that.
Absolutely. Too. Yeah, and I just wanted to add that when's your comeback? Are you going to grace us next year? My
comeback came and went pretty quickly. Yeah. I have been riding this year on an old Triumph, which was amazing. But of course, I'm too media guy these days. I got other commitments. If it wasn't for the other commitments, Nick, I'd be out there in a flash. That is a blatant lie. No, we'll see. I need a mechanic like you. See, my brother used to do my bike, and these days he's too busy in the pub.
I can do your Red Rocket.
Oh, that'd be good. Maybe I will. Maybe this man will talk me around. Maybe next year I could do onboard commentary out on the track. Mind you, that would sound like some kind of sex call. I should imagine me heavy breathing. Right, enough of that. Have a good one, Nick. There we go. There's Nick, and there's Gordy's machines all lined up. God, I feel nostalgic.
Do indeed. Still do. Still do.
It's nostalgia weekend.
It is. There is the start. Obviously, we just saw that a little while ago on the track preview with Kyle coming off the gate there. We are not too far away now from the first race. This stream, as you can see, clearly across the bottom. Without those guys there, you would not be having the luxury, even though you've got to put up with me and Ben all day, of a free-to-view live stream. Basically, the guys at Bell, Fly, Oakley, RFX, 7, all the brands from the beer family. There you are. Without them getting behind it, they make this happen quite simply. Obviously a lot of hard work goes into this. We do what we do at MXN-TV. We've got a production crew, Alpha Live as well. So yep, we are working hard to try and elevate British motocross. Obviously this event is definitely helping with that. So big up as well, tip of the hat to Dave King and Doc Wobbs and all of the Languish Club for all their hard work in making this happen. So we are going racing.
Yes, indeed.
The Evo Ultra. Now this was some great racing yesterday. We've got two current MX2 British Championship contenders in this one. Sam Nunn, there they are, good friends. Lining up on the inside is Tom Grimshaw, not Tim Grimshaw. Nunny went 1-1 yesterday, if I remember rightly. Did he get both modes?
First and second.
First and second.
Yeah, it was Stephen Clark, the 511 rider.
Yes.
Actually won race 2 after 4th in race 1. So yeah, Nunn is leading overall with a 1 and a 2, and Grimshaw went 2-4. So yeah, from that sense, it's close between those three for the overall. They've obviously got 2 more races today, including this one on the line. So yeah, Sam Nunn and the 61 of Tom Grimshaw, both achieving top 5 MX2 British Championship scores. So yeah, these are for machines from 2003 to 2008, hence the term Evo Ultra, because they're almost ultra new in terms of this weekend. But it is riders of any age. So yeah, you have got riders of the like of Sam Nunn and Tom Grimshaw there in their prime. Riders we hope to see for many years in the British Championship and hopefully vying for race wins and titles in the future.
Absolutely. And some other obviously riders out as well. Liam Garland had a good day. He's always good on hardback. Liam making a comeback, not for this event, but just recently came in. I think he had a couple of thirds or was in around thirds. Yeah, so good to see him out there. Okay, this is going to be gate drop for the day 2. I can feel the energy
it's starting
rising.
To come through. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. The goosebumps are starting. It's definitely happening. But yeah, so riders to watch out for then: the 511 of Stephen Clark, the 365 of Sam Nunn, who took a first and a second yesterday, as we said. The 241 of Liam Garland had 2 third places, and Tom Grimshaw, number 61, had a second and a fourth. And they are go. Off they go then. Looks like Sam Nunn got a good start in there with Grimshaw just tucked up alongside him. Great headlong shot there as a tuck inside. Sam Nunn it is that grabbed the whole shot as he comes through. Grimshaw ahead of Garland, and then Stephen Clark is there in 4th place. So the top 4 from yesterday are absolutely all together. Jordan Wills has had a good start, better than he managed yesterday. 5th place both times yesterday was 3:29 of Luca Mienhuis from the Netherlands.
I'll let you say that.
I did my best there.
I struggled with that yesterday, so that's your rider to call. You're better at all that stuff. Yeah. So this is going to be a good race because Clark, you got really the kind of top 4 that you'd expect to be out front. They're all current British Championship riders. So that's where you'd expect them to be. Clarkey was very good yesterday. He likes a bit of hard pack, but he got just hung up on the back of Liam Garland around that first tight corner as they just disappeared down that incredibly steep hill into the valley. This is going to be a good race. The track today, Ben, has definitely got more.
The TV box here, and I got mud on my shoes.
Yeah.
I was gutted, but yeah, so
schoolboy error.
They really was, but yeah, they certainly haven't made a massive effort in getting the track right, and you can see there's little pools of water there. They'll be gone soon enough. And I'm sure we'll have other watering breaks through the day, but it does look so much better to ride on.
It does. I love that shot. This camera, because we've got a cameraman in the bottom of the valley, so you can get to see how steep. Look at that.
That's
how
a beauty.
Spectacular.
I did not see that yesterday. That's a fantastic shot. Wow, look at those gorgeous blue skies as well. We've had that all weekend. Mother Nature really has shone the light on this track over the weekend. So the sun shines on the righteous, as they say, and that's us here. 4 strokes. That's what they ride as their day job, if you like, and now they're moonlighting on the 252 strokes, and the smell is coming up from the valley, wafting into the van, and I'm off again.
I did actually wonder what you were doing earlier on when you were doing that.
Just take it all in.
What are you doing? I thought you might, blown off or something. Anyway, yeah, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. The track is in better nick today for sure.
That's Bradley Wheeler, one of our presenters there on the Viva British Motocross Championship. Early in the year, he's getting himself out there on a little TM, I believe he's riding at the moment. There's a yellow flag, somebody down.
I think that's Stephen Clark.
Oh.
Yeah, we think that's Clarkey, so I don't think did he go over the transponder line?
He hasn't gone over the line yet.
Yeah,
no.
There you go. So that was Stephen Clark that went down in that corner. This is looking good for Sam Nunn then, because Sam got caught and overtaken yesterday by Stephen Clark, but he's got a chance here of going for another race win. But can Grimshaw, great opening, just the talent we got in the opening race alone is brilliant.
And it's good to see. I mean, like I say, in front of big crowds like this, who, of course, they might not be fans of modern racing and 4 strokes and that. So it's great for these guys to get out in front of a fresh crowd and, show their talents. And they're doing so far very well, with Nunn out front, Grimshaw second, just under 2 seconds back. Liam Garland third, as he was yesterday twice. The number 72 there, Connor Hughes, is up into 4th slot. And Bradley Wheeler's there in 5th place, which is great to see Bradley getting stuck in on the circuit.
Yeah, Clark, look at that, down in 19th. He has got a lot of work to do now then to work his way back from there.
There he is, just going past our screen, just up the hill with a bright pink back to his race gear there. And yeah, he has got an awful lot of work to do to recover his sort of position to compete for the overall, because 4-1 going in, he did need a good couple of races today, especially with Sam Nunn out front doing the damage. That could well see him at the top of the box at the end of the weekend. As they come around that tricky little section there, we saw quite a bit of passing going on down there and all getting tied up. Number 329 on screen, that is our Dutch friend, Luca Mienhuis. And I did live with a Dutchman, so he taught me that.
That's use. Oh, yeah. Well,
it was very useful.
amazing pun. Your talents are wasted. You should be clearly working for a tabloid.
It's still the TMX reading over the years. That's what's done it. Then also we've got number 201, I think. Ross Keyworth is up there in a good 6th place at the moment. There's a proper Ricky Carmichael replica there, the number 4. Harry Bradley?
I'll tell you what, he's done such a good job with that. There's only 2 ways you could tell that's not Carmichael: his height and his speed. Other than that, that's pretty much bang on.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, take a few inches off the height there, and he would be looking the business. Like you say, nowhere near as fast even now. Carmichael still could seriously turn the throttle. There it goes down the hill there, the number 201, who we mentioned just now, Ross Keyworth. That's a battle for 6th place between himself and Nienhuis, who's actually passed Harry Bradley and Luke Kennett in that lap. So Nienhuis moving further and further forward to try and get to the 2 5th places that he had yesterday, try and match those positions.
Just got overtaken there, actually.
He's up to 6th place now. He's got about 9 seconds to catch up to Bradley. Try and get back up to 5th, where he finished yesterday. Rounding out the top 10 there. In 9th place, we have the number 102 of Luke Kennett. And then in 10th place, that's another Belgian, I believe. Another Dutchman, Bob van Luveren, which is he's up there into 10th place. I love the Dutch names.
That's just Bob Van. Brilliant.
Bob the Van Man. there goes the RC lookalike there, but yeah, like I say, way taller than the actual man himself. Stephen Clark now recovering up to 13th place. So that's quite a nice kick through the pack as he comes up through to there, just knocking on the door of George Boyce.
Of course, these front riders, they're all kind of used to longer motos, British Championship motos, 25 minutes or 20 minutes. Some cases plus the 2 laps, nearly half-hour races. So Clarkey, we got little 5, still plenty of entertainment, but we've got 5-lap races here. So Stephen has got to get the hammer down. I'm sure he will, because he does love hard pack, and he has got a wealth of experience. He's raced AMA Supercross, he's raced in Australia, he's raced AMA Outdoor. He has been good enough to win a 250 European Championship.
Yep.
Good so he knows his stuff.
He's good scrapping through these bottom corners. We saw this a lot yesterday as well. Luke Kennett, that is, just going past Bradley there. And here is Clarkey in shot, works his way up towards the back of the Suzuki rider, number 77, Bob Van Luveren. And he works to roast right around the outside of him. And that's a great move from Clarkey. Right up there now, I believe that is into 10th place. I think already working his way back to the top 10, which he needs to do to keep himself in the overall reckoning. And now he goes past the 102 of Luke Kennett.
Yeah, it'd be good to keep the cameras on Stephen for a while, because you're going to get a little bit of what racecraft really is. Here's side through the pack here, obviously because of his experience and his talent. As you get towards the sharp end, can he get as far up as 4th? Quite possibly. I expect him to, even with the time he's got remaining, to maybe catch those top 3. I don't think he'd make it into the top 3, but let's see. As you can see, he's Harry Bradley ahead of him, or was that Luke Kennett? That might be Luke Kennett in front of him on the Classic.
He just passed Kennett, so
did he?
He is
okay, so that is on
catching Bradley, yes. Now, I'll out there, but I think if you did put the number 4 gear on Stephen Clark, you might believe it.
Yeah.
Similarly, he walked past me yesterday, and he just struck me how strong and stocky he looks.
Yeah.
He just looks like he can boss a bike and throw it around, which is in a contrast to someone like Doug Dubach, who just looks like he's just an average guy, and then he can wrestle a KX500 like you wouldn't believe. But yeah, so Clark now up to 8th place and knocking on the door of Harry Bradley in his efforts to recover from that first lap crash. Wheeler is not getting caught by the Dutchman Nienhuis, so Bradley in a solid 5th at the moment. Connor Hughes in 4th, and then he got a big gap up to Liam Garland in 3rd. Grimshaw is 2.5 seconds shy of our race leader Sam Nunn now, as they go through, I think it's about lap 3. This is their 4th lap right now out of the 5 in total.
Yeah, I didn't see a last lap flag from our flagman Alan there, all decked out in his checkered flag suit. We are a little bit behind. We've got a little bit of a lag going, and we with the Speed Hive My Laps. Potentially, have we not?
No, we're on track.
Good.
Yeah, we're good. Okay. Yeah, we've got Stephen up to 8th place, which is clearly where he is, and attacking Harry Bradley. So we're looking good. Tom Grimshaw's actually scored the fastest lap so far of the race at 2:24.640. Marginally faster that time round than Sam Nunn, as the track starts to get the moisture dissipating, get a bit more grip, and of course the riders are warming up and getting into the feel of it. No practice this morning, of course. They literally had a sighting lap and straight out onto the track for some action. That is a great effort of the Carmichael lookalike, isn't it?
It really is, yeah.
Great gear, great bike, and even the, is it still the Woody Woodpecker graphics down the side?
Yeah, it's on point, like I said. So Harry, he's been doing great. In fact, he's already been crowned the Michelin MX Nationals Amateur MX1 champion. So yeah, he's had a good year. I think his mum lives in Zimbabwe or something like that, and and she's been loving the live stream coverage of the MX Nationals because she gets to watch Harry ride him.
Oh, great
so
stuff.
he's getting another good amount of airtime here, but now obviously on his Honda replica Carmichael, not his KX 450. Here's our race leader Sam Nunn, looking immaculate in that new Fly 2023 race kit. I think that's the kinetic kit, the air conditioning stuff. So looking good. The team switched over to Fly a few weeks ago for Cab Screens, Crescent Yamaha, and Sam running it well.
Yes, looking very professional, very spot on. Perhaps a few old school riders might think it's a bit too 21st century, but yeah, we appreciate it. Great style coming up here. Grimshaw's not letting him get away though. He was faster again on that last lap, so it could well be. We could see that, yeah, Sam could be catching him here. Yeah, he was about half a second faster than that last lap was Tom Grimshaw, so the gap's come down a little bit. Sam got no room to manoeuvre. I would say that on the last lap next time round, it's lap 4 now, 1 more to go after this. So yeah, Nunn has got a bit of wreath coming in his way, a little bit of pressure coming from behind, so just got to make sure he doesn't wash the front out on this rock hard, chalky Foxhill circuit. And fires up the hill again, that amazing uphill bank there, which is just unbelievably steep. The camera's flattened that out to the point where you would not believe. Jeff, you've ridden down here at the height of the 90 Grand Prix days, and yeah, I mean, what's it like going down?
Honestly, it is jumping off a cliff. There's no exaggeration.
And Grimshaw's right on him. Grimshaw's suddenly really giving him lots of pressure. I don't know if Sam's got a problem and slowed up, but Grimshaw is right on his case on the Chambers machine.
Okay, this is going to be a good last lap then, because we saw the last lap this time around, and they're going to get the last lap flag.
Yes, they are. They come down the hill here, the steepest of the downhills, we can surely say, and then that lovely uphill step-up tabletop. They've adapted that over the years, and I got to say, I think it's an improvement. It's a wonderful section of track to watch at and see the skill of these riders. There goes Nunn, throwing it down the hill, hunched over the handlebars, supreme aggression. He wants this race. He does not want Grimshaw to come and pass him. Grimshaw will need this race to go his way. A 6-point swing if he passes him, vitally important for the overall result. So here he goes.
Oh no,
it's the checker flag. That was the last lap. My apologies. Yeah, that's of course, yeah, because lap number 5. They've done 4. Got 5 right. Well, we'll catch up with that. Do apologise. My fault there. I thought we had another lap to go. But yeah, that is a win there for Sam Nunn. Takes it by 1.2 seconds from Grimshaw, whose hard charges came down a little bit too late to seriously challenge. But there it goes with Liam Garland crossing the line in 3rd place.
I'm going to go out, Ben. I'm going to go out into the field and catch up with some of the pro riders, do some pre-recorded stuff that hopefully we'll show before the first race. So I'm going to leave you with that. We're going to go to a quick ad break. Ben will be back calling the action for the next race pretty soon.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do it cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Introducing the Fly Racing Kinetic Core Racewear, featured in red and gray. The Kinetic Core jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs is constructed with multi-panels for comfortable fit and maximum performance. Our Kinetic Core pant features comfortable mesh liner for ventilation, multi-directional stretch ripstop panels for flexibility, and an internal pocket inside the waistband. With ultra durable 900D construction, with laser cut perforations for advanced ventilation, leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching, and SoftFlex protective rubber badging creates massive vents for airflow. The ratcheting closure with zipper lock system keeps pants closed and secure. The unique adaptive waist system provides a custom fit. The Kinetic Core Racewear in red and gray from Fly Racing.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do it cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
So here we are then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Foxhill Motor Park in Swindon, and sorry, near Swindon, Wiltshire. You can see there the start area, the sponsorship from Bell Helmets very much present, and they've put a lot of effort and money into this to help support this fantastic event, and of course the live stream as well. So yeah, very grateful to them, and of course yeah, they do make some fantastic stuff, iconic helmets you might say, all through the years. So yeah, here we are, we've got the crowd is building already. Where are we now? It's nearly 10 o'clock in the morning, but it's still absolutely packed. I've had a message from a friend who's on his way into the circuit to say that it's tailed right back to the motorway, which if you know the area, that's a long way. So yeah, there's lots of queues to come back in here today, and yeah, we do hope that everyone has a fantastic, safe weekend. Obviously the sunscreen needs to be getting applied, and yeah, in fact the crowd are already further down the bank than they did get yesterday. So yeah, you can see the numbers are obviously just pushing these people further down the hill as they as they take in the action here at Foxhill Motor Park. Yeah, you can see there from the conditions there. We have got serious drought conditions here, but we've had fantastic. You can see from the colour of the grass there that it's almost like straw all over the UK at the moment, and it's yeah, it's leading to a bit of a testing time in terms of track preparation and to combat the dust. But they've got a great sprinkler system here going on at Foxhill, all hose pipes and everything lining the circuit. Obviously got license to use it with a reservoir, so we're not drawing from the main water source, if you like. So yeah, from that sense, they're making sure that they keep the track prepared. So we look forward to the day's action. We just had the first race happening, and the second race of the day is lining up on the line. My name's Ben Rumbold. I'm here for the live stream today with Jeff Perrett, who's currently out just interviewing some riders and getting some content that will fill the gaps and that will happen for the track preparation later. So if it's not race action, you're not going to be watching the adverts all the time. I hope we do watch the adverts and take them in, because those are companies that seriously help us. But here we are then, lining up there, a fantastic number 2 CR500 Honda. There are so many CR500s here. I'm sure somebody's got a spare one that I could try and have a ride on, because it's a bike that it's on my bucket list to ride a CR500. I was racing in the 90s in the AMCA days, and yeah, that was all 250s were the main thing there, and that's what I rode at the time. So I never quite got to campaign a full 500, which a 6'5" would have been quite handy for me. But either way, these guys are lining up now. This is the Evo Plus class, riders of any age. Machines from 1997 to 2002, so not quite as new as the Evo Ultras that we just had. 2 strokes are all and bound, of course. I think there might be the odd Husaberg 4-stroke out there in one of these races, but not for this one, I should think. 97 to 02. You've got a mix of 250s, 500s, the odd screaming little 125. A very nice number 4 Husqvarna lines up there. We do like to see that big that number plate on that bike. The Italian-made Husqvarnas, as they were there before the takeovers from BMW first and then KTM, of course, in more recent years. That brought the Husky brand right back into prominence again. The first 2 races yesterday, Jake Shipton swapped the race wins with Josh Spinks. Josh Spinks, the number 400 machine, took the first race win and then was second in race 2. Jake Shipton, number 731, he's lined up towards the inside, we just saw here. He ran second and first. Third place in race 1 was Jaden Ashwell, and then third place in race 2 was Alex Snow, as the heads go down and they prepare to go. Off they launch. It looked like it was a good start for the number 2 of Scott Probert on that 500cc Honda, and yes, it is. Up the inside goes Probert. That's a fantastic start for him. He was 5th twice yesterday, so he'll be looking to improve on that and get him up towards a podium position on the day. He holds the lead right now, but he's getting some hassle through from the 500 Honda, and that is the number 400 of Josh Spinks, one of our riders who really is in contention. Excuse me, going 1-2 yesterday. So here we go then with Josh Spinks out challenging there for number 2 Scott Probert. The 2 CR500s, beautiful machines. You just can't beat the black number on the yellow plate. It just screams class to anybody like myself who grew up in the 1980s and 90s with those meaning they were the big boys. The black on yellow plates meant 500cc action, and that's exactly what we're getting here. Look at this stuff. That number 2 machine looking fantastic with Scott Probert on it, but he really hands here to hold off the number 400 of Josh Spinks, who's trying to make this his second race win of the weekend and reassert his authority on this class to try and get the overall 500 versus 500. Who's prepared their bikes the best? Who's got the jetting set up the best to get the power up these hills more? Just seeing who we've got in third place. I believe it's the 131 of Alex Snow. Just popped into shot briefly there. And yeah, Spinks is giving Probert some serious attention at the front end here. Fantastic 500 lines there. No, it's Jake Shipton, the 731, that is there in third place at the moment. He was second and first. Look at that shot as they launch into their downhill section there. Absolutely stunning section of circuit and a great angle to catch it from. There's a yellow flag gone down in that corner, so that's Shipton has gone down, and as they do so, it's all happened within the blink of an eye. As he does so there, Spinks takes over the lead from Scott Probert. Jake Shipton was chasing, but he dropped it at the top of that hill. He went into the corner. He didn't come out of it. The yellow flag went up, so I'm guessing he went down the hill. Look at these big 500s getting launched down there. That is some sight to see, especially when you're trackside, because they do literally fly over your head. And no, it looks like... yes, it is. Yeah, Shipton did go down, because now we've got Alex Snow up there in third place on the number 131 machine. Listen to the sound of those 500s. There's no sound like it in motocross, that deep growl. It's not like the sort of rumble of a 4-stroke, which I must say I am a fan of. I don't mind the 4-strokes at all, but there is a very nice sound coming out of that CR500 right now, and it means that it's on the pipe and surely being ridden to some success here by Josh Spinks, who's and has been massively helped by the fact that Jake Shipton has hit the floor. We'll see how Shipton's recovered. Looks there from our timing tower there on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see that Shipton has recovered to 6th place there, just behind the number 226 of Lewis Abbott. Jordan Booker Booker is up into 4th place. He had a mixed day yesterday. He was 8th and then 4th. So Booker is looking to get back up there again. That's a nice little move on the inside we saw there. The number 4 machine, I believe that's Bradley Doyle. Yes, it is Bradley Doyle, just making a move past Jack Drogan for 8th place in the race right now. And yeah, that's the 731. There's Shipton trying to recover. You can see there he's just ahead of the number 211, Jaden Ashwell, who has also ridden in the British Championship this year. He's in 5th place, so that means that Shipton has passed Abbott for 5th. And now he'll be looking to pay his attentions onto the number 114 of Jordan Booker. I saw Jordan last night in the beer tent, so yeah, obviously taking his preparation seriously. He was in there as late as I was anyway, which is near to closing time, and I won't disclose that. But either way, down the hill goes the Kawasaki there, looking very esteemed there, running the AMA style, black on white number plates. UFO gear as well. It's pretty period kit as well, to be honest with you. Certainly around about the time when they ran those weird alien style logos. And yeah, number 226, Luke Abbott. It's 23.6. It's the fastest lap, the Keck's fastest lap so far for Josh Spinks. Alex Snow up in the 2nd place. He's got past Scott Probert in that lap. There he goes, past the TV camera there, in 2nd place. So yeah, Snow moving ahead of Scott Probert. Can he do anything about Spinks, who has a 7.5 second lead right now? And Probert, this would still be the best result of the weekend for him so far, but look at Shipton absolutely flying as he goes right up the inside of Alex Snow, of Jordan Booker. So there he goes up the inside. Oh, Honda versus Yamaha battle, great to see. And this man appreciates that view as he goes through there. And so somebody looking down there, that's Snow looking down the side of his bike. And look at this scrap going on here for 3rd. Probert 3rd in number 2. 4th is Booker. 5th is Shipton. Although Shipton, has passed Booker on that lap and is now giving maximum attention to the rear wheel of Scott Probert. Up the far uphill they go. The very steep section there. Everything's steep with the hills at Foxhill. Down the hill goes Probert, that Honda 500cc. Quite a handful, especially around these tricky little corners here. But he will uncork it, open up the pipe, and launch it up these hills. But even so, the way Shipton got on the power there, he did not lose out too much there, even though it was a 2 for half the cc, but still absolutely nowhere near half throttle. He pinned it up there. Probert down the hill now, trying to wrestle with that 500. Oh, up the inside, and a great aggressive but safe move there. But up goes the 500. Shipton moves into 2nd place, holds off Probert, moves up to 3rd place, past Scott Probert now, and he is chasing down Alex Snow. There must be less than 2 seconds between them. Certainly was at the start of this lap there. Down the hill goes Snow, down following him goes Scott Probert on that beautifully turned out 250 Honda. That's the alley framed Honda as well, so yeah, certainly right slap bang in the middle of this 97 to 2002 bike class. Riders of any age, so we've got in the Enduro these days, certainly after a decent motocross career as well. We've seen Josh Spinks on the British Championship circuit as well this year. Scott Probert, Jordan Booker, all riding professionally at some point in their careers. Jaden Ashwell also appeared in the British Championship this year. We've got some overseas interest there. Mark van der Meerden is down on the 824 in 11th place. That's ahead of Robert Shuttleworth, the number 8. Ben Pratt down then 13th, then another Dutchman, Bart van Dolman. And down in 16th place there, just behind the 94 of James Cole, is number 611 of James Herring. And yes, that is the same Herring family as the famous father Rob, who won the first ever Grand Prix Moto around this circuit back in 1992, 30 years ago. And now out in front, Spinks has got a good advantage, 9.5 seconds, but Snow and Shipton less than a second apart now as they enter the section of the valley. We are on lap 4 of 5, so this one and another to go. Up the hill goes Shipton, chasing after Alex Snow. Alex had a decent day yesterday. He was 4th and then 3rd, so this 2nd place would be continuing the ascension for him. And then he'll be about to finish it with a race win in the final one to really complete that beautiful 4-3-2-1 result pattern. But certainly Jake Shipton does not want that to happen, and he's got every say in the matter here. putting a lap on there, the number 37 on his 250 Honda. No disgrace at all in this sort of company, as these riders are absolutely top class. Up the inside, very nearly making the move was Shipton. Snow will have seen that front wheel. Snow does not go defensive down the hill though, he runs wide, and therefore Shipton moves up into second place. So he keeps it alive between himself and Spinks. They shared the first 2 wins and second places between them, with Spinks going first and second, and then Shipton going second and first. So they are swapping it again, and if it turns out the same way in the final race, it will be winner takes all between those 2 if it stays like this to the finish of race 3 of the weekend here at Foxhill. Alex Snow still in a decent 3rd place. That should be good enough to put him on the overall podium if it stays like this. Jaden Ashwell has had a 3rd and a 6th, so he's in the reckoning. John Booker's had an 8th and a 4th, so a little bit further back for him. But those are the riders that are in contention for the overall podium spots at the end of the weekend. Across the line there, I think that was the last lap flag. They have done 4, so this would be lap 5. So therefore Spinks has got a 9.5 second gap over Shipton. Although the last lap there, that did go down there. Shipton was the faster rider on that last lap with a 2 minute 26.357 against a 2 minute 28.051. So nearly 2 seconds faster was Shipton on that lap as he made the move past Alex Snow. So certainly getting a shift on after his initial issues there, where he slipped down at the top of the hill before they turned back down again. That sort of L shape of the valley there. And in front there, number 400, Josh Spinks, out on the CR500. A beautiful machine. That is the sort of 92 and onwards Honda colours, where they went distinctly brighter with the red in contrast to the white tank. Remember them very well. And the distinctive long and aftermarket fit, because that's a slightly different shape to how they used to be back in the day, but still got to be long enough to cope with that 500 power, and he is doing that very nicely right now. Looking good, grabs a roll off down the hill. No tear-offs allowed, of course, like most places these days, just to save on the plastic use and, of course, the plastic around the circuit. Not good for wildlife and such like, so we've got to make sure that we keep this down to a minimum, and Spinks is using his well, out in the lead right now, only using the roll-offs because he's got some lapped traffic in front of him. Down that hill he plunges one more time. It's actually a triple sort of step down. You can step down if you just do the double, but you would then leave the circuit again, leave the ground again, so it would definitely slow you up. So yeah, from that sense, Spinks looked like he was sailing down the triple of that downhill. Comes up here, this is a very steep little corner. It again looks deceptive on the cameras, but they turn very sharply right-handed, and yeah, up the hill there it does turn very steep. Waves a leg at the crowd, beautiful stuff. You can hear a few air horns coming through already, and yeah, it's a wonderful last lap feeling for Josh Spinks to take the race win here at Foxhill Motor Park for the 3rd of the 4 races of the weekend for these guys. And that's exactly what it does. Take the race win, gives the flag man the thumbs up there. Alan does his stuff with the flags, which is top quality. Across the line there went Jake Shipton in second place. Booker managed to get, and John Booker managed to get the better of Alex Snow in the battle for 3rd place. So that's put Booker right back up into contention now. 3rd is his best of the weekend, ahead of Alex Snow. And yes, Scott Probert also there crossing the line in 5th place, as these Evo Plus boys bring it home. Jaden Ashwell 6th place as well. So got all to play for between Josh Spinks and Jake Shipton for the overall in race 4. It's going to be a very interesting final race there, with Jordan Booker increasing through the weekend from 8th to 4th to 3rd, and then Alex Snow in the 4th place there, which is, yeah, makes it 4-3-4 for him. So yeah, still lots to dispute there for the overall podium. Alex Snow certainly still in the reckoning, and Scott Probert was 5th for the 3rd straight time. And we're just going to go to some advertisements for our fine sponsors here, and we'll see you up the other side.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Foxhill Motor Park. Here we have the Evo Open Riders over 50s setting through to the circuit, we believe, although I'm not quite sure. It does not look like Evo Open over 50s to me. No, I've got the wrong. We'll get this sorted. Bear with me. Let's get this sorted here. Which race have we got lining up here? We'll get this sorted. It should be the Evo Open over 50s. So why we've got Bradshaw and Ryan Hunt on the start line, I don't know. So maybe they are just preparing for their next race on. That's Ryan Hunt. They're talking in the Torquecraft gear. This guy's been following me around all weekend. For some reason, Ryan Hunt has just been around every time I've looked. I've just seen his distinctive grin. He's been there. He's obviously chatting away right now. Great guy. I've only met him this weekend. I was only a teenager in the 90s when he was racing, so more of a fan than a friend. But certainly he invaded my track walk. If you've seen that yesterday, we had a good giggle with him and his aptly named mechanic John Strange. I'm not sure if we're running that footage today. We might see it or not, but certainly it was on Saturday's footage if you want to tune into that on YouTube. But yeah, Ryan Hunt there did his Torquecraft advertising, and then as I was working my way through the should we say the audience for the band in the beer tent there last night, I looked around and suddenly I saw Hunt's grin right behind me again. Obviously I was also he was by our TMX trade stand, which we could just see peering through the gap in the hedge just there. That's where we are sending the Trials of Motocross news and the event programs this weekend. And yeah, Ryan just popped by that stand and then got chatting to Lee Ashby, who was hoping to get his contact number for a nice online video. But look at the crowds already this weekend. It is distinctly busier than it was yesterday. They did say that they will pick up by about 20% of the audience more than yesterday, and I think we've got that, so it's looking good again here. Fantastic weekend. First time we're running here for the VMXdN. The VMXdN, of course, moved across from Farley Castle, although there is still an event there later this year in September. So, yeah, we're getting some help here from the live stream guys, 7 Bell Helmets, and all the beer. That's BIHR, the company that helps us out with all of the footage here. That's bringing it to you live and for free on YouTube and Facebook. Please do the necessary online with the socials there. Please like, share, subscribe, and you'll see this amazing sport should grow in popularity when it really does get out there and you can watch it properly. We have now got the over 50s online, so I wasn't reading it wrong. We have got the over 50s now about hitting the start line. We can see some familiar faces and names in this one. Closest to the screen there, number 57-year-old 13 is the number on the bike. He's riding his one of his old steeds there, the KX 500 machine. That's Kurt Nickel, ladies and gentlemen, who was one of the top British riders through the 80s and 90s. An absolute consummate professional, and he still is. He runs his Champ MX event journeys and trips, experiences that you can go on and ride with Kurt across California, where he now lives, and loves motocross. He literally just says he has absolutely no problem at all firing up his bike. All the neighbors have no problem with that. They know that that's the sort of stuff they do in California, and it sounds like sort of motocross paradise, which is where Kurt Nickel has decided to place himself in his retirement years after his amazing and quite lengthy race career as well. It certainly was up into the teens, the number of years he competed at World Championship level. He never quite got the ultimate prize, of course. He was denied very cruelly in 1992. Many people blame the start gate. I personally blame a few tactics employed by his main competition. Yeah, that's a subject for another conversation, which I will take up with you in the beer tent anytime you like, if you want to have that conversation with me on that one. But yeah, from that sense, these guys are looking good as well. We've got Brian Wheeler, the number 8 rider on the big CR500. Local rider, Wootton Under Edge, is literally a stone's throw from this place, less than an hour's drive away. So Brian, whose son Bradley we saw out in another race earlier, and yeah, those guys love this sort of event, very close to them. And yeah, Brian loving life. From much further away, the number 151, Doug Dubach, the VMXdN stalwart, who has been at this event since its very inception back there in the first years at Farley Castle, and he has come across with us to Foxhill Motor Park, which he never saw before this weekend. The heads go down then. The over 50s are going to give it some for us here for our enjoyment, and they are go! Nickel got out of the gate well, so did Dubach. There's two 500s battling. Oh, there's a tangle at the first corner. The number 3 of Gary Hopchoff looks like he nearly went down. Brian Wheeler has come out well from that one, and he just nips past Kurt Nickel as they launch down the hill for the first time. Over 50s racing here. Brian Wheeler is a big, solid campaigner. They call him the Spud. And these two were factory KTM on those beautiful white and mint green KTMs, and now they're out front. There's no quarter asked or given between this pair. They say they are still taking lumps of each other out on track, and it is Wheeler out front now, the number 8. Still races on a regular basis, loves the sport, loves the atmosphere and the preparation of it all, and he certainly is a fantastic character in and around the paddock there. Up the hill there, Doug Dubach is still in touch in the top 5 or 6. Still trying to pinch myself here that I'm commentating on Brian Wheeler, Kurt Nickel and Doug Dubach, these amazing names from the past, and they're out there right now in the present in the over 50s class here, giving us some fantastic entertainment. A beautiful CR500, a proper man's bike there for Brian Wheeler, and he is launching it up these hills. Fantastic sounding machine there with the 2 strokes. Up they go, up the hill goes Brian Wheeler, and Kurt Nickel is not letting the beefy boy from West Under Edge get away. He's launching it down the hill, and yeah, certainly that 500 is being exploited. Black crash helmet, nice look with the Honda gear, proper 1980s sort of Honda styling on that Kenny kit that they've got running there. And yeah, number 8 Brian Wheeler launching away across the valley. The air horns fire off as well, the sound that Kurt Nickel is very, very familiar with. And yeah, this live stream coming to you free from MXN-TV, Alpha Live, involved in the presentation here. Please get the likes up and the subscribers on online on the social media. Share it around, get those groups, get these people following it. Worldwide, we are here broadcasting from Foxhill Motor Park. So yeah, please come and join us and spread the word. Doug Dubach is there in a good 3rd place right now, the number 151. Gary Hopchoff looking very Ricky Johnson lookalike. He's got a very entertaining, shall we say, butt patch. The words across his backside there Of course, the famous Ricky Johnson was known as Two Hip, while Gary Hopchoff is Two Hop, as it says on his backside there. So he's, certainly spreading the word here about Ricky Johnson and making a nice little play on words there. He's up there in 4th place. Gary Chappell is running well in 5th place. The number 12 machine, Phil Lewis, is in 6th. Spencer Briggs, Richard van Droog from the Netherlands is there in 8th place. Matt Bates, the ex-Yamaha rider, top British Championship runner, is there in 9th ahead of Rob Veldman, the number 34 rider, also from the Netherlands. Lots of Dutchmen coming across here, hardly they're sort of going the sort of things they'll be used to. They don't have hills like this at all in Holland, and certainly this sort of hard pack clay soil is would be completely alien to them, but even so, they're getting out here, riding something completely different to what they're used to and loving the experience. Saw quite a few of them out on the track walk yesterday, taking shots of their bike as they had it on the track there across the valley. There's a nice little scrap going on for 3rd place there. Looks like Dubach, Hoptroff, and we've also got Matt Bates just going up the hill there, so that's just actually a bit further back from Dubach and Hoptroff. There it is on screen. That's Gary Chappell, the number 12, getting some good screen time, and then the 250 Honda of Spencer Briggs. Looks like he's overtaken Phil Lewis in that lap. And they are looking to mix it up here. That's just from 5th place downwards we are watching on screen as Jeff Perrett's rejoined me in the commentary booth. What's it like out there?
I'm sorting to your wounds, but you're missing out being stuck in here. That is, it's so many smiley, happy people out there. The vibe is even better than yesterday. We've even got a load of interviews that hopefully we'll be able to show you today. Just been in the pits and done some pre-records, so brilliant. Fingers crossed we'll be able to show you some of them in a short while.
Nice one. We've got a good little battle going on here. That's Spencer Briggs with Phil Lewis on the Suzuki knocking all over him, and now Lewis has responded by putting a pass on Gary Chappell. 250 Honda takes 500 Kawasaki with a 250 Suzuki rattling on their heels there of Phil Lewis. Nice little battle going on here. They crossed the line in the order Chappell, Lewis, Briggs, and right now they're running Briggs, Chappell, Lewis, so there's been lots of playing around, and also they're getting some help from Richard van Droog. The Dutchman is also, no, it's Matt Bates, my apologies, Matt Bates it is, there's number 18 is knocking on the door, so he's got past van Droog and is now attacking Spencer Briggs and Phil Lewis as Gary Chappell starting to feel the physical toil of wrestling that KX500 around these Wiltshire valleys, and he's got another one from Matt Bates knocking on his back door, although he got it slightly wrong in that corner and lost some time. And Briggs there, across the line in 5th place. Still Wheeler out in front. Brian Wheeler sets the next fastest lap at a 2:28.7. And he's still holding off Nickel, Dubach and Hoptroff with this little battle for 5th and 7th happening behind him. And then in 9th is the 141 of Rob Mead. He's just past Van Droog, who's dropped down to 10th place. And then the 116 of Dean Warren is fighting there just on the edge of the top 10 to try and get back into it.
Yes, Spencer Briggs, where's he in 5th? And brother Bradley, they have got such a collection of motorcycles. They have got them here on display under a purpose-built marquee. We went and caught up with them, what was it, on Friday, so fingers crossed at some point. In fact, it took so long to go around showing the bikes, it's quite a long edit, but we're going to hopefully play that in the stream later on, because the collection of bikes they've got Mike Brown's original Pro Circuit 125 with Mitch over there on display, just brilliant stuff. So Spencer and Brad, fanatical. The guys sponsor Dave Thorpe's team with Airport Autos, but the collection of bikes they've got is insane.
Pretty insane, the amazing collection of the amazing stuff they put together here. It does blow my mind because I'm not used to these events here, but the amount of effort that goes in, the way these bikes are turned out, there's just so much mechanical love going on into these machines. They really do get full attention there. Doug Dubach waving the stars and stripes, looking absolutely mint.
Spoke to Doug this morning.
Yep.
I asked him how he is, 60 years old, 60 years of age. You're watching a rider on track, let me just say that again, 60 years of age, looking like he's in his late 20s. I asked him how he was. He said, I feel like I've been riding a pogo hammer. He says, every part of my body aches everywhere. I'm used to riding the 250. He said, honestly, the 500 is a weapon, a beast. He said, I just feel coming out all the corners, getting on the power on those sharp edge bumps. He said, honestly, it feels like somebody has been punching me in the kidneys throughout the night. Yeah,
I don't doubt it. I mean, you see him walking around the paddock. He's a very slight guy. He's got no no shoulders to speak of. It just sort of goes down. He's a very, very slightly built guy, and to wrestle this machine at 60 years of age, like say, that means he was born in 1962. Is that right? That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, he was in his 30s in the mid-90s, and he's still out there now, which is just incredible. I love Gary Hopchoff's look. This Ricky Johnson setup is beautiful.
It is, absolutely. Gaz has made a real effort. As I said, Gary has raced numerous GPs around here in the mid-90s. He was in my generation. Me and Gary were out there as privateers trying to make the cut, and we were fortunate enough to do that on many occasions. So Gary reliving his 90 GP experience here. He will be beaming from ear to ear under that lid.
Yeah, and obviously the punishment of the KX500 is starting to take its toll on Dubach as Hopchoff is catching up there up the hill. They are now with a couple of laps to go, including the one they're on. So, yeah, this is going to be a tight contest here, and I'm not sure how Dubach's going to cope with the attention from Mr. Two Hop as he is on his backside there up in the 4th place. Looking very good. It'd be a flashback for Dubach, wouldn't it, getting passed by that kid? It'd be literally taken right back to the 1980s.
It probably would, yeah. He's like, God. He's like, am I getting so old that I'm losing my mind?
Deja vu, man. Oh, Dubach, he took the left-hand side there, and that was a very tight option, but he managed to squeeze through past the 121 rider, Sean Smith, to put a lap on him, and Sean looks over and sees Ricky Johnson catching him and goes, okay, after you, Rick. Oh, hang on, no, it's Hopchoff here.
If there was ever an ambassador, I know we could say that Mike Brown, he comes over and does a lot of winning, but if there's a genuine ambassador for this event, it's Doug Dubach. Yeah. He's been coming over so many times now, and he absolutely loves it. He gets involved, he walks around, he loves being a part of it. And as I said, at 60 years of age, to still be racing to this standard, brilliant.
Yeah, and he still looks like he's in his 40s when you see him walking. He doesn't look like he's 60 at all. I mean, it's obviously the drug of the sport, isn't it? It keeps you going. It's the best drug you can absolutely find out there.
You can see in 13th, Paul Denning. Paul is the team manager for the World Superbike team, Yamaha team. I think it's PATA. I'm not quite remember the full name of what they are, but now Paul runs Crescent Yamaha as well down in Dorset, and obviously then went on from there to run Superbike teams. I think he was also in charge of the Rizla Suzuki MotoGP team for some time.
Yeah, he was, yeah, and he's up there in 30th place. Look at this battle on screen, Jeff. This is the battle for the lead.
Now, these two know each other well.
They do, yeah. Former KTM teammates.
Yeah, they would have many British championships. The fast-starting Brian Wheeler. I'm sure Kurt in his career has had to put a move on Brian Wheeler many a time. He's thinking, yeah, Bry will be... I'll tell you what, if Bry gets one over on Kurt here, he'll be loving it.
Oh, he'd love it, absolutely. It's his the last lap now that they are on, so yeah, Kurt's not got long to catch up. He was right in his wheel tracks as they crossed the line, but Brian's made the best fist of the back markers and is through now with a bit of a more significant gap out in front. Change there for 6th place there as Phil Lewis, number 28, has just gone past the number 141 it is of Rob Mead, and Matt Bates has fallen down to 8th place as well. Number 12 of Gary Chappell is there in 9th place ahead of Dean Warren. But look at this scrap. Brian Wheeler. I did the father-son thing again. Yeah, Brian absolutely loving it out here on the CR500. Races regularly, of course, in this area, and yeah, knows this track very well.
He does. He had a little look over his shoulder just to see where Kurt was. I think Brian knows if he makes no mistakes, he should have this one in the bag. He's got enough gap with half a lap to go, or maybe a bit more over than half a lap now. Should bring it home. Now, if he crashes or makes a mistake, he's going to be on my case so much because I've now said that.
He'd also have to deal with the cackles from Kurt Nicholas if he was to go down in front of Kurt at this moment, for sure. Kurt would be beaming from ear to ear on that one. But yeah, Kurt's had a decent weekend in this class. He was 4th in race 1, but then took the second race victory yesterday. The winner of race 1 was Keith Johnson, the number 100 Kawasaki rider. He's not in a good position right now, as Keith can't see him actually on the leaderboard. So yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with him there, because he was 1st and 2nd yesterday. But across the line now to take his first race win of the weekend, Brian Wheeler takes the race win. It's a proper VMXdN now. We've had race wins from Kurt Nickel and Brian Wheeler. This is what it's all about. Great stuff from the local rider, and Nickel, I'm sure, would have enjoyed that as well. So yeah, 2nd place for Curtis. there in third, up there in second in this race. Coming up to take third position, looks like it's going to be Doug Dubach, unless Hopchoff has made a move on him in that last lap. They're going towards the finish line together. I'm just seeing the distance towards the finishing line, so we'll see how they cross over now. And Dubach took it, waves a big thumbs up to Gary Hopchoff behind him. And yeah, I'm sure that will feel very nice for Dubach to take in a good third position there. He has, yeah, he was third and fifth yesterday, so a third matches his best result so far. Hopchoff has had a fifth and a fourth, and his fourth again. And yeah, we're going to take you through to some messages from our sponsors, and we will see you back here for the next race.
Introducing the Fly Racing F16 riding gear in black, gray, and high vis. The F16 jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs. Lightweight, durable polyester construction for maximum performance and a comfortable fit. Our F16 pant features a mesh comfort liner to keep you cool and comfortable. Multi-directional stretch ribbing for flexibility. And low-profile stretch leg cuffs. Soft flex protective rubber details creates vents for airflow. The ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. Ratchet enclosure and waist belt allow for adjustability. The F16 riding gear from Fly Racing.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Hold back, think about it, so cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Introducing the Fly Racing Formula Carbon Tracer Helmet. featuring our adaptive impact system, a high-performance ecosystem of structural designs and energy-mitigating materials. With impact energy cells made of Rheon, the cells maximize absorption of low-speed linear and rotational impacts, reducing forces transmitted to the brain. Conehead EPS technology throughout the 12K shell, and expanded polypropylene chin bar. ECE DOT approved. The Formula Tracer is an extremely lightweight shell with superior penetration resistance, with safety as its foremost function. Featuring the true functional ventilation design with the washable moisture-wicking antimicrobial liner. This helmet is sure to keep you cool and comfortable. Weighing in at only 1,290 grams, the Formula helmet is at the forefront for motocross helmet technology. The Formula Carbon Tracer from Fly Racing.
Welcome back, guys and girls, wherever you are on planet Earth, the Spinning Stone. It's good, but definitely if you can make it here one time, TV does not give you the full experience. You need to be here to see the smells, to smell the smells, see the sights, just basically capture the whole vibe. There's so many bikes, so many people have made such an effort to do this whole Evo feel, get the bikes looking like they used to back in the day, the retro kit, etc. So just an unbelievable festival feel here at the VMXdN Foxhill. So my name's Jeff Perrett. I'm taking over now from Ben. Ben's gone back to do some other work. We kind of alternating here because we're going out to try and get some also pre-recorded content. On the line now is the Evo 125. This will be an absolute ripper like it was yesterday. Mike Brown on the inside in that armor crash helmet. He took the second moto win, I certainly remember that, but Nev Bradshaw was pushing him all the way, and Nev's right up the inside of him as well. There they go, look, 1 and 2, right on cue, up the inside. Bradshaw number 1, Mike Brown number 1, Bradshaw 2.72, and here we go again. Just as we finished off yesterday, Mike popping that big jump. I spoke to Mike this morning. He was looking happier. Well, obviously, they're getting more water down this morning, so he was happy about that. He said actually it's not, he's raced GPs here, of course. He said, you know, it's not one of his favourite venues in the world. But having said that, he said, you know, coming back, but the magnitude of the event and what it is, he just said it's just such a joy to be here. So away he goes on the opening lap. Will Bradshaw push him all the way? I've got no doubt he will. As you probably heard through my mic there, because I didn't quite press the mute button, that we might bring in a bit of a special guest in a minute, another rider who raced, maybe not so much this generation, but the generation before. So hopefully we'll be able to get said guest in a moment, which would be great. But this will be a good one. Brownie Bradshaw, you've got John May out there, Shane Holmes, Jack Bass, Scott Mathias, son of Pete, of course. Yeah, but these two were in a class of their own yesterday. So I expect good things from them. In this one, Bradshaw, as I said, he will ride anything motorised 2 wheels, no matter what time or day or night. The man cannot get enough. It's as simple as that. And here he goes. Oh, that's why I think we've got a rear puncher, maybe, or something going on. I wonder why he suddenly closed in on Mike Brown so quickly. So that's a shame. That's a shame for Brownie. And it's a shame for us, because I wanted to see another good shakedown between those two. But I don't know what Mike Brown's problem is. But clearly he looked down to the rear end of the bike. So he's either got a puncher. Nev's kind of finding where he is, looking out for him. We'll try and get back on Mike to see if he's still circulating. Has he come round? I think he has. Said guest I'm just about to introduce welcomes me with a punch to the ribs. He can't help himself. Right, so yeah, now let's see, Mike Brown's up and going again now, so I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe he had or a stone stuck as well. Anyway, it's been great pleasure. And I do mean that, even though he ribs me ridiculously, to bring in our next guest, Mr. Roger Harvey. Rog, how you doing?
I'm great, mate. Not so bad, considering.
All things considered.
Yeah, considering.
What are you up to these days? Before we get into it, tell us what your job role is, what you're doing.
My job title is advisor, and that's HRC, Motocross MXGP, basically, and that's my role.
That's it. So you cut back a bit on the travelling.
Yeah, that was the big thing.
Don't take this the wrong way, but you are pushing on.
I'm very pushing on. That's why I ain't out there. What's your excuse? You were always that little one on the 85. I was this age then.
Exactly, a little old man.
Yeah. Gordon Jones.
I didn't age very well at all. The mysterious case of Benjamin Button, but going the other way. But yeah, so you're still heavily involved. Obviously, a great year for you guys.
Oh, tremendous, to be honest, you think it's going to be easy because you've got that many points. Yeah. Oh, so easy. But then Ryder goes, oh, don't touch me. Yeah. Don't change the bike. Keep away from me on the track. I'll just dive inside and make sure I don't get tangled up on the start. All these things.
Tim, even with all his experience.
All his experience, but because he got such a big gap, he could think about every scenario that could go wrong, and others that we couldn't even think of. But he got the job done. So, and you've got to say he managed the championship well.
He's been some signing for you guys. I know you was influential in getting him on board. So you've got to be made up with that. So you're accountable for that. Well done.
Well, semi-accountable, but
So you got a great program going on with Honda. Loads of Hondas here, of course. And Honda are doing their bit. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, unfortunately, 2-strokes, which we don't do no more. But whenever I can get a push in to push anybody to look at 2-strokes again, I do. But it's absolutely, I get told we're a 4-stroke company, Roger. Please understand. Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, it is what it is, But obviously, as we said, so many CR125s in this race alone. We did say yesterday when they went onto the line, all we could see was red fenders. So it was a great era for Honda around that time, coming off the back of all the dominance from Suzuki in the early days. But Honda produced obviously Jean-Michel Bell going out and winning a 125 world title, then a 250 back in the day. But we got Ned Bradshaw leading the way in this one. Mike Brown did have a problem. I don't know whatever it was.
It was exhaust. You could hear it on the bottom.
Oh, okay. What? So he's
cracked. The exhaust cracked or something, or it was clanging.
Yeah. Scotty Matthew out there.
Scotty Matthew.
You'd have spent many a time racing with his old man.
Yeah, Pete. For years we did Grand Prix together. Yeah, we did. So I can't tell this story on air, actually. But,
there's plenty of them round the paddock.
Yeah.
I can tell you that.
Matt will know what I'm on about. Anyway. But there's Jack Bass, number 72. Rugeley lad. From where I come from, Jack is.
Yeah, you got, I think that's Ryan Hunt as well. Yeah, it is.
Is it Ryan?
Yeah, 777.
Another one of our riders.
Yeah.
My old riders. You're one of my old riders.
Yeah, exactly.
And Glenn Biscuit.
In fact, to be honest, Rog, there's probably going to be a 80 to 100 of riders that you helped out down the years.
Yeah.
So what do you think of it? You know, obviously you've been to Farley before, but now it's a new generation now, a new type of event. Evo, you know, the twin shocks are gone, and Wobbs and King have done a great job.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
So you rolled in today, you weren't there yesterday?
No, just come today. I watched some of it on the TV. I was out for part of it, but I was listening to your conversations yesterday. Yeah.
So walking through the paddock, it's just the amount of people. I bet you're getting stopped.
Yeah. I'd left my helmet on for a bit and nobody knew what. But it's just good to see him, you know.
Brilliant, isn't it?
And but you've got. I knew you when you were, you know, a young guy, and now who are you? You know, they change, But like, have they hit the sweet spot here with this?
Oh, haven't they?
Hey, King and Wobbs, you know, they've just hit the sweet spot. Brilliant.
Yeah, it is brilliant. And of course, such an iconic venue, you know, for this era, obviously.
Yeah.
Prior to that, as Ben mentioned in commentary yesterday, you know, when you were racing GPs, it was kind of Hawkstone and Farley alternating each year.
Absolutely.
But then as we got to the 90s, you know, obviously because of the way the sport developed and things like that, we moved to bigger venues for the infrastructure.
Yeah.
And here we are talking about infrastructure, like the field here just rammed. I don't remember it being so many vehicles parked here for GPs. Honestly, look at that in the back.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. I looking on the pictures yesterday, thought, oi. So what I've done, I've parked a way out.
Quick getaway experience.
Yeah. I don't do queues. You should see me at an airport. I'm an embarrassment to whoever I'm with.
That's probably another reason why. You know, are you sure the HRC probably said, you know what, he's letting us down at the airports with his behaviour. We've got to make sure he stays at home more.
Yeah, please.
Oh, dear. So you know, going forward then, I mean, I know obviously certain things you can never divulge or whatever, but the HRC programme is really, to me, feels like it's so back and forth. We're kind of like almost seeing like what it was like in the 80s with the effort going in, certainly with the 250 program in Europe, getting Gordy involved, and then of course in America with the Lawrence brothers.
Oh, they're on it.
You've struck gold there, haven't you?
Yeah, they were boys. Geico was signing them, on about Hunter, and I forget what the guy's name was, rung me and said, you know, tell me about Hunter Lawrence and this, that and the other, because obviously he was doing a bit on our side then in Europe. And I said to him, yeah, Hunter, by all means, he's going to get there, he's going to do it, you can be sure. But whatever you do, get his brother.
Yeah.
Just get his brother signed alongside, no matter, just get his brother.
Because you would have seen him.
Well, yeah, but to be honest, I saw him a little bit, not a lot, but just hearing from everybody. And so what I saw, I was like, whoa, you know, you could see something there. And I just said, yeah, get his brother. And they did, thankfully. Yeah. And it worked out for them. So happy days, Them boys are on it.
But across the board as well, like obviously, like the actual production models, you know, after, you know, arguably, like, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but a few lean years, particularly maybe with the 250 or whatever, now that's straight out of the box. That's looking like it's a competitive bike again. And a lot of the development now is going on through our motocross program, MXGP. So, yeah, that's where everything's fed back. What Tim's doing, that's fed back for production guys, you know, for the future. Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
you know, what you see with Tim is basically what's going to be there in the future. So, yeah.
It's great. I love it. It raises the bar. It's going to get all the other manufacturers, particularly KTM, that have had a real good run.
Absolutely.
You
They've
know.
done a hell of a job.
Yeah.
Hell of a job.
So now, you know, it's just good for the sport.
And who would have thought when you were on KTM?
Yeah.
Who would have thought
Who would have thought that, exactly.
Oh, Gordy Jones, he'd be smiling up there.
Yeah, I'd have never thought that. But there we go, that's how it works. So Nev Bradshaw is comfortably away in this one. Johnny May, we've seen a lot of airtime for Johnny there, number 35. Yeah, and I don't think, I think that's Shane Holmes. I say if it's Stephen, if it is Stephen, last time I saw Stephen ride, if he's going that quick, he's made a big improvement.
Is that right?
Because Steve was all busted up last time I saw him ride.
Was
he still had a bad knee and he couldn't, but yeah, and that's Shane Holmes.
It's great motocross, isn't it?
Isn't it just? Oh, yeah, it's...
Bradley.
Yeah, Bradley Briggs is out there.
Yeah.
So we featured, we're going to hopefully play that in the lunch break here on the live. Oh! Big over the end for Jack Bass.
Jack, no.
Oh, has he not rung his bell? He's up. That's always a good sign. He looks a little bit punch drunk.
Yeah.
Oh,
Jack. That was not the lap to do it on the
No,
last lap.
adrenaline got him up there, luckily off the
Fourth.
track.
So he dropped out of fourth.
Oh, the big classic. These hills, Rog, they're
Yeah.
unforgiven.
They always have been the same, though, haven't they?
Yeah.
You know.
So the first, did you ever get to ride the first?
I did ride the first one, I think. I was trying to think yesterday, and I think I rode. When did it first open?
Oh,
Do you know?
was it? I think it was Neil help us out.
84?
84? 83, 84.
84. When this opened.
Yeah. I think it was.
Well, that's because I finished in 85.
Yeah, so you were.
I think I got the first one. Yeah, I can almost half remember going off them hills thinking.
I knew it had been there towards the tail end of your career.
Yeah.
You know, you wouldn't have ridden this in your prime, but
No.
yeah. And they started in the valley, didn't they? They start where down in the bottom of the valley, and it just swept straight into the valley.
On a downhill start and sharp right onto the straight or the jumps that we know now, which we see now. Yeah,
that's awesome. I can just hear out the TV truck, the air horns going off.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Nev will be loving that.
Yeah.
He's going to be coming out later on, obviously for Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
In the team event race. They're currently in third, by the way, the reigning champions. It's America leading the way by 1 point over TGP. Nev's just threw in a heel clicker. He's still supple enough to do that.
Yeah, good on him.
He rides more. He rides more than anybody I know.
Exactly. And still enjoys it, doesn't he?
Yeah, he loves it. So a race win for Nev.
Well done, Rev.
Nice one with that.
Good.
Johnny May's going to come in second, and obviously that crash for Jack Bass, it means Shane Holmes going to come in third. Jim Davis looks like he's going to get fourth, and Ryan Hunt is going to get sixth.
Yeah.
So there's Alan again. He's got his suit on in full prep today. I said he could be straight out of a Madness
he could, couldn't
specials.
he? Yeah.
Good stuff. We're going to go to a quick advert, and we'll be back again straight after with what races up next. Super Evo Open.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do it cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Introducing the Fly Racing Light Special Edition Avenge Racewear. The light jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, and the zero cuffs provide unrestricted mobility and a comfortable fit. Low-profile, streamlined taped collar, and multi-panel construction for maximum performance and comfortable fit. The BOA Fit system, located on the front of the pants, provides a lighter and faster zipperless entry with a wider range of adjustability. Four-way stretch panel construction for maximum comfort and movement. And leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching. Mesh panels on back of knees, hips, and lower legs. And a lightweight, minimalist design. The Light SE Avenge in black and sunset from Fly Racing.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do it cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
such a great track and just a great event. You know, I would have never thought when I first got invited over in 2012 that this thing would turn into what we're seeing today. You know, I mean, it was huge that day.
Okay, that was always great to chat to Harv. As we said, he's so now one of the top men at HRC Honda, so it's good to know what he's up to. So we are now coming out. The race you're now about to watch is the Super Evo Open. You'll see them on their sighting lap. Look at the crowds. I mean, that is just taking it back to the glory days of GPs here. Obviously not quite as big as crowds as they were back then, but I can tell you, this is the biggest crowd we've had at Foxhill for certainly well over a decade or more. No doubt about that. And as I said, a big tip of the hat to Dave King, Doc Wobbles, and all the guys at the Languish Club that have worked on the track tirelessly and helping running the event. Look at it across there. You are currently looking at the A paddock, so that's where the likes of Ryan Villopoto, Mike Brown, Gordy Crockard, Jake Nichols, Brian McKenzie. There's Team Scotland there, actually, as we pan across. So it's just brilliant. All round, unbelievable event. The vibe, I can't say enough. So honestly, wherever you are in the world, bank holiday August, every year, I'm sure this will stick now. And get yourself here, because watching it on TV is one thing, but being here and just soaking up the atmosphere is something else. So yeah, we had some great racing in this next class coming up. Well, all classes actually yesterday, Super Evo Open. So basically, just these guys, sort of slightly more modern bikes, and the age group as well. I think we've got like Ryan Vose coming out in this next one. I seem to remember him looking good yesterday in one of the races. So expect good racing all the way through. The running order, by the way, we have the Super Evo Open up next, the race you're about to watch. They're on their sighting lap, as I said. Then we have Evo Open over 30. Then the big one, the VMXdN team race. And as I said, there's only 1 point difference because it currently stands between USA. Their team is Mike Brown, Ryan Villopoto, and Zach Osborne. Look at that. We've got the Swedes in now. So we've got the Vikings in. Now, this is it. You see, they've set the benchmark now for the first year. They've made a real effort. People watching next year, I want people coming out here really getting behind each nation. I want to see colours, all sorts going on. That's what we need going forward with this event. Get the real vibrancy in it. As we said, we're going to be doing a parade lap later on for some other legends. I've led to believe that Dave Thorpe might be going out. Not sure if we're going to be able to get Rick Johnson on a bike. He's here as well. Great. I was walking through the pits last night. I didn't disturb the guys, and under that little Honda pop-up there, I walked past Rick Johnson, Dave Thorpe, and Kurt Nichol having a good old chin wag. I thought, wouldn't that be cool just to stick the GoPro into that conversation? But I thought, no, let them reminisce and catch up, whatever they were talking about. But they were just all looking super chilled out, laughing and joking, and it's just amazing, the rivalries that they used to have. And that's what the sport of motocross does. It's a real leveler. I don't care what anybody says. It's the sport of kings. You basically, anybody that races a motocross bike, they appreciate how hard it is. So you don't get this kind of snobbery. Top riders will always just try to do their best to help out any amateurs, clubmen. We all know how hard and tough it is, the commitment just to go racing. But when you reach the high end, talking to Ryan Villopoto yesterday or Friday, you know, basically saying how intense it was for him. It was a job, stuff like that. And one rider basically that was a great pro rider. He then had a horrific injury, but he's now come back and then retired, family man, and he stepped in to fill in for Tommy Searle, was Mel Pocock. We caught up with Mel out there yesterday, so sit back and enjoy this one.
Mel, drafted in to the Team GP, rocking pole position, sticking it to Villopoto. How does it feel?
Pretty special, isn't it, really? That was unexpected, I will be honest, but yeah, P1, I'm not going to take that away from him. Never normally that good in qualifying, ever, like, seriously. But no, I'm pumped. P1, pretty
See,
cool
that's
event.
what happens. See, you rest your body up, have a bit of hiatus, you come back all rejuvenated.
Yeah.
Did you honestly, did you really enjoy that?
I loved it, honestly. I've not ripped a two-stroke like that forever. It was pretty sick. Brad got in front of me on the first lap. He knew the track, so I was like, right, head down, follow him. I knew that it was already Team GB out. Really, so I was like, yeah, this is sick. But yeah, P1, I'm pumped, like really, really pumped. That pressure's on now, isn't it?
No, don't start dumping pressure on yourself. The real pressure is if you do well enough, you might earn yourself a new Bell helmet.
Oh, that'd be nice. Thanks, guys.
Listen, have fun out there, mate.
Thank you. Hope you guys have a good weekend.
We will. They are pole setter in the main team event. Mel Pocock, Team GB, come on. Yeah, Mel, he's loving it. I'm telling you, you know, never really raced a two-stroke. Mel, when he was youth career, he jumped on the Honda 150 when he was in those 85cc classes, and then basically he's ridden four-strokes all the time. So first time he's really kind of got to grips with a two-stroke, and honestly, he's been loving it. In fact, I've been catching up with him and his new comedy partner on numerous occasions throughout the weekend. Obviously very close friends with Zach Osborne. When Zach was racing in the UK, used to stay a lot with Mel. And they're turning into a little comedy double act. So I went over and spoke to them earlier on. So hopefully some point today in the stream, we'll be able to fit that in as well. See what they were saying this morning. A little bit of banter between the two of them, because obviously one is racing for Team USA, one is racing for Team GB. Yeah, they're having an absolute blast over there, the guys. We are just getting the, what we got out next, the Super Evo Open class stacked and racked. They coming in from their sighting lap, so we're going to be going racing anytime soon. As we said, look at the crowd there, just enjoying the British bank holiday weekend. We're actually having some good weather, not quite as hot as yesterday, a little bit more overcast, and I have to say, for everybody at the venue, unless you're that vain that you need to top up your tan, it's much better. It's better for the riders, it's better for the track won't dry out quite as quick as it did yesterday. And it's better for the fans, a little bit more, a little bit cooler, but definitely nice t-shirt weather out there. A lot of people you can see doing their thing. There's Doc Wobbs' stand over there. They've been doing hospitality and merchandise. You can, yeah, you can get all kinds of things over. They're doing these little pint glasses with Mike Brown on, half pints with Tommy Searle on. So he's now aptly been named Tommy Half Pint. In fact, we caught up with Tommy Searle earlier on today, so we might be able to get that at some point in the proceedings as well. Yeah, so we basically, that's what we try and do, because over the far side, to get a live signal to go and do the interviews over there is not that straightforward. So, because we're over the other side, so we go and do a lot of pre-recorded stuff. And if we've got the time in the day to fit it in the production here, we will get it in. If not, we will post it up on our YouTube channel as separate edits. So remember, start liking and subscribing MXN-TV on YouTube. Better quality on YouTube. We do go out on Facebook and of course on some of our sponsors Facebook pages as well. So we're getting out there everywhere around the world, but the best place to probably watch is on MXN-TV's YouTube channel. Basically just higher definition, and of course it's there to stay. Free to view. You can go back and watch it anytime you want. All we're asking you to do is like and subscribe the page. Simple as that. You don't have to do no more than that. We're not going to be getting you to punch in any credit card details or anything like that. It's free to view. MXN-TV, British Motocross. We're covering the Michelin MX Nationals. We're covering the Revo British Championship. We covered the Hawkstone International. So basically, yeah, we're going to be doing a lot more of this. Okay, this is the Super Evo Open. Somebody going early, I think that was Ben Millwood on that WR Yamaha. As they come round the first corner, another blinding start for Ryan Vos. He looks good out there. He was brilliant yesterday. He was immaculate. Ryan has always been such a sublime rider, up on the pegs, very energy efficient, and he makes the early getaway. But we've got Joachim Carlson out there. Joachim, Jockey, I think a three-time or two-time British champion, GP rider back in the day. Basically came into the 250 class. So I know Jockey well, used to race for the British Championship and GPs. Well, basically I saw the back of his shirt on too many occasions, but not for very long, I got to say.
as he'd clear off to the front and I'd be buried mid-pack. But anyway, it's great to see Yoki here. I don't know why he's not actually riding for Team Sweden. I always thought he'd be a good bet. But I'm sure as this event grows, which it will, even more, we're going to see more, I would say, ex-GP riders and whatever coming out of the woodwork to race for their country. I've got no doubt about that. So, yeah, as we said, Tom Van Loon is out there as well. We've got Brett Fisher, Paul Byrne, James Barnwell, Aaron Pullman, Danny Tollett, another, he used to race GPs, 125s back in the day. Ryan Pullman, we've got, I love this story, we've got Dave and Steve Grimshaw. So Dave is Tom Grimshaw's dad. I think obviously Steve is Tom's uncle. The Grimshaws absolutely love their motocross. So again, they got bragging rights going on between the two brothers in this one. And I should imagine Tom's over there stirring it up as much as he can as well between them. Steve Wells on that brilliant Kawasaki, that number 47. I think he had a problem with a radiator hose, looked like it came off yesterday or something. It was steaming everywhere. It looks like he's got that KX Factory 500 SR basically back running. I saw him going up the hill, but Vosey's going to take some catching here, Ryan Vose. Now, Ryan, I know Ryan well. We were fortunate enough to be Kawasaki development riders for the new KX 450 when it came out back in the day. And spent a lot of time in Europe and in testing that before it went on the market. And Ryan mentioned this yesterday, but and in the end, Ryan was the last man standing. We had to ride all day. The bike just had to keep going, and by the end of it, like the rest of us was shot. So Ryan did about the last 4 sessions. So he's fit. He's kept himself in good shape, and he's out there on that, I believe, Steve Clifford tuned 500 Honda. Currently in 8th. 9th is Robin Tiermere. And then we've got in 10th, Ryan Matthews. That's your top 10. 11 to 20 is James Barnwell. Dan Tollett is in 12th. 13th is Martin Cuddy. Then it's Jordan Cutting for 14th. Ben Millward on that Yamaha 500 WR is currently in 15th ahead of Sean Turkington. Then Steve Wells in 17th on that factory KX SR 500. Then we've got Richard Watts. 19th is Adrian Dealey, and rounding out the top 20 is Ryan Pullman. So there you go. Dave Grimshaw is currently in 22nd, so beating his brother Steve. 5-lap races here. We've got, this is the 3rd race of the weekend for their class. Everybody had 2 races yesterday, so they're going to get 2 races today. 9 points over those 4 races wins the overall. It's pretty simple. So they're all accumulating as we go over the weekend, but I don't think anybody's going to be able to catch Ryan Vose. He's in a class of his own in this Super Evo Open. We've got the Evo Open over 30s coming up next, and then after that it's the big one. It's the team event. It's the big one between particularly USA, GB. They've got quite a good lead ahead of currently Northern Ireland reigning champions back in 3rd. Let me just get my, I keep getting these messages fired over from the guys in timing and up to speed with the current running order. So you can hear somebody cheering on, somebody going, come on, Bosey. Well, he's getting his support out there. Just to give you a quick rundown, we're going to be going over this again shortly, but for the big VMXdN team event, Team USA are currently on 30 points, Team GB on 31, and then Northern Ireland on 45. Fairhurst Wessex, that's Jake Nichols, Mark Eastwood, those guys, they are currently 4th ahead of East Anglia. Then it's Scotland, Wales. Okay, we've got some great racing going on. As you can see, Tom Van Loon getting on the back there of Paul Byrne. So this is a good one. So Tom out there coming over, I think from Belgium, I believe. It could be Holland. My apologies either way. No, it's Belgium. So he's out there. So Tom on that big KX 500, lovely on the gas. Of course, this is Evo Open, Super Open. So you can ride whatever you like. So basically there, Tom using the power of the big 500 as he just blew past Paul up that hill. But of course, a 500 much harder to sort of navigate around these tighter sections. So swings and roundabouts, but of course the power sapping hills, the 500 comes into its own, just rips its way up there. Obviously, a smaller bike. If you're brave enough, you can get that time back going down a hill. But I'll tell you what, to charge down these hills, I can tell you through past experience, that hill they've just come down, your body G's out at the bottom of that. You absolutely feel it. Your body, to stay stood up, you just feel like you get pushed down into the seat, into the handlebars. Yeah, you can really feel the forces up and down these hills. And of course, these guys, they don't necessarily ride all the time anymore. You know, they're basically part-timers. Some of them still ride for a bit of fun or whatever, but as you get older as well, you definitely feel it more. I can vouch for that one too. But Tom looking good. He's being very smooth on that throttle control, I noticed. Which you, on a 500 round here, let's be honest, you don't want to start lighting it up, bashing berms and blowing out ruts and stuff like that. You've got to be nice and smooth. Up that big step up. I think they remember that was a thing from GPs. I remember when I first came here, that was part of the circuit, certainly the early days, and I think 92, no, sorry, 94 probably was the first time. No, it could be 92 I first came here. Anyway, I remember the Rinaldi Yamahas, all white, pretty much Yamaha and white kit of Donny Smith, Alexander Puzar and Bobby Moore, all going out on circuit for the first time and launching that big triple up the hill. Yeah, it was good stuff, and it's still good stuff to this day. It's sort of bringing back, it's like I said, back to the future stuff going on. It's literally like we've been put in a time machine. But just everybody's faces are a bit older. It's the only difference. But yeah, great to see so many people out here. So as we said, we've been out and about doing stuff. We're going to later on as well, we'll probably go out there into the waiting zone for the second lot of racing and catch up with some riders just before they go on the line. We've been into the paddock doing a load of recording, so hopefully we'll try and fit that in. We are scheduled to, as I said, have a track parade, or a riders parade at lunchtime. As we said yesterday, if you're tuning in, we're kind of, has got a unique style with the race format at the VMXdN. It's just a start time. Beyond that, I think only the organisers know what's happening at any one point.
Yes, it is indeed. Yeah. Hi guys. Sorry, just have to be back to.
Ben is back.
To do the job I was initially hired for here to sell programs for TMX, as well as write articles in them as well. But yeah, so thankfully MXN-TV has got involved as well, and they've asked me kindly to sort of come across and help out in the booth. Jeff has been manning very well. How's it going? Reaching for the strepsils, Jeff. Obviously, you've been talking way too much.
I am. Yeah, second day of, well, it's not. It's just constant talking. I've been here since Thursday, and I don't think I've stopped talking. You know, and you kind of politely like to go to people. Look, do you mind not talking to me? But there's just so many people to talk to, and that want to catch up and reminisce and stuff like that. So I'd like to think I've been brought up correctly, and you know, I want to make time to talk to people that talk to me. And but yeah, now the throat is suffering. I can safely say to all my family, tomorrow, don't expect anything out of me.
Yep, you're going to be Mr. Silent.
Yeah, I'm going to be muted tomorrow. Yeah, basically, to save the throat.
Good stuff, yeah. So we see here this last lap time now for the Super Evo Open class. Ryan Bowes there taking the last lap flag. In fact, he's done that already. 12 seconds clear now of Joachim Karlsson. And then Tom van Loon is there in third place, the 101. That beautifully turned out Kawasaki with the proper Belgian colours. We've seen those colours racing around Foxhill very nicely before, haven't we, Jeff?
Oh, we certainly have, to good effect. Yeah, obviously they took the Motocross of Nations here. It's a team event, of course it is, but let's be honest. The performance of Stefan Everts that day, I think, kind of rubber stamped their victory. The fact that he was, in the end, the only rider to be able to circulate and lap the entire field, why it looked like a scene from the Somme on that hill. He was literally jumping over riders that were just stranded, like they were almost like mud wrestling in a Las Vegas bar. Yeah,
the world's best that day, and we're talking about some of the Americans that were there as well. Doug Henry, Ricky Carmichael in the start
John
of his
Dowd.
career.
I mean, John Dowd was was a great mud rider.
Yeah, no slouch whatsoever, and yeah, Stefan did his stuff there. Talking to him on the phone about him actually for the article here in the VMXdN program, which you'll be able to buy from the TMX website, by the way. Yeah, that one is a nice article. Managed to talk to Stefan Everts and Sebastian Tortelli, as well as Kurt Nickel, Rob Herring, and Paul Malin about this Foxhill, and also Bob Moore about their time around this Foxhill track. And Stefan in particular was about that day. He was like, yes, I lost the World Championship a few weeks before to Sebastian, but then he went to Foxhill, and in his own words, he said he did his thing.
He did do his thing. There were some great battles that year. I was fortunate to be part of them, not in them, but when they come round to lap me, probably, you know, it was probably about the 30-minute mark, something like that. Of course, we used to have 40-minute motos back then. Yeah, I got a front row seat, you know, literally, like, I was, trust me, fully conscious that I knew at some point those two are going to be coming past me. So I had like one eye on track, one eye looking behind. Obviously, we had blue flags anyway back in the day, and yeah, I got a great view sometimes for some of those two.
Ryan Vose just had a great view of the checkered flags there. First one to take them in this race. I think that's 3 from 3 for Ryan Vose in this class. Jockey Carlson there in a solid second place again. Tom Van Loon third. Paul Byrne up there in 4th place. And then the number 33, Mr. Tomlin, is there in 5th place. So yeah, I managed to talk to, like I say, talk to Stefan Everts there, and there was a few tales he told me about this place. He straight away liked it. He didn't start winning immediately, although he did win more Grand Prix here than anybody else ultimately. He won 3 on the trot, of course, and yeah, that was sorting out the wires here. Yeah, and that was his sort of glory years. Then it was, as he said, a very stressful situation where he was just racing at absolute maximum effort against Tortelli, and after he called it Everts Hills, Tortelli himself actually said that he wanted to go out and kill him. This is exactly his words. He said after he heard about the Everts Hills, he thought it was disrespectful, and he literally wanted to go out on track and kill him. Those were his exact words to me, which tells you everything you need to know about the full aggression that Sebastian Tortelli used to put into his racing. He won 2 Grand Prix here, of course, on the 125 1996, racing against Paul Malin as well. So yeah, we had some great years there around this Foxhill circuit. So here we are then, as we remember this, just taking the storyline here for the Evo Open. Ryan Vose takes the race win again. Jockey Carlson 2nd, Tom Van Loon 3rd, Paul Byrne in 4th place, Brad Tomlin in 5th place, James Barnwell moved up on the last lap to overtake Luke Hill, ahead of Ryan Matthews, Ben Millwood and Brett Fisher.
Okay, we're just going to quickly, we're going to go to an ad very quickly, and then we got another guest in the booth to speak to when we come back.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Welcome back again, folks. Here we are. We're back at Foxhill. We got this next race coming out, but before they're on their sighting lap, as we said, there's so many legends walking about here, and I'm pleased to say, not calling him a legend just yet, but he could be a future legend. Being joined by Bobby Bruce of the AC United Gas team. Bob, you tell me when you were born. What year?
2004.
That's ridiculous. I mean, you not even, no idea. So you've never seen a GP around here. You've ridden around Foxhill. What do you think of out there today? It's pretty.
I can't believe it. I used to watch the old videos of when they had the nations and stuff here with all the people, and then I rocked up this morning. There was queues to get in. It was like, it'd be nice if a British Championship was like this. But it's good to see everyone come out and watch motocross again. It shows that there is still fans in motocross.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course I don't want to big you up too much. But obviously. We're all trying to get behind you to make sure that, you can go on and have a great GP career. Obviously, a bit of a setback this year with the injury, but you're now back, firmly making plans with the team for next year. So what are those plans?
Well, we're going to finish this year off with MX Nationals next weekend, and then the last round at Landrake for the British. And then we've been having brief discussions, but hopefully to race the full GPs next year, get our toe stuck in with that. And just have fun, really. Try and get a full season, a full winter prep under our belt, and see how it goes. Hopefully another year like last year.
It's an amazing learning curve, isn't it? How have you found that? Stepping up, obviously we've worked together on Team Green, and then great that Lee is really getting behind British talent yourself and whatever, and giving you that opportunity. How much do you feel? Do you feel you're on track? How much have you learned in the last year and a half alone? And I'm not on about just the riding, but everything else, like dealing with injuries and all that. Do you feel like that's kind of benefited you because you've had time off the bike to sit back and reflect and know what it's all about?
Yeah, 100%. And Lee and Craig from Depp, he helps out so much, and they really pushed me to go to the GPs. We raced Sweden and Finland a few weeks ago, and the whole team's it's like a family. We all win together, we lose together, and we all want the best. So it's a good team to be around, and also they teach you like everything you need to know, really. Bike set up, everything. You need to be capable of living on your own. It's good. I enjoy it.
Yeah, and you are no stranger to two-strokes. So, like Mel Pocock, for example, I said he started riding a Honda 150 and has never really raced a two-stroke. You came through, obviously, 85s for Team Green, and then you've obviously had a couple of years on the 125, but never this generation. Would you love to... have you ever ridden one of these older bikes?
No, I haven't, but me and Lee, when we first rocked up, there was like, why didn't we book him for this? And I was like, next year we got to. He went 100%, so hopefully we'll be here next year.
You see, there you go. That's awesome, the fact that this next generation, and I know that's what Kinger and Wobbs wanted, this whole kind of thing to bridge the generational gap. You'd have to get an old bike. What would be your bike of choice? Because you're not from that generation, so if you had to pick anyone, I know you ride for Gas, but Gas didn't have a bike like they did, but not like the Honda and the Yamaha and all that. So what would you go for?
I'm not sure. I'd have to ride a few first because I've never even swung a leg over one of these. And me and Lee were speaking to Wob earlier, and we were saying that we need to get one built up. So I think next year we'll have to make one and then hopefully race.
I just know that the AC United team will be here in force next year. Hopefully if it doesn't, with your schedule to go and race GPs and stuff like that, it'll be really good. Yeah, so Bob's looking forward to the season ahead as well. Are you going to take time off, or are you now in a way that because you've lost half the season, have you thought about that? Are you still going to stick to what would your regular plan if you'd have done a full season, or are you just now going to almost have the advantage of starting work earlier?
I think we're gonna ride the whole way through. Last year we had a month off, and whereas I've just had 6 months off, I think not go full guns blazing all off season, but we can have some months where we just focus on one thing at a time, and then hopefully stay injury free, which is the main goal coming into the season. I think that's a big part, having a good winter.
Yeah, absolutely. And got any plans of where you're going to go?
Well, Craig's got a house out in Spain, so we'll spend a lot of time out there. But Belgium, I think, is the main base we want to be based in, with all the top boys, and just get a good base out there.
Yeah, that sounds good. Right, here we go. This is going to be gate drop. This is the Evo Open over 30. So again, this will be another ripper. You see Lewis Toombs there with his Camel racing big number 66. But Brad Anderson with the whole shot. Now Ando is riding that big 500. Then he comes straight off of this. And then goes straight out into the VMXdN race, which is something else. What I'm going to do here, we're going to lead them just round on the first lap, and then we are going to go to a quick pre-recorded interview that we did in the paddock this morning. You can still watch the racing. We'll put that on a little box down in the corner. But we went out in the paddock earlier on and caught up with a few people. So we want to try and get those little interviews into the live stream before we go live. Bobby, you would have, let me work this out. Have you ever raced Brad Anderson?
Yeah, I did. Last year, Cullum, first round. He roosted me the whole motor and then let me pass with about a few laps to go.
You've got to be the first person he's ever let pass.
I couldn't believe it. He just pulled over down the hill. I was like, oh, thank you.
I've never known Brad Anderson let anybody pass, ever.
I don't know if there was something wrong with the bike or
yeah,
he was a bit tired.
Yeah, it must have been something like that, because I can't believe for a second that he'd have let you by. Did he try any of those old school intimidation tricks by shouting at you or anything like that when you were racing?
No, I was behind him, so I was screaming at him, but he weren't budging.
He won't budge, mate. He won't budge at all. Oh, dear. Yeah, so you've got, I mean, obviously you've got to race a lot of the older guys coming in this year. You are, you know, obviously the next generation. You, Joel Rizzi, you know, guys like that, Lewis Hall, all that generation coming through. Do you feel any pressure? I know, you know, we never, it's always tough. Like I just said, you know, you're our next generation, our next hope. But you are. So do you feel that, or not really thinking about it, just focusing on what you're doing?
Not really think about it, to be honest. I just go out there and ride the best I can do, and I know if I do that, I will be up there with the top boys. And especially in the GPs, when I went there a few weeks ago, I was running inside the top 15 until 10 minutes ago. So I was really chuffed with that, and I know I can be there. So
I certainly hope so. I haven't worked with you from a younger age and whatever. Yeah, it'd be a proud moment to see you up there if you do ever get it up there on a GP podium. That'd be bang on. So we're just going to lead them over. I'm going to tell you the first 10 as they cross the line on the timing. Then we're going to go to a quick interview we did earlier on over in the paddock just before the main race. We've got plenty of them, and as I said, if we don't show them on the post-event, basically, so you can keep an eye out for them. We've been around the paddock doing a load of little interviews, chatting to a load of the top riders. Okay, so it's Brad Anderson leading the way. Lewis Toombs is currently in second. Alex Hornsby for third. Then it's Barry Turnbull in fourth. Michael Ogden is currently in fifth ahead of Ben Gillett. Then it's Charlie Hollis for seventh. Johnny Boy Barfoot in eighth. We're going to throw, while you're watching this race, we're going to put that down in a little box in the screen so there'll be no commentary. But we caught up earlier in the pits with a rider that was meant to be racing here. We all know the reason why he couldn't, Tommy Searle. But we caught up with Tommy, who's been enjoying his day out or weekend here at the VMXdN. Okay, we're here walking around the paddock Sunday morning, just catching up with this man. Obviously, we all know the story why you couldn't ride, understandable, but it looks like you're having a good time. I saw you in the beer tent last night.
Yeah, no, I think I'd have been safer. I was on the beer tent doing a bit of table dancing in there, pissed up, so if I have, it'd probably be safer me racing than dancing on tables, wouldn't it?
I suppose it would be. You're here. Is there a part of you that obviously now looking at it having ripped that two-stroke? Because to be honest, when you first had your test ride on it, that was better than what you thought, wasn't it, the old two-stroke?
Yeah, no, the bike's great. Everything Wob does, and the event as well now that he's put on. But the bike was good, and then it is a shame. I've enjoyed watching at the same time. It's something different. I race every weekend, don't I, as well? So I'm not worried about watching, but to see how busy it is here, and personally, I think I could be fighting for the win. So if I was able to win in front of this crowd, just watching it when they come through the valley and you had Brad Anderson trying to pass Brown in and you had Mel pass Villopoto, I was one of the crowd getting excited thinking this is the nuts. So if I could have been in that battle, and I think I should be, there's no reason why I wouldn't be fighting for the win, then it would be a very nice feeling with the crowd being so big.
Next year, it's going to happen. But obviously, the news has broke that Dad's Army is off to Redbud. Yourself, Dino, and Max, the team that put it on the box in 17. Yeah. How do you feel about that? I know you, so many times you've gone, well, I always get knocked by everybody on social media anyway, so you don't care. Not this year.
Not this year. I'm top boy on the forums. But no, I generally feel like I've earned my place, and I feel like I should be in the team. I've done well all year. I've won 5 out of 7 British Championships so far, and hopefully I can wrap that up before we go. But I've really enjoyed it. Yeah, I've enjoyed the whole season, so I'm going to go out there and enjoy it. And I didn't mind who my teammates were, but I do really get on well with Dean. I'm going to stay with him after, go to Orlando. So I think the team atmosphere, just being friends with Max as well. Max is great, and I don't know how many times we've been together before, whether it's 2 or 3. Yeah, I can't remember. I know we've done MICHELIN, but I don't know when the 3 of us were together before that.
Don't ask me, I got a memory like terrible.
I'm really looking forward to a race. It's always a great event. I raced Red Bud before at 17 or whenever it was, 18 was it, and yeah, I love it. So let's go out, do our best. That's all we can do, and I look forward to it.
Good to chat to you as always, Tommy. Enjoy the day, mate. Go steady. He'll be doing plenty of Tommy Searle at the VMXdN.
Yeah, good to hear from Tommy there. We obviously wish the Next Nations team all the success that they can in Red Bud over there for the Motocross Nations. Joined in the commentary booth here by another special guest, John Adamson. Welcome to the booth, sir. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. We're out here at VDMX, and it's just sunshine, and it's a nice event to come to.
Yeah, incredible, isn't it? You've had a decent year, haven't you? First year in the MX1 class for you after a good race in MX2 last year. I mean, how's your season been? How are you feeling about it at the end of it? You're grinning when I say good year. Obviously, you disagree with me.
Well, it's been a bit rough and tumble. We've obviously built a lot on speed, which is obviously great. Just need to iron out a few mistakes that we've been having. The 450 sure bites when you just give it a big handful. So hopefully the speed's been good, and hopefully we can bring it all together next year and be more towards the front consistently.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird at the moment in the Revo Championship, isn't it? Also in the British scene, you've kind of got those sort of 4 aliens, haven't you? You've got the coolest Searle, Gilbert, Simpson sort of quad going on there, but you've been really chipping away at them and getting in amongst them, starting amongst them for a few occasions, which was looking to be good. So what's your thoughts on Landrake? Do you think you got a podium chance? Is that what you're sort of going in for?
Obviously, in the past, when I've started with them, I've been managing to hang with them, so I think, as everyone knows, in the race, the start's a huge part of it. When you're at our level, the times are so close, so obviously the podium's the goal, but again, if I can just be close to them, that would be great, and come out healthy and build on for next year.
Nice one. So you got obviously plans for training this season. You're going to be with the same team again next year?
Yeah, we've got something sorted with Lee, so we're planning on staying with them. And I'm not too sure with off-season plannings. We usually go out to Spain, Benidorm, January time.
Right.
There was talks about going out to Belgium in November, so should be a busy off-season, and then before you know it, we'll be lining up in March for the British again.
Brilliant. And yeah, absolutely. And in terms of the international, you had a good ride in the EMX race, I think, wasn't it? You went to Sweden and Finland?
Finland,
yeah, that's right. After Chris's course, wasn't it?
Yeah, we did the EMX Open, so hopefully we'll get a chance to do a few more of them. I think we came away with 6th, with 5th in the second race. Again, a few mistakes in the first race cost us big time, but it's a great event to go to. Nice track, it's good to ride something different, and just thanks for Lee for setting that trip up, and hopefully we can do more. Nice one.
So you've got more ambitions to go for EMX, and are there Grand Prix on the horizon? You're looking to go against the Grand Prix classes? What are you thinking there?
I think the level at Grand Prix is just so high that the EMX is a better feeder class for myself just now.
Nice one.
So if we've got a chance to go and do some EMX, should definitely be seeing that opportunity.
Brilliant, good stuff. And just turning our attention to this place and this weekend, yeah, what are you thinking? Are you itching to get out there? Would you fancy a little go on this with some of these open age classes that can take riders of your age? And what do you think?
I actually got offered a few things, but I think it's better just to come and watch. It's more about the old bikes and these guys, so come and watch and take it in a bit and just enjoy the event. Obviously there's so much going on, it's nice to not actually be riding for a change and come and speak to people like yourself or see old faces and just a bit of a social weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's seen so many faces this weekend. I mean, we're seeing now Brad Anderson out there. Of course, you had a bit. Did you actually have a bit of a scrap with Anderson last year at Landrake? Do I remember rightly? You two were banging bars. Was he getting in your way? I can't quite remember now.
Yeah, I ran off his inside, and Ando likes to play rough, but he had a wee bit of a tantrum. But he's a good rider. I just think it's funny. Me and him get on, and he's a great rider. So it's good to see him out there doing the business and. Yeah.
Good stuff.
All good rubbing racing.
Absolutely. Oh, excuse me. Just quickly trying not to die here on the commentary tower there. So the ASA United Gas team obviously doing well from that side of it. You've got teammate Bobby Bruce and a few other riders in amongst them. Much changes for the new year. Is there much of a new bike coming as well?
Well, obviously Bobby was, I had my knee reconstructed at the end of last year.
Yeah.
So I was just kind of getting used to the bike again whilst he was riding, and then unfortunately he done his knee, so it's been a bit of a disaster for both of us in the off season. But I think he's staying with the team. I've not actually spoke to him.
Okay.
I think that's the plan. And it would be nice to have him as a teammate. Obviously he's a real classy rider as well, and I think we can learn from each other and actually ride like teammates, because this year he's been recovering and he's been away doing his UGP, so we've not actually had much of a chance to ride together, but he's a really nice kid and I look forward to spending time with him and riding together.
Just so you will be like riding and training together during the off season then?
Yeah.
Actually sort of bringing each other on in that way then. Great stuff, nice one. Good stuff. Okay, so we've got the final lap happening right now for your sparring partner from that Landrake race there, Mr. Anderson, firing that big CR 500 up the hill there. Have you ever ridden a bike like that? Ever ridden a 500 two-stroke?
I did Farley Castle at the VDMX and I had to go and run the 500s.
Well, fair play, yeah, cool, nice one.
Yeah, I rode YZ360. I can't even remember what class I did. Sean Doherty prepared the bike for me, and then one of the Scotland team guys smashed himself on one of these bikes, so I got roped into riding it, and obviously it was great fun.
So, there's a 360 two-stroke Yamaha?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I think it's
air-cooled?
No, water-cooled. It's a bit of a one-off. It was a Nolan's barrel. Sean loves his YZs, and
nice.
he's tinkering away and built this bike, and I had the pleasure of riding it.
Awesome. Yeah, I am jealous, because I mean I had a brief go on a KX 500 when I was a teenager, and that was like going from 125 and then a 500 when I was like 15. Not a great idea, and that's all I had. So I really want to ride a CR 500. Across the line then goes Balance and takes a checkered flag there from our wonderfully besuited finish line official there. Yet Branson takes that race win. Lewis Toombs finishes in second place, so the 1.2 seconds back on the number 66 Honda. And then we've got Alex Hornsby coming up to cross the line as he does so, I believe, now the 2:27. I think that's a lap rider, but yeah, we'll get there. We are just going to go straight to a quick ad break, just to say thank you, John. Thanks for coming in and seeing me. All right,
Thanks
great to have your company in the commentary booth, and hopefully I'll be interviewing you on the podium at Landrake. Let's see how it goes. All right.
Thanks very much.
Thanks so much, John. Take care then.
Introducing the Fly Racing Kinetic Core Racewear, featured in red and gray. The Kinetic Core jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs is constructed with multi-panels for comfortable fit and maximum performance. Our Kinetic Core pant features comfortable mesh liner for ventilation, multi-directional stretch ripstop panels for flexibility, and an internal pocket inside the waistband. With ultra-durable 900D construction, with laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching, and SoftFlex protective rubber badging creates massive vents for airflow. The ratcheting closure with zipper lock system keeps pants closed and secure. The unique adaptive waist system provides a custom fit. The Kinetic Core Racewear in red and gray from Fly Racing.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
It's Sunday morning, Harvey. You rode yesterday, had a few rear brake issues, but as much as you said in your box and you wanted to, I know you really want to win. Track looks better today. How are you feeling this morning?
I feel good, a little bit sore, you know, so no, I just need to get off the line, you know. Pretty happy with the way I rode, at least the first moto. Second moto, I was a total rookie and was late off the gate and came out like 16th, and then even bigger rookie stalled it. So hopefully don't do that again. I'd be happy with getting off the gate, 3rd through 5th, you know, hopefully a whole shot. But no, the track was fun, crowd was amazing. So just consistency, and hopefully you know, we can end up on top.
How was last night? Did you take in the sights and sounds of the beer tent?
No, actually, I had a couple beers here at the pit here, and then went and got dinner. So you know, I figured
probably a smart move.
Yeah. As the way I feel this morning, you know, as sore as I am, it was probably a good move.
Anyway, look, have a good one out there, Ryan. All the best, mate. Stay safe. Ryan Villopoto, you're going to sit back and watch him. 2 motos today on MXN-TV.
Introducing the Fly Racing F16 riding gear in black, gray, and high vis. The F16 jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs. Lightweight, durable polyester construction for maximum performance and a comfortable fit. Our F16 pant features a mesh comfort liner to keep you cool and comfortable. Multi-directional stretch ribbing for flexibility. And low-profile stretch leg cuffs. Soft flex protective rubber details creates vents for airflow. The ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. Ratchet enclosure and waist belt allow for adjustability. The F16 riding gear from Fly Racing.
I tell you, folks, wherever you are, the vibe here is unreal. You know, just getting out of the booth and feeling. Now on the start gate for the VMXdN, they're going to start loading up this way, so Charlie doesn't do a cropper. They're going to come onto the start line here. So Mel Pocock, who set quickest time in practice yesterday, he's going to be getting first gate pick. Team GB looking good. Brad Anderson in second. There's Villopoto. I still can't get my head around the fact that Ryan Villopoto is here racing Foxhill. It all seems very surreal. Then there's Neville Bradshaw rolling up. Brian McKenzie, Mike Brown. So look, Charlie, we're going to walk along the front. I'll stop talking for a bit so you can see just what's going on here.
Sort of start music is actually going now, and the goosebumps are on my arms as the heads go straight out of the gate. That's a great start for the number 14 rider there, Mel Pocock. Not all nations, are they, Jeff? You've got Northern Ireland reigning champions, Wales and Ulster. And
but I got a real feeling that going forward with this event, we're seeing more nations entering teams and getting involved, that's for sure.
We really hope so. Yeah, Villopoto there just literally looked over his shoulder at teammate Mike Brown and literally did this waving motion. So he's waving USA 2-3-4, but then Team GB were there behind them in fifth.
Brilliant stuff.
It's a great matching kit as well for these guys. With the Team GB, they really do look the part, and it's great to see. At the moment, it's looking like we've not having a great race though for Kurt Nickel. He is distinctly got many years on most of the riders in this class. At the age of 57, he certainly is still pushing around there on the KX 500 in this race. No, it's not. He's on the 250 Honda.
Yeah,
isn't he?
250.
So yeah, he's. Yeah, he's a little bit further down the pack, which is not great for Team GB. But either way, Pocock and Anderson giving it some towards the top end of the field, and they are now in third and fourth.
Good ride going on as well for Jake Nichols. Good to see him up the front. He's riding the Honda that Tommy didn't ride. Much better performance from Jake. Obviously, you know, he's now retired this year, but mid-season decided to call it a day. So he's loving life as well, and a much better ride from Gordy Crockard in this one. Maybe it was the
Guinness last night.
The cider and Guinness that has given him the rocket fuel to get.
I think they were on the Thatcher's Haze, actually. I think if I remember right. Yeah, it was because
other ciders are available.
Yes, absolutely. They're not giving us any money. Anyway, there we go. So yeah, fourth and fifth there for the Brits. That's Mel Pocock and Brad Anderson. And if you're enjoying this coverage, by the way, online, please spread the word, share it about, make sure that people know that this is going on live and for free on the MXN-TV, YouTube and Facebook channels. So please make sure that you do share it about and make sure people don't miss this amazing action.
On that very notion you said there, I've just been told by a production crew actually that there's so many people here on site that it's actually causing a few issues with our streaming service, you know, regard to the signal. So if you are having a few buffering issues, okay, which we're hoping you're not, the reason it being that we obviously didn't expect this many people here, and our signal bouncing around the valley along with everybody's mobile phones, Wi-Fi, whatever. Yeah. So if you are experiencing those problems, we apologise. We've never had that problem before. So something we need to look at, because the magnitude of people here are actually causing us issues.
I never thought that it would get to the sort of GP level crowds that we used to have, like 20 to 35,000 people. I think it is very peak. But the queue, the traffic to get in has apparently been absolutely horrendous. And so that will again be sorted and better organised for next year, we're sure.
I've just been told as well, look, if you're watching it live, it's buffering. But if you want to come back like later, we'll be able to sort that out. So it's only the live stream going out. So later on, maybe like give it a day or two or whatever, we will be able to resolve that, and you can watch it, obviously, you know, later without any of those kind of issues we got at the minute. But if you're watching live, apologise for that. But of course, for it, so hopefully you're not going to be on our case too much.
Look at this, it's the Union Jack being waved at Foxhill. Nev Bradshaw, who had 2 fourths yesterday on that CR500. And yeah, the Thatchers is definitely getting into his veins. He's across there and well in front at the moment. Mike Brown, Ryan Villopoto packing it out on those Doc Wob Yamahas, 2nd and 3rd. And then Anderson and Pocock. It looks like Anderson's overtaken Pocock now for 4th place.
Yeah, well, Brownie's still there, and Nev wants this so bad. I'll tell you what a way. You know, just to say that, oh yeah, I beat Mike Brown and Ryan Villopoto in the race. It doesn't matter what year it was, whatever.
Yeah, that's
he can say he's done it.
Up there. And boy, after the big CR500 he rode in the very previous race.
Look at him go, Ben. It's a matter of time. Villopoto is a sitting duck here, I can tell you that. He will blow by him.
Oh, nearly, and the drag race up the hill, Honda v Yamaha. Oh, Villopoto just lasts out that dot one, but Villopoto retakes the position. Ando nearly went down, and Villopoto looks over at him.
Oh, what a picture. I hope somebody took that picture of him looking back over him. Look at that, and like nothing's happened. Anderson,
beautiful.
He is an animal.
I can hear air horns, chainsaws, cheers coming out from the valley. I cannot believe we are feeling this atmosphere here. I've not seen this. Look at this. Look at that. That's the access road. You've got no chance of getting a Jeep down there. They are 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 deep. Absolutely amazing. They are being treated to some wonderful action.
It's Bradshaw with the win. Nev Bradshaw takes the win. Brown's going to come in 2nd on the flag. Just
incredible. Yeah, 3rd
well,
place.
It's actually
Anderson
showing that Villopoto turned tight there. No, Brad Anderson gets 3rd. Ryan Villopoto 4th. Mel Pocock, incredible ride up to 5th. Osborne's going to get 6th. 7th is Jake Nichols. And then Brian McKenzie should come in 8th. Quickest lap of the race on the last lap from Brad Anderson. What was his time there?
2 minutes 20.583. That's seriously quicker than most times we've seen today. That's an amazing lap there together by Brad Anderson on that last lap. And yeah, he crossed the line 0.243 of a second ahead of Ryan Villopoto. Quite incredible action there from these guys. Here comes Kurt now. He's just battling there with a couple of riders. Looks like the number 16 rider there, Keith Johnson, just pips him across the line. So Kurt comes across in 16th, I believe. Yes, it is. So, yeah, that's it there. So, yeah, Kurt Nicholl is 16th. It's actually Gary Davis, the Welshman, that he chased across the line there. So, yeah, we shall come through to...
I'll tell you, we're gonna go for a quick ad. And to be honest, while that ad is playing, I might go and get a quick pint, because I am definitely getting into this.
Mine's a San Miguel.
This live stream may deteriorate at a later part of the day by doing my first ever fully abbreviated, hammered live stream and capture it. But anyway, we're going to go to an ad. We'll catch up with you soon again. Hope you enjoyed that.
Introducing the Fly Racing Evolution DST Racewear in black, gray, and blue. The Evo jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, a full mesh back panel, multi-directional Lycra neck and shoulder panels. Our Evo pants, with durable stretch technology, constructed of 4-way hex stretch fabric, provides excellent mobility with heavy-duty durability. Strategically placed stretch mesh ventilation and laser-cut perforations in key areas for advanced airflow. Leather heat shield panels feature DuPont Kevlar stitching and reinforced layers to add durability. The BOA Fit system offers fast, on-the-fly micro-adjustability. An ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. The full-floating durable 900D seat, surrounded by hex stretch material, moves naturally with your body. The Evo DST line of racewear from Fly Racing.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make a think about it, so many things do be cool, man, look smooth. The world time has come to.
Introducing the Fly Racing Formula Carbon Tracer Helmet. Featuring our Adaptive Impact System, a high-performance ecosystem of structural designs and energy-mitigating materials. With impact energy cells made of Rheon, the cells maximize absorption of low-speed linear and rotational impacts, reducing forces transmitted to the brain. Conehead EPS technology throughout the 12K shell, and expanded polypropylene chin bar. ECE DOT approved, the Formula Tracer is an extremely lightweight shell with superior penetration resistance, with safety as its foremost function. Featuring the true functional ventilation design with the washable, moisture-wicking antimicrobial liner, this helmet is sure to keep you cool and comfortable. Weighing in at only 1,290 grams, the Formula helmet is at the forefront for motocross helmet technology. The Formula Carbon Tracer from Fly Racing.
Okay, guys, welcome back to the VMXdN event here at Foxhill Motor Park, Swindon, near Swindon, Wiltshire, in the UK. And we have this live stream brought to you by these fantastic companies, so please help them to help us and keep this stream going for free for the events like this. The MX Nationals, of course, the Revo British Motocross Championship, fueled by Gulf Race Fuels, the Michelin MX Nationals, Western Beach Race coming up as well, possibly on the live stream. There's still talks on that one. But yeah, great to have your company here online, wherever you are in the world. Please like and share, make sure that people know that this event is going on. We have one race left to go in what is the third block of races here today, and well, this weekend, should I say. First race for them today, and then they have one further block to go. There will be, after this race, a bit of a novelty. We'll have a bit of a lunch break going on, during which there will be a parade of legends through, I think, through the paddock and also onto the track itself. But that will be after this race, which is the Super Evo 125s. And yeah, we saw some great action yesterday. Some lovely familiar looking machines, I'm sure, to motocross fans worldwide here. The number 1 of Christopher Bastick led the opening race before suffering a mechanical problem, and he came through into 3rd place in race 2 on what is a fantastic Jeremy McGrath replica Peak Pro Circuit Honda in that fantastic white, blue and black livery that they made so famous for the couple of years. They only ran 2, I think 3 years with those designs before Mitch Payton switched to the Kawasaki brand. There is a Kawasaki Pro Circuit replica bike out there looking at proper Ricky Carmichael-esque from the late 90s there. Number 22, Chuck Davis, rides that particular machine, which is a beautifully turned out machine. But our race winners so far, the first race went to the Honda 125 rider Ryan Butler. He took the first race and then was second in race 2 behind the number 741. Andrew Lawton took race 2. Christopher Bastick was 3rd in race 2. After Lawson was second, and Will Warden, who is out there on a Worden, I think it is Will Worden, W-O-R-D-E-N, so I'll say Worden for now. I hope that fits. And then yeah, he had second in race 1 on a beautiful pink TM that they used to ride in the early 90s before they turned blue, and the likes of Pouzard rode them. And then yeah, this is more the sort of Luigi Segui kind of pink TM setup, or even Max Bartolini, who won the first race of the 96 125cc World Championship ahead of, well, when Sebastian Tortelli had his only off day, because he won pretty much all the Grand Prix after that. So yeah, Will Worden on that beautiful pink TM, he had a 2nd and a 4th. And then in 5th place there, Lee Martin had a good ride, the number 208 rider in race 2. And they are lining up here at Foxhill, ready to take on this amazing circuit. The sun is shining here, the track is dry, hard pack, of course, like no other, and certainly yeah, a little bit of dust coming up, which they will remedy with a good bit of watering session during that lunch break. And we'll see how it all plays out here in this amazing race weekend. The traffic is going back for miles. It's around about an hour to get in. Quite incredible, but here we go. Head is down, and the 125 Super Evo 125 class, over 25 years of age riders, they are go! And straight away, that number 1 Peak Pro Circuit Honda looks to break up the inside to grab the whole shot, which he looks like he has done. And then look at this for a time warp. He's also got the Pro Circuit Kawasaki right up there, but then we have got the Hondas. 204 Ryan Butler, your first race winner, and second in race 2, so he's looking to add to those results. But meanwhile, our second race winner, Andrew Lawton, is snapping at his heels. He is there in 3rd place with the number 22 of Chuck Davis in 4th on that Pro Circuit Kawasaki as well. They all stream through the pack, some beautifully turned out machines. Maximum effort going in across all classes to get these machines looking the part. And what a beautiful looking machine that is. Peak Pro Circuit, number 1, black number plate, white, the big number 1 on the front of it, and it is leading the way aptly at the moment. Ryan Butler down the hill, 1st and 2nd. They are running at the moment, 1st and 2nd. It has been for Ryan Butler so far. Look at this scrap, in the inside goes Butler. He takes the lead from Christopher Bastick. And they go down the steepest of the downhills of that big section of the valley here. They go down it 3 times, back up twice, and they end up along the top of the veranda here, looking incredible. So steep. There is no camera in the world that could do justice to how steep that is. And up the inside, and he does not want to let Ryan Butler get away. Andrew Lawton shows up the inside of Chris Babastic to take second place. So it's got the Honda of Troy lookalike machine there for Ryan Butler out in front again, and this time he's got Andrew Lawton right with him. So these two Hondas, that's the very, very close up the hill there. Lawton had a moment. The 125 is really stretching to try and clear that. It looks like Chuck Davis is trying to get the Kawasaki past the peak Honda of Chris Babastic now. So they are debating third place while Lawton tries not to let Ryan Butler get away at the front. They launch down the hill. That is, I mean, you probably lose count of the amount of times I say the word steep in this commentary, because I did the track walk on Friday, and that should be up on the live stream on the Saturday, and might be through today. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, from that sense, doing that walk, you really got such a feel for just how steep these places are. And down the downhill double on that little 125, and up the uphill double the other side goes Ryan Butler, certainly making that 125 work for him to get the maximum power out of that little 8-litre machine. And he's riding very well there, is Ryan Butler. He certainly did yesterday, and he is in contention here for the overall win. Andrew Lawton really needs to overcome him to stop him building a good gap at the top of the order. And meanwhile, Chuck Davis attacks Chris Babastic. They go into that corner virtually together. We'll see how they come out the other side. Yeah, the 741. Andrew Lawton not letting Butler get away, so the battle is still joined at the front. The two Hondas fighting it out. Number 204, 741. Babastic has held on to third. Just saw the top of the screen there that Chuck Davis did not make the move on the Kawasaki. So those two are still together, man. And Davis went around the outside there, looking to go on the outside. There's the two Hondas debate first place. Two battles all together. Director's nightmare here for poor Darren next to me. But here he is. This is the scrap for the lead. We're focusing on the screen now. Butler, look at this shot from the middle of the valley. Absolutely amazing stuff. Here comes Butler now. He has got Andrew Lawton snapping at his heels as they go down the hill. They're absolutely together going as far uphill. Who has got the best start of the engines here? Whoa, Butler. Lawton getting very close to the back of Ryan Butler there. Nosedive landing, and Lawton switches lines. Is he going to make the move up the inside? Yes, he is. Andrew Lawton takes the lead from Ryan Butler here. That's going to make it close for the overall. And yeah, there it is. What a move that was. Andrew Lawton coming up the hill now. It's Scott Butler looking to retaliate. A fantastic 1-800 collect Jeremy McGrath 1996 replica 125 Honda, although it's more like the machine Steve Lampson rode to AMA national success in that particular season. And he won the Motocross of Nations as part of Team USA in Spain that year, when they had an absolutely perfect day for them in the classes. Went 1-1-1-1-1-1. 6 class wins out of 6 for the Americans that day, and that machine is looking just as beautiful as it did on that day in Jerez. And yeah, here comes Andrew Lawton looking in control as it goes down that is the steepest descent. It's not as long as a lot of the hills on the far end, but yeah, certainly it is incredibly steep. When you look down there, you really don't want to walk down there too easily. It's not one to take lightly. Even the old cheese rollers in my hometown of Gloucester would suffer with that one. Up they go, up the uphill goes Andrew Lawton out in front of Ryan Butler. Those two pulling away now, and Chuck Davis has moved past and clear of Christopher Babastic. So the Kawasaki man is starting to make inroads into the lead here. They start lap 3 of their race. 1.1 seconds between the two leaders. Nearly 3 seconds back is Chuck Davis, and then Chris Babastic is in 4th. David Joffler, the number 117 Dutchman, is out there in 5th place, doing well. And then the TM of Will Worden, number 106, is in 6th place this time. Not such a great start for the TM rider here now. Lewis Clifton 7th, Josh McGill in 8th, Chris Thorpe in 9th. Jack May moves up to 10th place ahead of Lee Martin, Tom Hemmelder, Timmy Andrews, James Moore, Nathan Jacobs. And then we got Sam Cheeseman, Thijs Kustermans, Stefan Tackman, Ben Setchell, Ben Popperwell rounding out your top 20. Look at this right here. Ryan Butler now, he's letting Lawton get away from him somewhat, and Chuck Davis is now showing some interest in getting 2nd place from him. So they are looking to battle again further here. Lap 3 of 5. So these old bikes not got too long to go, but it's a long old circuit here. It certainly took nearly an hour to walk it on Friday, and it's looking in great condition, to be fair, compared to the amount of sunshine we've had here. Drought conditions in the UK, and you'll see there that the dust is coming up, and it is rock hard ground underneath. They've got full sprinkler systems there. It was slightly muddy for the opening race of the day, and yeah, the track preparation has been as good as it possibly can be, bearing in mind the conditions here. They got still also trying to empty themselves with the heat and what have you, but yeah, they're using them to maximum effect to try and keep the track in great condition. And there, Butler is looking very dapper. It is all hill, not so easy for the 125s to clear that downhill triple jump, unlike some of the 500cc machines we've seen out here today. There they go down the steep downhill to a sharp 90-degree right-hander, and then that tabletop along that valley has had several shapes over the years, and right now it's in a great condition. I do really like what they've done with that. It's like a step uphill tabletop. There are safe places to land, and there are fast places to land, which are maybe not quite so safe if you want to hang it out and take some risk. When I spoke to Bob Moore in preparation, the two-time Grand Prix winner, how much you wanted to put on the line to get a good result here. Meanwhile, there's scrapping going on here in the fourth place. Christopher Bastick there on the peak Honda, just flashes past our camera. Will Worden is attacking the rider between them, which is Dave Joffler, the Dutchman, on number 117 Honda. And there goes Worden on the TM. Yeah, he's got past Joffler. Joffler works his way through. He's now into 7th place. Sadly, Joffler for him, because he's lost out there to the TM of Will Worden, as they both try and chase down Chris Bastick for 4th place. Chris will be wary that CR125 Peak Pro Circuit replica machine. He's got the full-on Bell helmet there, the Spitfire sponsorship as well, as it was back in the early 90s, 91, 92. They ran those colours. And yeah, quite incredible to see one out on circuit again. And it's getting some serious attention from that pink TM. And he's showing his colours well there. He goes through up into 3rd place now. Goes Will Worden, up into 4th place. Chuck Davis is in 3rd on that Kawasaki. So yeah, that's 4th place for Worden, passing Chris Bastick, and now Bastick is going to get attention from David Joffler, the Dutchman, in 6th place right now. Chris Thorpe is still there in 7th. A good bit of riding from him, and then the number 95 of Lewis Clift, in 8th place. Lee Martin 9th, and Jack May in 10th. Will Worden on our screens here. On the TM, he's got around about 6-second gap to catch up to Chuck Davis, so not going to be so easy for him to get back up to a better position. He had a 2nd and a 4th yesterday. He's definitely in contention for the overall results. Bastick had that mechanical issue in the first race, which has certainly put paid to any hopes he had of climbing the Foxhill podium this weekend. But out in front here now on lap 4 out of 5, with about 10 minutes just gone. So that's the sort of level of the racing there. He's going to complete his 4th lap here and start his last one, and it's going to be a roughly 15-minute race. They're getting round at about 2 minutes and 35 seconds on average, so that's working out there to be a decent amount of race time for these guys. And the does indeed take the last lap flag there from our wonderfully besuited Alan on the checkered flag with his pork pie helmet there, pork pie hat, sorry, there's ready to do his madness dance at the end of the day. We look forward to that. And then, yeah, Andrew Lawton out there in front. 3.7 seconds now clear of Ryan Butler in 2nd. Chuck Davis there in a good 3rd. And Will Worden up to 4th place on that lap. But he's about 4 seconds back of Davis for 3rd. So looks like it's pretty set at the front right now. And this win, should Lawton complete the story there, would see him rise to 70 points in total. But Butler there with a 1st and 2 seconds. That's going to be very, very close. 77, 47, 7. Yeah, that's going to be very good. That would put him on 69 points. So actually, yes, it would be 1 point in front overall for Andrew Lawton with a 3 and 2 firsts, a 3rd and 2 firsts compared to the 1st and 2 seconds. 1 point between them. Going into the last race, winner takes all in the Super Evo 125 class. It will be for race 4 if it stays like this, of course. Chris Bastick dropped down to 5th place there. He's still getting some serious attention from the Dutchman David Jofflier. Chris Thorpe, Lewis Clift, Lee Martin and Jack May still rounding out your top 10. Through the pad, we've got Thijs Koestermans is out there, the number 263 rider, another Dutchman out here. Loads of Dutch riders here. I think 263 was the bike I saw yesterday on the track walk. He was on a 125 Suzuki, and just taking a photo of it, actually parked on the track with the valleys behind. A lovely scenic shot they were taking there, just as we interrupted them when we were doing the track walk, myself and the cameraman there. So we got pictures of that bike ready to go online because it was looking absolutely gorgeous. 1993 125cc bike that was. So yeah, Super Evo 125s, riders over 25 years old. Super Evo means right 90s to early 2000s, I believe, is the sort of classification here. But all these bikes beautifully prepared. And Andrew Lawton doing a bit of leg waving over there. I mean, look at the crowds around the trade area. Just an incredible amount of people have crammed into this Foxhill venue this weekend. And he's coming round to complete his final lap. Did the fastest lap of the race so far, 2 minute 33.8, was Andrew Lawton. He's going to get the Keck's fastest lap award for this particular race. And there goes Andrew Lawton to cross the line, taking the third race win, and the overall advantage going into the final race of the weekend coming up. And they will be at the very last race of the weekend. Ryan Butler crosses the line in third. Ryan Butler took the line in second. Chuck Davis took third, and Chris Bastick is still scrapping with David Jofflier at the end of it. We'll see how that turns out. Will Worden takes fourth on the pink TM. Chris Bastick does take fifth, just from Dave Jofflier, and Chris Thorpe got a little bit closer as well on the Suzuki crossing the line, the number 29 machine. Now, I tell a lie, that number 21, Dave Ferrant, is the Suzuki rider. Number 29 is a bit further back. There he goes across the line, does Chris Thorpe, number 29. And so in case he wants to shout at me, that is not a Suzuki. It looks like it's actually it's also the Black Chesterfield Yamaha, fantastic looking machine as well, like the Pop Moore replica that he won on in '94. Okay, so just make sure that you're keeping tabs online. If you're watching live, then what's coming up for you guys is that we'll have a lunch break here, so it'll be about an hour before the next actual race. But there is plenty for you to watch as well, so please keep it viewing, keep sharing, keep liking, make sure people know what's going on here. This lunch break will be full of content. We'll have plenty of stuff for you, interviews, features going on about the circuit, the bikes, the riders themselves as well. And of course there will be a Legends Parade going on, so we'll see plenty of familiar faces and some great stories coming through here at this great venue at Foxhill. And we're just going to run through a few messages so you can see the products that these people who are paying for this live stream can do for you and help you out with. So please pay attention to those, and then we will see you back after that for some features and interviews and Legends Parade.
Introducing the Fly Racing Kinetic Core Racewear, featured in red and gray. The Kinetic Core jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs is constructed with multi-panels for comfortable fit and maximum performance. Our Kinetic Core pant features comfortable mesh liner for ventilation, multi-directional stretch ripstop panels for flexibility, and an internal pocket inside the waistband. With ultra durable 900D construction, with laser cut perforations for advanced ventilation, leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching, and SoftFlex protective rubber badging creates massive vents for airflow. The ratcheting closure with zipper lock system keeps pants closed and secure. The unique adaptive waist system provides a custom fit. The Kinetic Core Racewear in red and gray from Fly Racing.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Right, here we are at the VMXdN. Now this is a great little nostalgia tent that's been put up. As you can see, it's all about the 90s era here, what we're doing, but this array of bikes. Just come around here, Jake, film this one. This one has real significance. This is genuinely Mike Brown's bike that he raced for Mitch Painton back in the day. Obviously, he's got a long-standing relationship with Mitch, but it was all kind of starting to shape and take form around this time. So let's bring in the man that has built this amazing array of bikes, Brad Briggs. Brad, you were just telling me off air that this is like a fraction of it. We're going to go around and show you them all. So how did this obsession start?
Oh, back in the 80s, racing myself. I mean, my brother started. My dad always said, we used to fields and fields, ride. He said, we want to race. We want to join a club and we want to race. He said, right, go and join a club. I'll buy you a new bike. Our whole life, up until 7 years ago when my dad passed, was racing. And we just thought the time was right for us to build a collection. So it took 4 years.
4 years?
Yeah, 4 years. We don't, you know, I've tried to buy bikes all over the world and we don't mess about. Yeah.
That's a short amount of time for the collection you got.
But we try and give things for a sport that we've enjoyed all our lives. We want to give back. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's just what it is. There's nothing better than the smell of two-stroke.
Tell me this then. We've got, I don't know, it must be 15 bikes or more in here. What's your collection up to? Are you even allowed to say? You won't get in trouble with the missus or anything?
No, it's my brother. I think it's plus 120.
Wow. And what, like, so all like Evo, or they're all older bikes really? Or?
All older. We've got quite a few new four-strokes that they ride, the boys. Jim Davies will be riding tomorrow. So he's riding Mark Banks's actual 88 British Championship winning bike that we bought off of Mark. It was in his office for years and years and years. We got it back, said, sod it, let's race it.
Love that. I love that. 88. I remember Banksy on that thing.
Beautiful bike.
It is. Well, talk us through what we got here then. Obviously, that's Mike's bike.
Yep.
This is also one of Mike's bikes.
Yep. 2007 British Championship winning bike.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't really follow it because back in that time I broke my back, so I was out of it really. But yeah, he rode. I think Casson was Harry Ainsworth, wasn't it? Back in the day. So, yeah. Good bike. So
that's a weapon in itself. Now this one, yeah, tell us about this beast. There it is. That's the thought. It hasn't got the big tank. Well, the still big tank, but not the tank where.
No.
So that's one of DT's.
Yes, I think there's only a handful of them, isn't there? Yeah. Dave's a real good family friend of ours. Obviously, Cat Honda days. Keith and Dave's workshops were at our farm with Carl Nunn, Brian Jorgensen, all them boys. So, you know.
And you're still supporting the team, right?
I supported the team since day one, and I still support the team today. As I say, we want to put back in what we've had the most fun out of in all the years that we've done it. So, I I used to sit on them factory Hondas every day.
Yeah.
Sit on, every day, have a cup of tea. Keith used to come in like a major. Everything is like the colonel. Everything's laid out. All your teas there with your name on it, and he'd make the tea, clean the tea room up. It's just unreal. But we missed the Hondas. We didn't know they was for sale back then. We wasn't collecting back then, but. Yeah, Dave, Steve, Keith comes in with his little HRC.
Did he?
Sandwiches.
All those little things.
All them little things.
Remember, eh?
Just beautiful, yeah. So that come up when we bought it.
Don't blame you. A massive bit of nostalgia. Yeah. When he went to Kawasaki after Honda, that was that big thing. That was a big talking point at the time. I've raced against that one. I know I've definitely been on track when that's gone tearing by me. That's Robbie's.
Yeah. Robbie Heron's 1996 championship bike. So, I think the only thing back then, it didn't have factory suspension because they wouldn't pay the money for the technician to be at every race. Because, when you have factory shows, you have to have a technician. So they went for Ohlins on that bike.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And then what's this one over here? This is like the RC. So this is one of those Japanese.
I don't really know much about this one.
No, but it's an all Japan.
This is a reproduction.
Is it?
Not a full factory bike.
Still looks strict.
All the parts are absolutely as they should be,
Yeah.
down to the last bolt, but it is not a full factory bike. It is a reproduction.
Still looks rad though.
Everything is right.
Still love the tailpipe on that. Always love those car ones. Let's move on. Now we're getting down to some bit more older ones. What's this weapon? This Fox racing one?
Yeah, Motocross Fox.
Yeah, brilliant.
250. Fox Forks, Fox shocks, Fox arm. Just what it is really. It's old school. Elsinore, yeah.
Yeah. You see, I don't know if you're getting this across on the camera, but when you come and do it, certainly speaking to the guys, both Brad and Spencer, you can genuinely feel the passion that you've got for it.
82 Mugen kitted CR250, Mugen barrel and that, Fox shock. Yeah, Fred knows more than me.
He knows all about. See, this is the thing with this is like.
Now what you want to do is you want to swap away from Bradley and go to Fred, because Fred knows this stuff.
It's Fred's era. We're getting to the Mugen stuff. Colin, Fred, let's get round to some ones. As you can see, a whole array here of bikes.
That was the bike that Jorgensen won on at Farley.
Oh, last time out.
Yeah, so we got that, and then Roy put some New Zealand guys on it. Mitch Rowe.
Yeah.
So that's why it's in that livery now. Yeah.
Check it out. Look at this. And the scary thing with this, right, is that this is a fraction. I mean, a tiny fraction of the collection. I mean, some of the ones you've told me, like those white Mugens. God, I'd love to have seen them. You got a TM over there. Look at that. God, when they were red. Yeah. That Kajiva. God, dear, we're going right.
We got them in Spain off of an old rider called Dave Dormer. Dave Dormer, yeah. So he
I can't believe I've just heard Dave Dormer's name after all these years.
Located them for us, and we bought them about a year and a half ago. But with lockdown and everything, we never got out there. So we just decided, look, let's just do it. Jump in the van, bang, off to Spain, pick them up, come back.
The Aprilia, obviously, that was didn't last very long, but the sound of that thing is unreal. Here we go. Jeff Stanton's bike, multiple AMA champion. And you've got him to sign it as well.
Yeah, well, Honda gave him that bike when he retired. So that was down in his basement. Right. Dave King posted it for him for sale. As soon as I see it, said, Dave, I'll have it. And I bought it. So, yeah.
It is just overwhelming, like being in here and just seeing the number of bikes. For me, again, living through the 80s and 90s to see all these models, it takes me back. Certainly that CR, just remembering that era, that year. We got it's a Mugen one here, another one.
That's 84. Mark Banks is 84.
That's the 84. Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
So that is absolutely to a T when he rode it, because I built that. Me and an old mechanic called, if you remember him, Steve Goodyear.
Yeah.
Robbie Aaron's mechanic. We built that together.
I can remember Banksy tearing around on that. I think he had JT kit. He's one of the first people. Banksy, Mark was one of the first riders in the UK at the time to have American kit. He had all the JT kit on and whatever, and I remember him tearing around on that. Look, what's this thing here, this Mugen? Look at this weapon.
Well, back in the day, in 81, you'd buy a normal 81 CR125. It was 1,100 quid. If you wanted a full kitted Mugen, it's £5,500. back then in '81. So it only says what it says. I think there was probably 25 of them made back in the day. That's an ME, so that's a proper bike.
That's the real deal.
Yeah.
That's a factory bike as it comes. Wow. Yeah, no wonder you got a chain going through them all. You know, and then let's just finish up with this little number because, come on round, Jake, film this one from the side. Yeah, little work of art, this one. Well, basically, you didn't get too many CR hundreds, did you, in the UK? It was more of an American thing. So tell us more about this one. What's this one about? Yeah, I've thrown you out, you don't know.
No.
The problem is there's only 4 made, these CR100s. Yeah.
And we're not too sure, but we spoke to Steve Clitheroe, and Steve Clitheroe's had 2 radiators on them for extra cooling. So we believe this is a one-off special. We don't know who it is, could be Motocross World, and we're trying to, we're trying to find a bit more about it. We did get a picture sent off to us this morning, but we're not too sure who was riding it. So
fair play.
So
there's a story, basically. That's the thing with it, right? Every bike.
Kawasaki built 100.
Yeah.
And then 92, they couldn't keep up on an 80. So then they decided, right, you know, we're going to build something to try and keep up.
And it's only in England because Europe never had 100.
No, you can't ride 100 in
France, Spain, Germany, nobody had 100s. So it's only England, UK.
So there you go. I mean, and as I said, that's just a part of the guy's collection, and it really does. You kind of in and you think, yeah, I remember that year, or I remember that thing, and it takes you back. So the nostalgia around this place, just in this marquee alone, is overwhelming.
You got your first Mugen there.
Yeah, first Mugen down the end.
This one is a Banzai.
Which one? Oh, this one there with the red with the red engine.
This originally.
Wow.
Air cooled.
Yeah.
You buy the bike. She said the bike was £1,500 back in the day. The Banzai kit and everything else is like another £1,500. So the bike, the Mugen kit itself, is just as much money as a bike. Then you had to have the extra, the swing arm, the forks, the shock. It's actually like a TM nowadays, a full factory bike you could buy off the shelf sort of thing. But those all went through. John Banks was the main importer of Mugen stuff back in the day. And you speak to Mark and that, and they used to have Mugen kits on the shelf sort of thing. And yeah. That's the after product of a full factory bike.
Here we are all these years later. The bike's here. John's sponsoring the event. Yeah, the nostalgia is unreal. So look, that's a little tour around. Hope you enjoyed that. I know Brad certainly enjoys having them all on display. Thanks for your time, Brad, and thanks for the amazing collection. Because he's got so many bikes, maybe each year we come back, we're going to see new models all the time.
Well, if we break down in a race, we just grab one.
Just grab one.
Yeah, Fred broke 41 in 2013.
All right.
And he brought it over the other day. We lent it over. 4 kicks, straight up and running. I'd race it tomorrow.
Great stuff. Well, there you go. Look, listen, this is going to be heaving in air over the weekend. Once again, Brad, Spencer, Fred, everybody, thanks for putting on a brilliant display.
Introducing the Fly Racing Evolution DST Racewear in black, gray, and blue. The Evo jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, a full mesh back panel, multi-directional Lycra neck and shoulder panels. Our Evo pants, with durable stretch technology, constructed of 4-way hex stretch fabric, provides excellent mobility with heavy-duty durability. Strategically placed stretch mesh ventilation and laser cut perforations in key areas for advanced airflow. Leather heat shield panels feature DuPont Kevlar stitching and reinforced layers to add durability. The BOA Fit system offers fast, on-the-fly micro-adjustability. An ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. The full-floating durable 900D seat, surrounded by hex stretch material, moves naturally with your body. The Evo DST line of racewear from Fly Racing.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Okay, so here we are then at the start line for the Veterans Motocross Nations here at Foxhill Motor Park near Swindon. Absolutely stunning, historical track. Anybody of my sort of age, 40s or slightly lower or even slightly higher, will remember this place as being absolutely incredible. This is the third kind of placement of the start line. So when they started, they were right over the other side of the valley and they swooped down. That's when they started the Grand Prix. They swooped down over at the far end. It's very high speed and very tricky, and they had a big crash at the 1993 edition of the race, and that drew it to be placed over to this side of the circuit, over this side of the valley. So you got the start line was about here where we stood, and it went straight over there and over to right-hander 90 degrees and straight down a hill. Again, invariably, there was a crash there. So they've moved it around once more to the kind of traditional straight 180 degrees. So it comes across to here, into the 180 degree left-hander, and you can see how tight it is. There is one fence dividing the start straight from the next straight. There were problems here at British Championship round earlier this year. There was a couple of pile-ups. So we're hoping to avoid that this year and see the veterans through safely as they go through to the rest of this historic Foxhill circuit. Okay, so straight out of the first corner, they're along this straight, little jump, and then they launch over this massive tabletop down into the valley. Now, this is different from Grand Prix days. Previously, they would just drop left, down the hill, and then hug this side of the valley to start the lap. However, now they go across the valley first, quick 180, and then back across to the more traditional part of the Foxhill circuit. So some slight amendments. They've kept it in for the Vets Nations, and rightfully so, because it's a nice part of the circuit. However, this jump is probably not what a lot of veterans want to see. It's like a kind of, they call it a hip jump. So the bike gets shoved over slightly sideways. Now this will help for the likes of Ryan Villopoto, Zach Osborne, who were born, shall we say, AB. After Bubba, so after the scrub was invented, basically, they will know how to keep the bike sideways and keep it low and save time. The likes of Kurt Nickel, Brian Wheeler, they were distinctly BB before Bubba, so they didn't learn how to scrub and do things like that. They probably have a bit since, but even so, this is where I think the American riders like Ryan Villopoto and Zach Osborne in particular will make some time straight away as they take the first serious jump on the track. So here is the landing from that sort of corner jump. Now the camera is placed around about where a lot of the riders will be landing. They scrub it, keep it low and land down. However, if they do that, they will have to slightly roll it here because the track drops away again. In the British Championship round earlier this year, and of course those are riders in their prime on modern bikes, some of them were launching and landing here. I don't know if any of the vets are going to do that. Again, I think the Americans might do that, but I'm not sure how it's going to work out on those bikes. So
Either way, it's so steep. I won't repeat what the cameraman said when he just went over the top of this hill and saw how steep it is, but it is really drop, and you really don't want to do that flat landing. So you need to be landing about here, and it's almost impossible to describe. His camera might flatten this out, but I'm a tall guy. I'm 6'5", okay? So there's my foot, and straight away, it's just going away from me. It is so steep, and that's how Foxhill works. Steep valleys, steep hills. It's so dramatic, it's unbelievable. Long-time Foxhill Grand Prix viewers will remember this jump as the first time after 1993 when they changed the start. This was the first time you saw the Grand Prix pack. 40, 252 strokes, all 125s in the double headers, all launching over this. First lap was something to behold. The first time I had my picture in Dirt Bike Rider magazine in 1995 was here on the side of the track, me cheering on with Kurt Nichol, the British rider, getting the whole shot. So yeah, quite an incredible atmosphere, and I'm goosebumping just thinking about that. Absolutely amazing. They would come down here, down that hill, turn right as it was then, and launch over this one. Now they've changed it to be slightly two-lane, so it's shallower here, but it might take you further. This one takes you slightly higher, but you're more guaranteed of clearing the tabletop. Now this tabletop, again, it was that iconic one when they first came into the valley. I spoke to Kurt Nichol before this event for the article in the program, and he said this bit in particular, when he first came into the valley, the noise was absolutely unbelievable. We'll see how much of that gets recreated this weekend at Foxhill. It's going to be quite an amazing weekend. So yeah, what a nice little story about this as well. Between these two jumps, there is what looks like a pretty impassable bank. Now, French rider Sébastien Tortelli on the 125 in 1996 went up the bank between these two jumps. He would jump across, land, and, you know, it would get much rougher than this during a Grand Prix. Tortelli just missed all the bumps by going up the side of the grass. He did it to such extent that the next year they changed the track and moved the posts out, so he couldn't do it, and he still remembers it as well. So quite an amazing section of circuit. They would jump along here. For those trackside, it was incredible. For those down in the valley, they could see the whole pack jumping towards them 2 or 3 jumps at a time. So an amazing section of track, so much history here. I'm enjoying this far too much. So this section has been changed many times over the years. At one point they veered left here and went round deeper into the valley. I personally remember, again, Mr. Tortelli coming round there on a 125. I just remember the eyebrows in his goggles, just like so intense concentration, such intense concentration to keep the 125 pinned at that speed. But now we've gone with the more traditional, take a right turn after the jump and then straight on up the hill. This used to be, again, just flat out, one jump there and then straight on up the hill. There have been more jumps added, so you've got this, again, slight corner jump, not brilliant. The vets might not be too keen on this, but then they land on the downslope where that lad is just pushing his bike there, and then up the jump, another a potential double. You've got a downslope and then up the hill again. So where there was one jump, there's now about 3, just to make sure that it keeps the speed down, because you really do accelerate up that bank very, very rapidly. And if you veer left, you've got a sharp fall down into the center of the valley, which you don't want. So yeah, we'll see how it looks at the top of that Fox's Hill. This is what they call Fox's Hill. Okay, so yeah, this is the top of Fox's Hill. So it was just a straight with no jumps. Now they've added a few jumps through the years, and you can see straight away how white it is. This is proper Wiltshire chalk. And when it rains, it's not like normal mud that washes off the wetter it gets. The wetter this gets, the blacker it gets, the stickier it gets, the heavier the bike gets, and there's no grip whatsoever. That's why this track is so lethal in the wet, as we saw at the 98 Motocross Designations, when only 2 of the best riders in the world actually got round at some point. So as they come now, they've built this up here, so there is a jump. It's quite popular. There's quite a lot of people hanging around here because they don't really want to go down the hill and then have to start climbing. We're going to have to get our climbing boots on, I'm afraid, Mr. Cameraman. This is going to have to be us walking this lot. But you can see here the old circuit. It used to go down here. Now, there's a famous incident here with Kurt Nichol in front of world champion at the time, Greg Albertine, on the Suzuki. Kurt calls it the most balls out pass anybody's ever put on him, because it was a ditch at the bottom, which was a bit savage. You didn't really want to crash into it. Albertine hammered it down the hill, accelerated it, banged his chin, cut his chin underneath his helmet in making the pass, but he did the pass. Nichol was convinced he'd made a mistake, but he did actually intend to do it, and that was the difference that obviously got Albertine 3 World Championships. But here now, you can see it goes around the back. There's the old circuit around the back of what they call the mountain. and they come up towards the back there. There used to be a whole lot of other track up there as well, even before the Grand Prix were held here, but now it literally goes down, and for the old bikes, they're going to have to build the momentum down this hill and fire up one of the steepest hills on the entire track. We literally just an unplanned stop up this hill. Look how steep this is. This is incredible. I mean, yeah, my one leg's down there, my other leg's up here. I can reach my hand out almost. In fact, I think that might be more comfortable if we do it that way. Absolutely unbelievable steepness on this hill, as it is all the way across this amazing valley. But, I mean, this is the wonder of Foxhill, just how steep these hills are. Nobody is going to be backing off the throttle because they've got to get all the way up there, which is an incredible distance. We are trackside at the steepest downhill section of the entire circuit. This was where you could actually stand here in 1992, and I was here 14 years old. Absolutely incredible. Couldn't believe that bikes could actually ride up and down hills like this. And I saw some of the best in the world come down here, their eyes out on stalks. I personally will never forget Peter Johansson, the Swedish rider. He had a Scott open face mask and a big Swedish jaw. I was always a fan because he had a big Swedish jaw like me. And he basically went down there, and I saw his entire jaw around the outside of his Scott face mask because he just went, oh. And I saw that with riders that had, the other sort of face mask as well, but I'll just never forget that. It's an absolutely incredible piece of circuit. How the veterans are going to deal with this tomorrow, I don't know. I think there is an option to cut some of these hills out. Certainly they will have to if we get any weather. But yeah, you don't want to miss this. As a rider, there is no feeling like a sky shot downhill like this. And yeah, try and stop for the corner if you can. So this is at the top of the second of the big uphills along this section of the Foxhill Valley. So we have a new section here that's different to any of the Grand Prix. I think they've run British Championship here in this sort of configuration as well. But certainly for the vets bikes, it's a nice idea to give a little bit of a respite between one big downhill and the next big uphill. So they're taking a left at the bottom and then going up that short incline there, which is where poor Kurt Nickel hurt his leg one year. It was much different then. It was grassier. There were little trees and all sorts of things there. So it's much different now, obviously carved out of the side of the valley. But you take a right, you got a bit of a run up there. There's a downhill slope, and then gas it back up this hill all the way. Now it's such an incline. There is a kind of a slope here where if they're fast enough, they will leave the ground, and it might well be possible to make it up there and land before the next sort of crest, the proper crest of the valley where it becomes flat. So that's going to be interesting to see. Some of the top riders might be able to sort of double jump it, so to speak. But even so, again, just as a rider, it's awe-inspiring to ride something like this. And when you get up the top of the valley, sometimes your ears pop because of the change of pressure so quickly. So going to be quite an amazing bit. And this top section here is where they'll be catching their breath. And this was always where we saw quite a few changes of lead back in the Grand Prix times. There were very few spectators up here. In fact, Kurt Nickel told me that Donny Schmidt, the late great Donny Schmidt, former world champion, put him in the fence up here in 1993 because there were no spectators around to see it. So he didn't get the hassle that he might have got from the crowd if he'd done that in full sight of everybody. But yeah, little sly tactics up here at the top of the circuit. A nice amendment here to change and make sure people don't really get a rush of blood to their head, if you like. Now they're getting comfortable with these constant up and down hills. They've changed it to have the corner just before the downhill, so there's not too much time to get a load of speed up and launch down this hill, which could be pretty catastrophic. There is footage online of Paul Cooper, ex-British champion, of course, who went down this hill in 1992, and the front end gave a massive wobble. I think one hand came off the handlebar, and he had a real bad moment. He did save it. He didn't go down, but it certainly might have changed the colour of his underwear. Anyway, he's gone down the hill there. Very nice section, and it's just a straight bank, right, and back up. So being very lazy and out of breath and 44 years old, I'm going to hold off going down and back up, because I'm just going to cheat, and we'll see what it's like on this uphill. This section of the track, this final uphill in this valley, has undergone many changes over the years. So it used to be completely flat up here, except you get a few bumps and what have you, which riders started using to launch over the crest of the top of this hill. So they changed it a little bit, and they put this little jump in halfway up, and this one got special significance at the 1998 Motocross Des Nations, of course. They called this Heartbreak Ridge. Now, I rode this track in 93 on a 125 at a Dave Thorpe training school, and because of this jump, I was the only one to get up the hill, and I only did it once on a very wet February day. Anyway, that's by the by. This one laid claim to some of the best riders in the world. Doug Henry, Javier Garcia Vico, whoever was there was basically got stuck on this hill, apart from one man, Stefan Everts, multiple world champion 10 times eventually. He was a 4-time champion then on a 250, riding for Belgium, and he stopped at the bottom of the hill. I was there at the side of the track, at the bottom of the track, just after Carl Nunn had gone down the hill because he got stuck here as well. Everett stopped, let a few people out the way, moved them out the side like he was out play riding with his mates, and then launched up this hill. There were spectators were 20 deep either side of it because it was just carnage, and the roar stays with me to this day, and I'm goosebumping again. It's quite incredible to see. There were a couple of other riders made it up, but that moment for Everts was absolutely special on this section they called Heartbreak Ridge after that. In the B final for the Motocross of the Nations, the Irish team actually had a mud fight up here because nobody could get up it, and they started throwing mud at each other, much to the enjoyment of the crowd, of course. That was some weekend, I could tell you. But now at the section here, most of the time, the way it's built up, they run it carrying enough speed. They will then land roughly here where the track gets flat. And again, when this was fast in the 90s, the 250s, the best riders would just float up here over the crest and power on to where that straw bale is, and our spare cameraman is as well. The jump there would then launch you into the valley, and this was the old start straight. So you'd fly down into there and over this ridge on the old start straight as it used to be when they first held a Grand Prix here in 1992. They've changed it a lot. We'll have a look at that in a second. Okay, so this is the first corner there, the left-hander after the last big uphill on that valley. It dips down slightly and then launches down this one. So this is a new addition, certainly has been changed since the Grand Prix days, but it's popular with British Championship and events like that, because when you launch off this, the idea, really, you need to reach for that section there where those two yellow posts are, because then they are hitting the downhill and the bike doesn't have to leave the ground again. So you can basically land straight back on the gas and power up the next hill. So that's where time will be made. Veterans Motocross Des Nations, I don't know how many people are going to be doing that. So anybody who can is going to make a massive amount of time in this section of the track, because then it's straight up one of the very steepest, if shorter, hills on this circuit. Okay, so after the short uphill, they take a quick left, and then there are a few guys saying they're not sure if they're going to jump this or not. So it's a short uphill jump. Lovely place to take a photo of your bike at Foxhill, of course. The number 295 Stefan Takman. Dutch or Luxembourg? Dutch? Dutch, excellent stuff. Lovely place to take a photo of the bike. They don't have hills like this in Holland, do they? No, perfect stuff. You enjoying looking forward to this bit? So yeah, they've got to jump off here, and then they really don't want to over jump it because it lands right at the bottom. So yeah, they'll be trickling down here. When they first started in here, before they held Grand Prix, they didn't grade it. So this, according to the likes of Rob Herring and Paul Malin, who rode it in the mid-80s, they said there were like goat and sheep tracks across here. So they would like double jump down them. Rob Herring said he loved it because he made up so much time. That's probably because he was the only one with the balls to do it. But he went down there. This in the British Championship was a controversial corner this year. Isaac Gifting, the Swede, was in front of Conrad Muse. Conrad went wide and Gifting went down. And Conrad was then docked 10 places instead of getting the race win. So yeah, it could get very tight at the bottom here. It's one of the steepest parts of the track entirely. Still one of the shortest downhills though. Okay, so this jump has changed a lot again since the 1992 version. I actually did ride this on a Kawasaki test day when Kawasaki riders could bring their bikes and ride it, but only if it was Kawasaki, only if it was green, except mine had black plastics. That's by the by. Anyway, this was a tabletop jump and I over jumped it. I actually landed fine on the downslope, but landed on the flat. Although I didn't crash, my ankle was done. That was me for the day. That was it. But they've changed it a lot. So it's quite steep now. You can see from here, we've done the far shot, so you can see how steep it is. It launches up. Now there's a section here. If you land about here, that could be quite uncomfortable, especially with old bikes, softer suspension. If you land up on this bit, that's going to be more tolerable, less painful if you like. So safe, certainly. But for optimum speed, you want to be launching off that and landing about here. Again, those Americans who learnt to race after the Bubba scrub was invented are going to really enjoy this because they can keep it low and still go further forward. And they will have the advantage over this, one of the great sections of Foxhill. Okay, so to come to the top of the valley now, we're into the proper trade area, part of the field, part of the whole area here. And this is some old-fashioned scramble track action for you, grassland, dirt. It will again get rutted. At the British Championship there was an inside rut and an outside rut, and they even got another outside rut the rougher it got on the inside. I had a nice bit of memory from here, the Motocross Des Nations 1998 as it was. My friends in the Forest of Dean Club rigged up a set of truck horns to a car battery, and yeah, it didn't last very long because it blew the battery, but we literally had a couple of riders fall off here with the way we blasted at them in the middle of practice. It was quite an off-putting noise, shall we say. But this, of course, is the famous bit, the last corner as it was in 1995 when Paul Malin came out to do this last corner to win the British Grand Prix, the first Brit to do so in 1995. Okay, just to give you an idea, I mean, we could talk about this bit, and I love the section after this, so we will do that bit. But a quick bit here, this is how steep it is. Again, I'm not a short guy, but this, I can't see the landing here. Now, for Grand Prix riders, that's part of the course. That's part of their daily job. That's their day in the office. But for the clubmen and a lot of riders here at the Vets Motocross Des Nations, to get to a jump that you cannot see the landing for is a unique experience. So this is going to be quite testing and yeah, quite nerve-wracking for those who aren't used to that sort of takeoff. So here's the other side of that jump. Again, you launch down the hill, you launch back up it, and the very fastest will be landing roughly about here. Look at the distance they've got to travel though. There'll be some serious speed if they can carry it on that downhill and fire back up there. One of the most enjoyable parts of the track as a rider, I've been told. And also again, as the spectators, you can be right at the side there, see the bikes launching through the air. Going to be absolutely incredible. We've got the last few corners to come, and I'll show you just the last little bit there about this incredible circuit at Foxhill. We've got flat left-hander, no build-up, no bank, no anything to get into there, just could probably a chalky, slick left-hander. And then they come out of here, it drops down slightly, so you can see I'm a decent height now, and then it drops down quite quickly. And again, we're into the loose stuff that will be wetter later and will build up a bit muddy and all that sort of business. But then you've got this banked corner. Now in the British Championship round earlier this year, there was a last lap pass or two on this very corner. You've got a big steep banking, and you want to make sure you get your braking right, because if you take off from there, you're landing in Bristol. It's an insane drop from that side of the bank. You really don't want to take off there. But either way, you've got that banked corner, and then where those yellow marker posts are, that is the finish line and the end of the lap here at Foxhill. There's a section after it which goes left and around the actual start straight, and then it rejoins where we started this track walk from. But yeah, quite a lovely bit of circuit. The history here at Foxhill is second to none. I've been a teenager here. From 1992, I was 14 years old, and it's been incredible to watch it, the Grand Prix through the years, and it's fantastic to see this event back here at Foxhill. The Veterans Motocross Des Nations 2022 is going to be incredible.
Introducing the Fly Racing Formula Carbon Tracer Helmet. Featuring our Adaptive Impact System, a high-performance ecosystem of structural designs and energy-mitigating materials. With impact energy cells made of Rheon, the cells maximize absorption of low-speed linear and rotational impacts, reducing forces transmitted to the brain. Conehead EPS technology throughout the 12K shell, and expanded polypropylene chin bar. ECE DOT approved, the Formula Tracer is an extremely lightweight shell with superior penetration resistance, with safety as its foremost function. Featuring the true functional ventilation design with the washable, moisture-wicking, antimicrobial liner, this helmet is sure to keep you cool and comfortable. Weighing in at only 1,290 grams, the Formula helmet is at the forefront for motocross helmet technology. the Formula Carbon Tracer from Fly Racing.
Found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do it cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Right, here we are. We are in the Team USA camp. They've just been out for practice, day one. Obviously, here we are at Foxhill VMXdN. There's Doug. He's been there, done it before. He's looked totally unflustered. Doug, very quickly come in. Doug Dubach, how's it going out there, Doug? I mean, Farley's one thing, Foxhill's another. How are you finding it?
I got no problems. I mean, I love a challenge. I love going to new places. You know, we all love Farley. Don't get me wrong there, but it's neat to come to a new track and just to see this crowd. It's unbelievable. I mean, I love coming to this event. I just can't, I'm constantly surprised how the crowds turn up for vintage racing here.
You got to understand though, Doug, we grew up watching Supercross. You know, I remember coming home from school, recording it, VHS, I wore the tape out, watching people.
Did the same thing.
Watching people like you.
Yeah.
So you know, you don't underestimate how big you guys are to us British fans.
Yeah, well, no, that's great because, you know, we don't quite have that. You know, there's people that try and put on bigger events in the States, and I don't know what it is, but they just don't get that same traction over there. And man, I just tell you, I love coming here. Dave King, hats off to him. He just keeps plugging away. He's got the right mindset here to, you know, make the fans happy, and I'm happy as well. So
just to highlight how badass Doug is, it's red hot and he's wearing black.
I just took a page out of Jeff Emmig's book.
Listen, have a great day, Doug.
Thanks,
have a good
guys.
one. You can see Ryan's been out, Keith's been out, so that's the thing. Ryan's still running the old nipple tape. That's very important as a rider. You need that. He's got his knee braces, Motorsport, running the canvas kit. We'll let him do his thing. Over here, obviously, we got stuff going on with Mike's bike, second bike. What is just having a quick strip down. Probably going to change some parts onto the race bike. Let's just walk through here. We'll let these guys get changed. Come on through, Charlie. Mind the step. We just get over here out in the corner, out of the way. But obviously you can see, if you come over this way, Charlie will film that there. So basically, obviously something going on that with Mike that he wants to get changed. Obviously these guys don't get enough of a chance. They don't get much of a chance to ride the bike. Literally, they had a little shakedown 2 days ago at Ashton Woods, but now they've been out on the track. So obviously Mike feels like something needs to be changed on the bike, something not quite right. He's having the conversation there with Wobbs, but they've got the two bikes. So much work goes into it. I can see Zach Osborne's bike here. Obviously Zach's been out. Seems okay. They're not working on his bike. Down the end. What we got down the end? Oh, we got Jake. Oh, Jake's down the end on Tommy Searle's bike. That's right. So it's all happening here. Ryan, if you want to come around this way. We got Julian yet again on his knees. This is ridiculous. He's just... I'm surprised he hasn't got a bag back because he's always hunched down. That's why he got no shorts on. How's Ryan? I see they're doing a lot of stuff to Mike's bike, but you don't seem to be so busy. So Ryan, happy?
At the moment, I'm all happy. Fingers crossed, yeah.
Ryan too?
He's happy, yeah. So good.
Good stuff. There you go. So yeah, he done put the work in yesterday, but obviously Mike, I won't go and speak to them because obviously it's something they're trying to sort out. And that's a little bit of an insight of what goes into the VMXdN. Even though it's like meant to be fun or whatever, these guys are ex-pros. They want to race, they want to do well, and there's a lot of effort that goes into it, as you can see. So we'll be back in the pits again later on. But right now, let's get back to some track action.
Introducing the Fly Racing Kinetic Core Racewear, featured in red and gray. The Kinetic Core jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs is constructed with multi-panels for comfortable fit and maximum performance. Our Kinetic Core pant features comfortable mesh liner for ventilation, multi-directional stretch ripstop panels for flexibility, and an internal pocket inside the waistband. With ultra-durable 900D construction, with laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching, and SoftFlex protective rubber badging creates massive vents for airflow. The ratcheting closure with zipper lock system keeps pants closed and secure. The unique adaptive waist system provides a custom fit. The Kinetic Core Racewear in red and gray from Fly Racing.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder.
found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Okay, it's Sunday. The man, along with Dave King, that made this happen. If you build it, they will come. Wobbs, how are you feeling? You got day one out of the way. Obviously, with all the bikes is one thing. But as you sit here now, I mean, with all these people, what's the real feeling?
I'm just overwhelmed, if I'm honest. Humbled that so many people bought into just an idea of ours. That's all it was. You know, the first guy was Mark Banks. 10 minutes after we decided we were going to do it, I rang him. I'm like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. He's like, count me in, title sponsor. And I'm like, that's one on board. Yeah. And at that point, we had one rider in Brownie and one sponsor. And for it to turn into what it is now, I mean, apparently there's an hour-and-a-half queue to get in. When you go into the camping field, it's just insane, the people. And it feels like a 90s Grand Prix, which is what we always wanted. But to get this on our first stab of the apple, I mean, yeah, there's been a few teething issues. We're like, oh God, we forgot this, we forgot that. The toilets need emptying more often because there's more people. And the thing is, we were pushing the pre-sale because we needed a number. When you contact any event supplier, toilet guys, for example, you're like, oh, we got an event on this weekend, we need toilets. Okay, how many people are coming?
No idea.
No idea. You can't say, I don't know. So what we did is we closed the pre-sale 2 weeks before and doubled that number, thinking we'd get walk-ins, and that's how many toilets are here. So hopefully that's enough. We'll know next week. And, you know, I've been out litter picking this morning because there wasn't enough bins yesterday, so we've taken care of that. And I'm trying to take care of these guys as well. It's a lot.
It is a lot, but ultimately, obviously, you know, like you said, for year one, I can see how you would be overwhelmed.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it'll sink into next week.
No, it won't.
And then, you know, I've had a little look on the social media and there's a lot of love for it. There's a lot of love, and I can't walk 10 foot without some guy asking me for a photo and kissing babies and all this other stuff. It's crazy. I'm like, how did that happen? I mean, you've got to blame Tommy Searle for a lot of it, I think. Well, credit him, maybe. That's the right word. Maybe not blame him. That's probably a bit hard.
Oh, but no, it's great. Look, we'll leave you to it, Wobbs. And another tip of the hat. Well done, my man. Well done. There you go. Doc Wobbs, one of the promoters here, along with Dave King, that's making all this happen. Unbelievable.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Right, it's Sunday morning. I've now worked out that these two, Zach Osborne and Mel Pocock, I think they could be a really big hit. They could be a little sort of comedy double act going on. Zach, how was you? I caught up with you last night. You were flipping burgers. How was that?
Yeah, good. I'm the only one who got sick from it, so it's all good.
Again, that sounds like an excuse, Mel.
He'll get sick over anything, mate. Trust me.
So I was
enough times to know how often he gets sick.
When I caught up with you guys on Friday, obviously, you know, there's a bit of banter there, you know. So now we're 2 races down. You know, you've come out on top.
It was all fun and games on Friday. Now I need to borrow a set of roll-offs, and it's like.
He's like, mate, can I borrow a set of roll-offs? I was like, no chance. Like, what else do you need? But
it's starting to get serious then. Like, you know, it's at it.
I've got Bobble Gob sorting me out 4 sets of goggles. Right, he's in there rummaging around. Mate, can I just have 1 set?
I know we're only at the halfway stage, but have you been ribbing him? Let's be honest, he was quite a way down.
Easy.
Well, you know,
I got better in the second race.
Results don't lie.
Yeah, it's true. Proof's in the pudding, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I will be honest. I am sore today. I'm sore.
He'd done 3 GPs on the trot or something.
We worked it out. I did 15 laps yesterday. I'm sore. And I'm complaining.
You're feeling it?
14 actually.
Yeah, I'm sore. Yeah, no, I'm feeling it.
But you've only just turned
my backs and my shoulders, and yeah, honest.
You've only just turned 30.
That's what I said.
That's what I mean. So how old are you now?
32. But I'm not sore.
No.
No, but you wouldn't be sore running around at that pace, would you?
Oh, it's cutting.
Right.
It's cutting.
It's all right.
All right. So what's the vibe today? Do you think you're going to be up nearer to him?
I don't think so.
No. Fair enough.
Pretty content where I was at. Like, I mean, I'm going as good as I can go. Kind of a bit underpowered here and there, I feel like, you know. But overall, been a decent weekend. Just need to keep getting top 10s, and hopefully we can take home this team thing.
Well, that's the thing, you see. So you got your individual thing going on.
I'm not here for the individual. I'm here for the team.
Exactly. That's my point. So you might end up, like, obviously sticking it to him on the track, but he might have the last laugh by winning the team thing.
I didn't even know there was an individual score. Is there?
No.
Okay, well then.
It's just,
do you know the team standings?
I think there's 1 or 2 points in it between USA are winning. But I think Team GB's 1 or 2 points behind.
Yeah, they've already dropped their moto. They've already got 1 drop, so.
It's all to play for, isn't it?
It is all to play for.
Yeah, it's all to play for.
We're going to watch this with intrigue. So there you go. Basically, World Motocross's latest double act, Zach Osborne, Mel Pocock. Have a good day, guys. Stay safe, and may the best man team win.
Appreciate it.
There we go.
Introducing the Fly Racing F16 riding gear in black, gray, and high vis. The F16 jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs. Lightweight, durable polyester construction for maximum performance and a comfortable fit. Our F16 pant features a mesh comfort liner to keep you cool and comfortable. Multi-directional stretch ribbing for flexibility. And low-profile stretch leg cuffs. Soft flex protective rubber details creates vents for airflow. The ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. Ratchet enclosure and waist belt allow for adjustability. The F16 riding gear from Fly Racing.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make a harder. Think about it, so cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Again, welcome back everybody to the VMXdN Foxhill, August 25th, 29th. As you can see in the lower corner of your screen, what an event. You can probably tell by my throat, starting to sound like Phil Mitchell of EastEnders for all those people viewing in the UK. You'll know what I'm on about. Just been incredible out there. We've just had a bit of a lunch break. We've had a Legends Parade, tracks event commentator Roger Warren. Been chatting to some of the lads down there. We had basically Rick Johnson and Dave Thorpe ride round at the back. All the others rode round the track as well. Villopoto, Osborne, Robbie Herring was out there. Paul Cooper. It was unreal. You are not necessarily going to miss that. We did actually record that. We didn't push that out live. So we probably won't be pushing it on the live stream, but we will definitely be throwing that out on our social media channels, and later on, maybe in the midweek or whatever, all the pre-recorded content that we haven't been able to show live today will go up on our YouTube channel on MXN-TV and on our social media. Hopefully you've had a pretty seamless live stream feed. Well, like we mentioned earlier on, such is the magnitude of people here. There was far more than anybody imagined or expected. We had a few issues with signal bouncing around the valley, people on their mobile phones, people moving around, etc. So hopefully your viewing experience hasn't been too badly, you know, as in with a bit of buffering and stuff like that. But when we can reload the races later on in the week and get rid of that buffering. So yeah, if you come back to this event, you might be watching it now and we might have sorted it out, and you're probably thinking, well, what's he waffling on about? But there we go. So yeah, we're having a little bit of a lunch break. We're going to go back now to a full block of racing, the final block. And as I said, it's been an intense week. It's been such an enjoyable weekend, but also in many ways so intense, not like in a good way. Myself and my co-colleague here, Ben Rumbold, have been busy doing a load of other media, sort of multitasking basically. Ben, how's it been out there in that lunch break? Selling more programs, doing your thing?
Yes, yeah. The original job I was here for and hired by TMX, who I write articles for and make crosswords and such like, was to do a crossword and a feature for the program, which was very nice because I got to talk to some star riders of days gone by, which was wonderful, and then and also sell the programs on site. So I thankfully had my lovely lady Sam Claridge to help me out with that yesterday, and my good friend Chris Maidman is out there on the van today, and another good mate Dave Gibson was there on the Friday to help me out sell some vans, so some programs. So shout out to them, and yeah, they have largely gone. Yeah. We've almost sold out of TMXs, which the editor who I spoke to just now can't believe. We have literally got the last few TMXs that we took here on the table, and we're really happy with that.
Probably haven't done that since 1970 or something like that. I should have
I told him the numbers at the end of Friday, so before even the weekend happened, and he said no one's sold that many TMXs at VMXdN before. So I'm really happy about that. You know,
yeah, that's good.
I don't really want to be a salesman.
But that's not good for us. That's not really good for us. It's not good for us though, is it? Because then they want you back to do it next year, and we're going to need you in here in the booth, all this running around.
Yeah, no, I'm good to do either, but yeah, for sure it'd be nice to do just the one. But I mean, yeah, after that was arranged, of course, yeah, the MXN-TV guys and Jeff, you've been kind enough to encourage me with this as well, and it's been great to be a part of it, and yeah, being part of this live stream at this incredible venue. I mean, what an event it's been. Insane.
Too far gone now. You're in.
I'm in deep. I'm in too deep. That's a nice song.
You are actually in. You're in the VIP lounge of the people that is staff at MXN-TV.
Oh, I don't know about that. Look at that bit there. I mean, just that section there. I mean, it's just full of people absolutely loving life. Look at it, chilling out, motocross on the track, and yeah, it's stunning. And wow, there's the Bowser happening there. That's the part of the track that actually isn't covered by sprinklers that we're seeing on the screen there. So, yeah, it's good that they're getting out there and sorting that one out, although I think the riders in the Evo Ultra class won't be too content with that. But then the Evo Ultra class is basically consisted of the, should we say, the youngest riders and the newest machines. So, you know, they're going to have to take the hit on this one.
It's funny you say that, because that's exactly what Sam Nunn and Tom Grimshaw said to me when I was walking through the paddock. I said, how is it, guys? He said, yeah, it's amazing running two strokes. He said, yeah, but it's just a shame we're out first, like, so we got to take all the mud off the top. I said, yeah, but you know, you're young enough to deal with it. So
right, yeah, so you've got to earn your proper veteran status first.
Exactly, you've got to earn your stripes.
You have to be absolutely perfect.
Yeah. Exactly.
Can't leave it to Brian Wheeler and Kurt Nickel and the likes, can you? Really,
You can't.
Great stuff.
So look, we got the final, not straight away, of course. We've got our running order, but we have got the fourth and final for everybody racing coming up. Fourth block of racing, but of course the big one. The actual VMXdN team event.
Yes.
We've got current points standing here. Ben, you love all that. This is you. You are the stat department of our team here.
I'm starting to worry now because I'm actually not fully prepared for that. So, we are getting very close there. Let's have a quick look at it. Give me a second there, Jeff, and we'll get it sorted. What have we got? Okay, so we've got running order here. So we have got, 66 points showing for Team USA out the top at the moment. 81 for Team GB, and third place Northern Ireland on 99 points. Now that is on the total.
Exactly, that's not deducting the worst score yet.
Yes, so I'm going to quickly and quietly work that out. In between now and then, I will get it so that on come race time, you'll know exactly what points are needed and who's going to be where. That's my job, like you say. That is me. We'll get that sorted out for you. But put it this way, it's still all to play for. When you take out the worst scores there is still plenty of chance for Team GB to upset the favourites. I mean, you've got to say that Team USA were going to come in the favourites with the likes of Mike Brown, the world's fastest 50-year-old out there. There's Zach Osborne on that incredible Husqvarna, and of course the man RV himself, who was a multi-time American champion and one of the very best to ever do it. So from that sense, they're definitely going to be the favourites. And but the British boys are sticking it to them. Mel Pocock, Brad Anderson, still not far away from having been full-time riders. So they're up there.
I was just down there when they was interviewing all the riders. Roger was chatting to them all, and Brad and Mel were parked up together. I had a little chat with them. I said, it's getting close in it, fellas, and all this. I said, Brad, I saw that RV had the audacity. Who does he think he is? The audacity to, when you made that mistake and passed him and he got you back, to look behind. I said to him, you can't be happy with that. He's winding you up. I was doing everything I could to fire up Brad Anderson.
Yeah, damn right, dude. So we're all pitching in. Dirty tactics, Karen.
And Brad said, I'll make them so they're scared of us. And then Mel looked up and said, I'm scared of you and I'm a teammate. There we go. There is said editor of TMX.
Hey, Mr. Sutton himself. Great stuff. He knows where the cameras are. Actually, to be fair, he's actually one of those camera shy guys you could ever wish to meet. But he's right in there, look, getting stuck in.
So I'm glad he's getting a name check on TV.
Yes, he fully deserves it. Let's face it, without Anthony Sutton right now, the TMX would be history, consigned to the history books. He puts so much effort in, and it's so underappreciated. We had too many people this weekend say, I can't believe the TMX is still going, or I haven't bought it for years, or it's too full of modern stuff. I hate that stuff. Let's get out there and buy it and read it and support the guys that keep this sport knitted together in that way. Anyway, enough preaching there, but it's great to see Tony do his work. What's wrong with Tom?
There's Tom Grimshaw. I tell you what's wrong with him. I know exactly what he's saying to Carl Lane there from Dirthub. Carl was, by the way, the man in the photographer's bib was the winner of the Fox Cool Whip competition.
The Cool Whip
at our Airborne Gunner Supercross. So he is good on the camera and on a bike, but he's out here covering all the event for Dirthub. But I know what Tom was saying there. Absolutely, he was just like, why us? Why are we going to go out on a start straight that's just been watered heavily?
Yes.
You see Stephen Clark. Look at Clarkie. Right down the other end, interestingly.
Ooh, has he found some? What does he know that the others don't know then?
Yeah, I don't know, unless he qualified way down there, but I don't think he did. So Liam Garland, a lot of these guys, as I said, racing British Championship, but both Revo and MX Nationals. So again, this will be a great race. Sam Nunn's looking good for the overall here. I think he's had 2 race wins and a second on the Cab Screens Crescent Yamaha. So he's ready for that. So as you can see, we're about to go racing soon. I think in the meantime, we're going to go to a quick ad, and when we come back from that, hopefully we'll be in a position to get these guys off the line. See you in a bit.
Introducing the Fly Racing Kinetic Core Racewear, featured in red and gray. The Kinetic Core jersey with tagless comfort stretch collar and relaxed shorty elastic sleeve cuffs is constructed with multi-panels for comfortable fit and maximum performance. Our Kinetic Core pant features comfortable mesh liner for ventilation, multi-directional stretch ripstop panels for flexibility, and an internal pocket inside the waistband. With ultra-durable 900D construction, with laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching, and SoftFlex protective rubber badging creates massive vents for airflow. The ratcheting closure with zipper lock system keeps pants closed and secure. The unique adaptive waist system provides a custom fit. The Kinetic Core racewear in red and gray from Fly Racing.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are. You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
help us with the commentary this weekend, but we've got a future now, a young man who's decided that when his racing career is over, he wants to do some commentary, so we're going to have a little word and help him out. Richard's here with us this time, so
Okay, then welcome back to Foxhill Motor Park. Myself, Ben Rumbold, alongside Jeff Perrett here on MXN-TV. Thanks to Alpha Live for the footage there, and of course, our sponsors, Bell Helmets, 7 Clothing, Fly Racing, of course, Beer, that is BIHR, and RFX there for helping us with keeping this live streaming going free across the internet around the world. Come and join us, share alike, share what's happening here. As you said, there are lots of people here. Look at this. This looks like Foxhill Valley back in the day, Jeff, when you were racing it. Isn't it incredible?
It really is, and like I said, it's quite emotional, I have to say. You know, I was fortunate enough to race 4 or 5 British GPs here. My first one was in '95, and it was such a buzz being a home GP rider, obviously, to come down that valley and just into that wall of noise and air horns, and just incredible memories for me being here. So to be back here now and to see the kind of footfall and crowd that we've got, which I don't care what anybody says, we have not seen a crowd like this since those heydays, and that's to bring it back. I absolutely know this is way beyond the expectations of Dave King and Doc Wobbles with what they've done here. They'll learn a lot from this first event,
sure.
You know, like regards to the infrastructure. As you heard Wob say in the interview earlier on, you know, being more prepared with more footfall, more toilets, more, you know, everything about it. But it's a nice problem to have.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, you'd never want too few people, so you'd much rather have too many, even though it does create, as Jeff said, its own issues there. Although, as far as I can tell, certainly the main... you mentioned the toilets. They've been absolutely, very well kept, very well maintained, and the site itself is, it's got to learn from coping from this many people, but it can do it, and it's incredible that it can do it.
Yeah, particularly with us, honestly, encouraging you guys to come out next year, because if you are watching this at home and you think, okay, it's cool, I can get to see all the action at home, you know, like most things, we sit and watch Glastonbury at home, which is amazing. But until you've experienced Glastonbury, you'll never experience Glastonbury.
No,
and this is a similar thing. You know, you need to come here. There's no doubt about it, and see the bikes, see the atmosphere, get up close and personal to all the riders. You know, get your pictures and everything with them, chat to them, get your T-shirts signed, all those things. You know, you can't come here and get a program signed when you're sat at home watching it on TV. So. Next year, if you can make it, of course, you can then always go back and watch the stream after the
yes, you
event
can, of course. Yeah, that's right.
Free to view. So
and it will be on YouTube to watch for as long as you ever want to watch it. I'll probably watch it back quite a few times in my life ahead of this, because it's certainly been a weekend to remember for me. Just coming back from coming back here after being a teenager in the 1990s. 30 years ago, I was 14 years old trackside when Rob Herring drove us all crazy, taking that win, and then.
Don't sit there next to me.
I was here from 14 till 21 years old.
Telling me your age when I was out there racing. I tell you.
I was cheering you on, Jeff. I was one of those with an air horns going, "Come on, Perrett, get your ass in gear."
You weren't the only one. My entire family and pit crew were doing the very same. And what was he playing? I was too caught up in the emotion of it all.
I can only imagine what the emotion must have been like. I mean, like you say.
It was incredible. You know, I can remember, you know, I was always a privateer GP racer, so I kind of knew where I sat, what I wanted to do with it, and I just was the privilege to go and do those GPs over those years. But early doors, I thought, you know, let's live this moment, let's get the most out of it. And I can remember, I think it was on like about the second or third lap of practice, I threw a knack over that first jump. Of course, back then I could, even with my ET legs. I had the flexibility, not so much anymore. And I remember just then the next lap around, there was like a load of guys had come down to the front and was just getting behind me, and it just absolutely chilled me right out. All the nerves went, you know, and I just enjoyed the whole experience. So every time I raced a GP in my own country, I never once got nervous. I thought, I'm not going to get to do this many times.
True. Yeah.
So I'm not going to get caught up in and getting all serious, and I'm going to soak all this up the best I can, and I'm really glad I did.
Absolutely right. Lining up now, we have the Evo Ultra class. The term Ultra means that it is ultra new, if you like. So yeah, 2003 to 2008, these bikes. So still, you know, around 15 or so years old, the bikes themselves, but riders of any age. So we have got some of the top pros that are in the country racing at the moment, like Tom Grimshaw and Sam Nunn are out there to show their stuff to this massive crowd and show that even younger boys can cope with two strokes and throwing them around on the on this amazing Foxhill circuit. Mixture of 500s, 250s, 125s, as we're seeing all day. We're seeing in shot there Harry Bradley with the fantastic Ricky Carmichael replica kit to match the bike, and of course that big famous number 4 on the back. As you said earlier, Jeff, yeah, apart from the height and the speed, he'd almost pass for the man himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the only two things missing there. He's got pretty much everything else on point, regardless of the look.
He needs a few more like Fox winning race badges, like
but
you
that
used to
is
print
true.
on. That was quite cool.
Yeah, God, yeah. Almost no room for Ricky's number. The amount he's got on the back.
So yeah, just to give you a rundown of this, this is the fourth race, of course, the last race. So this is to decide the overall result. And currently number 365, Sam Nunn on the cab screens, Crescent Yamaha rider, 250cc Yamaha. He's riding today. Is the overall points leader right now, 72 points after taking 2 wins and a second. The other rider to win a race was Stephen Clark. He won race 2, but he's been 4th either side of that, so he's only lying 3rd in the points right now behind Tom Grimshaw, who's been a consistent 2-4-2 motos so far, and he's 2nd overall there on 62 points. Also in the fray for the podium is Liam Garland, who's finished 3rd in each race, so he lies just behind there. So the podium is open. Looks like Sam Nunn might have it. So here we go then, Jeff.
Yeah, this is going to be good. I think Sam's got to have a good quality race here. He needs to get round this first corner. That's the thing. If he's going to win this overall, needs to be clean round there. He's had good starts, but Liam Garland up there with that retro kit down the middle, 241, has pulled the Holy, but Nunn was right there where he needed to be in 2nd. Actually, Grimshaw's alongside him, but as long as he keeps Grimshaw at bay around these next couple of corners, and Clarkey is there in 4th. This is going to be a humdinger. Look at Clarkey running it in
shoving
there.
on the inside there. Oh, he's not shy of a bit of contact, but he came out the worst for it there. Grimshaw makes a move on Sam Nunn, shows him the outside of the track. Nunn just has to roll the throttle a little bit, which is what a block pass is all about. That's fantastic work there from young Tom Grimshaw, and he is there fending off Sam Nunn as they splash through some of the puddles made by the track watering in preparation as they stare. The poor guys are there. It looks like Sam Nunn went round the outside of Grimshaw on that bottom right-hander.
It's going to be a very difficult couple of laps here, Ben, because the track is freshly watered. It dried out. It always takes at least a race or two to bed in and tack up. It's going to be like you're going to go from these dusty patches that are loose and then go from them to almost now like ice patches. So these guys have to just, go relatively steady on the first lap, but they're racers.
There's nothing steady at the moment about Sam Nunn attacking Liam Garland. The only man with a clean number plate is Liam as he comes up through here. Number 241 on that beautiful crisp white and purple Yamaha, just like 1994. And they are looking very good here. But Garland with a clear track at the moment. Sam Nunn having to work the roll-offs as he goes down through all this slop that has been generated by the watering, but it's absolutely necessary so that we can get this last block done and dusted without getting too dusty, if you like. So yeah, Liam Garland there out in front, looking good at the moment. This would be a massive improvement from his 3 third places he's had so far, and see if he can nudge either Tom Grimshaw or Stephen Clark off of the podium, and it'd be interesting to see where Clark recovered to after that collision.
Sam Nunn is launching down that hill, looking really good, hard on the brakes to make it. But Sam Nunn is really wanting this. He wants to try and get past Liam Garland early if he's going to win this overall. He can probably win the overall from there in 2nd, but he's going to be getting filled in.
One thing that's going to help Liam Garland from this point is that Tom Grimshaw's actually fallen, we've just been told, on the top of one of the hills there. So yeah, Grimshaw's not making life easy for himself, and that could cost him an overall podium position in here. And that looks like, who does that look like in
Stephen
3rd?
Clark.
It did indeed, didn't it? Yes. So he's recovered well from his early collision at the start of that lap.
Sam Nunn was spinning out, coming out of that finish corner. He really wants to try and get to the front. Like I said, not to only win the overall, but just to have that clear vision, because at the minute it's a little bit like glue and feathers. You are literally going from a dusty burn into, and then you get fill, and then because they haven't been able to get the whole circuit covered, you got that kind of thing going on.
Yeah.
It's like Looney Tunes cartoon out there.
Have you ever been tarred and feathered?
I can't say I have.
I don't recommend it.
I won't ask. I really don't want to know that story, at least not on air.
Yeah, Liam Garland is there, still fending off Sam Nunn as they go through. Stephen Clark in third. We've got a nice ride there for number 72, Connor Hughes, showing well up in the fourth place. That's better than he's shown all weekend so far. And then we've got Harry Bradley, the RC lookalike there in fifth place, ahead of Bradley Wheeler in sixth place. And then the Belgian the Dutchman, isn't it, of course, Bob van Luveren there, the number 77 in seventh place.
Bob Van the Man.
I'd like to know how you pronounce that man in ninth place there. The 3:38. Again, another Dutchman, Jarno Bouw.
Let's go
It's a great one.
Bouw.
Yeah, that's it. And he's again another one of his countrymen there, which is Luca Nienhuis. And out in front, still Garland fending off Sam Nunn. So maybe Sam's just decided he's had enough of eating puddle at the moment, and he's trying to just get a little bit of gap and then suss out where he can get past Liam Garland nice and cleanly.
I'll tell you what I'd like to also highlight, which makes me feel ridiculously nostalgic, is the hay bales. You don't see many hay bales anymore in the modern motocross. It's all, whatever. So
tough
to
blocks.
see, tough blocks or just to see some good old hay bales out on track is just a great little touch as well.
Yeah, nothing knocks you raw like a bale of straw. So I heard that somewhere. Tom Grimshaw there is down in 13th place at the moment. So yeah, that's where he's ended up after losing it on that opening lap. So we'll keep an eye on Tom's progress. He's certainly got the pace to finish higher than that, and we'll see how far he can work his way up in the rankings. But so far, Liam Garland, in his efforts to get onto the overall podium today, has done what he has had to do, which is get out in front early and take the initiative. Take it by the horns. He's launching that beautiful Yamaha down that triple jump, and Sam Nunn on a much more modern looking blue Yamaha right up behind him. These bikes are looking great, aren't they?
Are they? I mean, Liam's made proper effort there with the kit and everything. That real 90s glow kit. Looking good. I can't quite see what make a kit it is. Is it O'Neill? Maybe I can't quite see.
Yeah, I can't quite make it out either. We should do, because he's always getting it moved on though. He did set the Keck's fastest lap award so far, but Sam Nunn has reeled him in, and now Nunn makes the move. He is looking for 3 wins out of 4. He's not passed yet even. Amazing work. Oh, Garland gets so excited. Runs down the side off the hill. How much time has he lost? Oh, he recovers to still hang on to second place, and it's a good job. They had 16 seconds over Harry Bradley in third. So it looks like Stephen Clark's had a problem there. He's dropped that now to, it's 8th place, in fact, as he goes across the stripe. And Grimshaw's recovered all the way up to 7th. Can you believe it? What a great recovery from Tom. And Garland will just need to calm down, because he's got this in the bag. Overall podium if he stays where he is, and he's got a good gap to the chasing pack.
The track conditions are definitely in Sam Nunn's favour. Sam is very, very good throttle control. He's gone off and done some enduros and stuff previously in the winter, all that kind of thing. So regards of that kind of technique, when it gets slippery and slidey, he's very good with throttle control.
I mean, she showed that at the British Championship round at Whitby. He was right on point, didn't he, there, and then challenging the likes of Talviku and people like that right at the sharp end of MX2.
Yeah, and he would have been on the box that day if he had some kind of bike issue, which was a real shame, because he's getting closer and closer to that national championship podium finish.
Yeah, Sam's a real bright star, bright hope for the future for British motocross. And just having a conversation there with a certain Steve Liddington, who used to race back in my time, the late 90s. And as he was saying, what is it that is depriving modern motocross of this sort of audience? And part of the reason, no major British talent at the sharp end in the World Championship. And that is something every talented youngster, I'm afraid, is going to have to deal with the pressure that we all really want a top rider up there. And Sam Nunn is one of those that we've all got our eyes on, I think.
Yeah, we need him. Like, we had Bobby Bruce in the booth earlier on. Good to see. I asked him that very question. I'm like, you got a weight of expectation. We're behind you, Bob.
Yeah.
How you dealing with it? And he was very good about it. He said, I'm not going to think about it. I'm just going to go out there and do my thing. And
yeah, absolutely.
And that's a good way, because if you start maybe thinking that pressure would derail. We've seen it a lot of time with, like football in the UK. We dump so much pressure on football players and whatever, and then they just melt, don't they?
Apart from the girls' team this year.
Yeah, exactly. The women's team.
Proud.
Sorry, the women did proud.
Absolutely. So, from that side of it, I mean, what this weekend is certainly proving as they finish lap 3 of the 5 there. So this is their penultimate lap that Sam Nunn is now starting. 3.5 seconds clear of second place, Liam Garland. Here's that scrap for third. Just coming into camera now, Harry Bradley. He's going to fend off I think it's the Suzuki rider, Connor Hughes, on the number 72 machine, unless that's a lap rider that I've mistakenly ID'd there. Bradley Wheeler is there currently in 5th place, and the Dutchman, Ryan Hughes, has come his way all the way up to 6th place there. He's really getting nicely up the field ahead of Tom Grimshaw, who's recovered to 7th, and Stephen Clark is 8th. But they both, in fact, Grimshaw has now moved past Bradley Wheeler into 6th place.
Just looking at the backside of our TV booth here, just noticed that Stephen Clark is having issues. He stopped on the far hill over by the VMXdN sign.
Yeah, he's plummeting down the order.
I don't know if that's a bike issue. He's now back rolling. He seems to still be going quick. So I'm not. He's up on his pegs. He's kind of just cruising. So I don't know what's going on there with Clarkie.
Well, that's a real shame. That has certainly cost him a chance of the overall podium. He was right up there in 3rd place after winning the 2nd race yesterday. And we've got Harry Bradley in shot, that fantastic Ricky Carmichael-esque number 4 Honda.
Talking of that, I'm thinking, we had Ryan Villopoto, we had Rick Johnson here, whatever. I know they've been trying for ages, but come on, Ricky, if you're watching this, come on, pick up the phone to Kinger and Wobbs. That would, come on. RC, RC, we need you back here. Obviously, you raced here in 1998. And it would be good. So cool. I'm going to lean on it and say Triumph, British brand. Surely it's in your interest to get Ricky Carmichael here.
Oh,
sorry, I'm just leaning.
They're going to foot the bill, yeah?
Yeah, whatever. But I'm saying he's an ambassador for Triumph now. Triumph is a British brand.
British brand, British event. It
Make it
marries up. It all marries up. Surely it's got to happen. I mean, I did hear in the bar last night, and maybe there was some alcohol talking from somebody.
You've got to believe everything you hear in the bar.
I did hear a figure that I won't repeat, but yeah, I've heard what he's asked to come across, and who knows? Well, we'll see how that one. I'll leave that one just there, I think.
Yeah.
But so certainly looking great, Harry Bradley. Though I mean, you got to say he's so far had 2 5ths and an 8th. So, sorry, 2 6ths and an 8th. So he's certainly picking himself up well here in 3rd place, doing a nice job, as is Connor Hughes, taking advantage of others' misfortunes, these two, to be 3rd and 4th. He's even got the Carmichael's visor wipe going on down there.
He hasn't got the chin grab, helmet grab yet that Ricky used to do a lot. He's got to perfect that. Maybe that was his ploy. He kind of realised, if I dress up as Carmichael, I might have more chance of more TV time. Because I tell you what, he's had a fair old man.
It's working. As they start their last lap now, he is there in 3rd place behind Sam Nunn and Liam Garland. Nigel Hughes is doing fantastically well in 5th place. Apologies to all Dutch viewers if I am getting that completely wrong. I've lost my confidence with this one.
No, honestly, I can tell you, you're a better effort than what I tried yesterday.
Tom Grimshaw in 6th has recovered well. Bradley Wheeler down there in 7th place. And then it's Bob Van Luveren. And then we have got Mr. Bowell. I just missed his first name. Jarno Bowell. And then number 16 is there in rounding out the top 10. That's Jordan Wills. It's definitely the case that Stephen Clark has dropped right down the order. Whatever issue is plaguing him is a real shame, because that has cost him the overall podium. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, but Sam is looking great here. As I said, he hasn't been able to quite get it on the box in British Championship Motocross in the MX2 class. But don't underestimate, obviously, you can see the magnitude of this event. It's not, it's not a championship, it's a one-off thing. But what a cool thing to say if he brings it across the line. I won at Foxhill at the VMXdN.
Absolutely. Just, real feather in the cap for sure. And certainly one that we'll mention as we go through to the final round of the British Championship. Landrake at on the weekend of September 10th and 11th, or was it? Yeah, 10th and 11th.
Yeah,
and that's after, of course, the Michelin MX Nationals next weekend.
Next weekend, God, that's come around quick, isn't it? I can't believe we got that next weekend as well. Fingers crossed we'll be going to a new venue with that, at, which is Oxford Moto Park, just the other side of Abingdon there on the A34. Brand new track being built down there by Elfie Smith, Justin Barkley, and I think I've even heard that Johnny Douglas Hamilton has also joined that party. So you've got the 3 best track builders in the UK currently working on a brand new venue.
Fantastic.
Just huge kudos to the Michelin MX Nationals for making that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we go across the line to win the final race. That's 3 out of 4, and the overall victory here at Foxhill for Sam Nunn. Liam Garland crosses the line in 2nd place, and that is a fantastic finish for him, which puts him 2nd overall for the weekend. A really nice score for him. And Tom Grimshaw recovered to finish 6th, and therefore 3rd overall on the weekend. So fantastic stuff. The pork pie hat has gone from Alan. He's now wearing a checkered
cap. I reckon someone said, I've seen the checker cap, I've got one at home, and they brought it in today for him to wear.
Yeah, I don't know what more he can do. He could have gloves and shoes. Beyond that, he's just going to have to start tattooing his body. Maybe you could do a crossword on him. You know what I mean? Like, it's just... I don't know where he goes from that, and I'm not going to find out what underwear he's wearing either, by the way.
I could make a crossword suit.
Oh, there you go.
There it is. It's done. It's done.
There we go.
It's sorted out for the next track walk.
Can auction it off and do all sorts, but Al's out there doing his thing. Look at him.
It's a big guy.
I'll tell you what,
smile,
he's going to be signing autographs from here on. And while Alan's doing his thing, we're going to go to an ad break. We'll be back with more racing shortly.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Welcome back again. We have got the Evo Plus category on the start line now. Scott Probert, who is a top-level rider back in his day, disappeared from the sport a long time ago to go road cycling. It was great to see him. He's been still fast out of the traps. He's pulled a couple of hole shots rider number 2. Got Jaden Ashwell there, number 211, currently in contention for the Michelin MX Nationals expert title. You've got a Shipton out there as well. A Shippo with a what looks like a whole shot. Does he run it too wide? It looks like he has, and oh no, not quite. So as they come on round, they're going to work this one out. Number 400 out in front. Sorry, I had a complete mental block. It was going to happen after 2 days of constantly talking and remembering names. Of course, that's Josh Spinks. Spinksy going to be mixing it up. He doesn't race. He races AMCA now. Doesn't and does a lot of rider coaching these days as well. So out there on the big 5-0, Josh Spinks. But Shipton loves this kind of going. Always ridden well on hard pack. His local practice track is a very similar circuit to this. Not so much the hills, but the ground, you know, very, very similar down at Rogers Hill Raceway, down on the backside of Poole Harbour. And so Shipton loves a bit of hard pack, but he's on that slightly easier bike to throw around some of the corners. He's on the 250, whereas Josh is on the big 5.0. So Josh don't absolutely pull back up the straights if he gets the drive right. But Shipton on those tighter corners should have a little bit more opportunity to throw the bike around with ease. Look at the crowd now round over that side as well. I don't think we've ever had people sat there for years, such as they want to get on a good viewing spot. Nice line from Shipton, just basically making that corner. It's just straightening it up a little bit rather than coming down the left-hand side as we look at it. Decides to swing over at the top and then get a nice sweep on it. So, as I said, Jake has been off a bike for a little while as well. Back racing now in the AMCA Championship. I said a little boy, I think a little boy, that's right. And, yeah, just doing the family thing and back at work. But we may see him back at high-end national championship races next year at the Evo British Championship and Michelin MX Nationals British Championships as well. There was Kurt Nickel, I see, stood on the side of the track, just checking out how much water they've put down around that section. Here comes Spinks. He's not giving up on this one. The sun bursting through. It's just epic. It's so good here. It's been amazing. The track is hard pack. It's always been hard pack. The first 2 or 3 years it had some soil on it, but even when we came here to the GPs, you know, it was already getting down to obviously a more chalk base. Jaden Ashwell, what's happened there? Well, I'll tell you what's happened there. He's either been T-boned or he's gone and or he's crashed, one or the other. But the whole back end of that CR all bent and twisted. So Ashwell goes out of this one. Lewis Abbott, another rider from down there in Dorset, looking good in third. His father Nicky actually was a top level rider back in the day. And then Lewis had a very good, prolific youth career, and then didn't really sort of take it so much into adults, but it's great to have Lewis out there. Jordan Booker, well, JB, you need to follow him on social media. He gets loads done if he's not riding a bike. He's doing mountain bike stuff as well. Got a big following on Instagram, TikTok, etc. In fact, Jordan is going to be 1/3 of the British Pit Bike of Nations team when we go over to Redbud to entertain everybody on the Friday and Saturday night over there. It's getting real serious. We want to win that thing. Ryan Villopoto is part of the team over there, along with Willie Browning and Carson as well. So we're going to be, trying to run them down and get a race win with that. That's going to be a lot of fun, though, either way. A great night. There were so many people over there watching last time. So if you are going to the Motocross of Nations at Redbud, make sure you stick around on Saturday evening. Don't go off to your hotel or whatever, because you will be entertained Saturday night, just as you're getting entertained here. So yeah, Shipton, Spinks, Abbott, Booker, Alex Snow, another top rider from years gone by out there. Then it's Stapleton. That's Dennis Stapleton, by the way. Scott Probert. Then James Herring, son of Rob, is currently, and Rob was out there on that parade lap earlier on, actually. So it's good. He couldn't get his bike started. He was on an 87 KX. I think it was a 250, might have been 500, but had a job to get the bloody thing started. Then he was stuck in the valley because it wouldn't start again. But just like the old days indeed. Yeah. So then it's Herring, then James Cole, then it's Robert Shuttleworth. That's your top 10. So this is looking good for Shipton. Shipton are on 2 laps in. That's a great battle going on there between, was that Probert? No, that was 1-3-1. Alex Snow. And like I said, it's Dennis Stapleton having a good old tear up. Alex Abbott dropping down the field now. Tracker, they've managed to keep it in check. It's not too bad. I mean, there's still some dry patches, dusty patches, but nothing that's going to cause the rider real issues. And the crowd as well. The crowd is still getting good viewing. There's not too many literally spectators covered in dust or anything like that. So it's pretty good.
Now, if they're covered in dust, then they're happy because that means they've been up close, and that's definitely the case today. And yeah, this is the battle for the overall result as well. Jake Shipton is going for the overall against Josh Spinks. And yeah, they've been swapping first and second all weekend. And yeah, it was winner takes all in this one. So yeah, from that sense, Shipton currently has got it. Got the advantage over Josh Spinks. Jordan Booker having a good ride as well, up in 3rd place, about a second, just under a second ahead of Alex Snow. There is Alex on screen. Not actually sure if I saw Booker go through, so maybe he has moved up from 4th. Not quite sure. We'll see that as the shot pans out. Lewis Abbott in a nice 5th on that very nice Kawasaki, and then Dennis Stapleton in 6th place.
I think that is Booker just ahead of him. Oh, look at this.
Oh, this is the scrap. Spinks v Shipton, 500 versus 250. Oh, this is going to be tasty, Jeff. These two want this overall podium, don't they? They want the win.
Yeah, because it's a showdown. It's a face-off. It's guns at dawn and all. Well, late afternoon, but yeah, is the maths pretty much whoever? Yeah,
winner takes all. Yeah.
Winner takes all. I love it when it's like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a defensive line there from Jake Shipton, and tries to make. Oh, there was a back marker in the way there, number 52. That was just slightly bulking the efforts of Josh Spinks to go around the outside of Jake Shipton. Didn't come off for him, so the 250 still has the advantage, but Spinks is not done with.
This is going to be good. Let's stick with this because this is for the overall win. Spinks, look at the way he's trying to push that 500 down, not get airborne, and just try and get that power down as quickly as he can without trying to spin the thing up as well, because they are absolutely brutal when you give them a good handful of clutch and throttle.
How much did you race the 250, Jeff? Was it much? Did you get out to race someone much?
Yeah, well, obviously I was mostly 250, yeah, but I used to train for one season on a CR 500 when I occasionally just to get that extra bit of fatigue and strength, and then it would make the 250 seem a bit more manoeuvrable. So yeah, I used to train on the 500 at an old bit of wasteland up at a place called Babylon Hill near Yeovil. It was rough as a badger's backside because it never got graded. It was just a bit of wasteland that we always used to go and ride up. Load of us. God, it was. I used to come off there with blisters. All my fillings rattled out. Horrendous. The vibrations through a 500. It's like it's a different animal. It's just an animal. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. You can see why. I mean, yeah, the average mortal didn't really go for one, and hence, sadly, has sort of let the class sort of go. But look at this scrap here. Spinks is right on Shipton's case. Down the hill, there goes Spinks.
He's going to smart moving from Spinks there. Oh, not enough though.
Oh, 250 overtakes. Oh, kicks it sideways. Great riding from Shipton.
Look at them. They're going back and forth. Block past Central.
Look at this.
Oh, he could have blocked past him there, but Spinks didn't. That was a brilliant bit of racing. I thought he had Shipton covered there. I did at the bottom of that hill.
Shipton did exactly the right thing at the bottom of that hill. Went wide, got the momentum up the hill to go past the 500, and now on the brakes. Still. Oh, fantastic. Shipton overtakes, Spinks retakes. Absolutely fantastic racing here. And we're still only just with, at the end of this lap, 2 more laps to go. Incredible stuff.
Amazing. A big shout out to Mrs. Wobbly. Claire is just bringing us some food, basically because we hadn't had a chance to eat all day. Claire, I could give you a massive hug and kiss, but unfortunately I'm right in the middle of a live stream. I'll save that for later. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
We're getting taken care of.
There
Right,
goes
back
Shipton,
to the
goes
racing.
defensive. Spinks goes around the outside, takes the lead. Now he gets the chance to unleash that 500 power, the full half litre down the straight opposite the start line. Alongside the start line, and there he goes. Now then, what can Shipton do? Again, this is for the overall, and this is the last lap. Amazing showdown here for the overall win. Alex Snow is going to book himself a spot on the podium if he stays there in 4th place, because Booker had a poor first race. So Snow will stitch up the 3rd step of the podium, but it's all about the top 2 steps, and these two have been sharing it all weekend. And right now they just come up to a lap rider just at the bottom of this hill. They come round. The 500 looks like it's pouring on the power with the number 400 on the front number plate. Yellow on black numbers, yellow plates. That's what we like to see. And Shipton is making it count right here. Looks like Scott Probert has moved past Dennis Stapleton into 6th place. James Herring there in 8th ahead of Bradley Doyle and Mark van der Meerden. Although Kurt Owen Talbot has worked his way up into the top 10 into 8th place now. He's had a good lap going around there, although no, that looks like a timing glitch because he's just dropped down again. So anyway.
Very unprofessional of me. I picked the wrong time to try a tortilla chip. Just when we got an epic race coming on, so nearly choked on it because I got excited with the racing whilst trying to get I'm so hungry. Anyway, we'll get this race finished. We're definitely going to go to a commercial break quickly after this one because I am starving.
Yes, yes, I can tell, ladies and gentlemen, right in front of me, it's a wrap. It really is. There we go.
Another seamless pun.
Full of them today. Right, here we go. Shipton is still trying to hold off. So, Spinks is, just trying to hold off Jake Shipton. Oh, he's getting slightly held up by a Suzuki rider there, a lap down. But he's coping with it well. I think he's got the distance, don't you?
I think he's broken him. I think he's got, at this point, Shipton has not got more left in the tank, I don't think. He can't make that last push. And I think, they on the last lap anyway? Yeah, no, from here, it's going to take a major mistake from Spinks for Shipton to get the overall here. Spinks just needs to keep his line, nothing fancy. He's got it covered, basically.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from Josh Spinks. It's going to make it 3 wins out of 4 for him. A wonderful weekend. Launches the CR500 up that final double jump there. Just putting a lap on the number 8 of Robert Shuttleworth. And out of the final corner he comes. Josh Spinks, your race winner, takes 3 out of 4 in the overall victory here at Foxhill in the Evo Plus class. Riders for any age machines from 97 to 2002, and that is a fantastic overall win for Josh Spinks. We've seen him on the British Championship circuit this year. He's done a good show for himself there as well. Jordan Booker gets 3rd in the final race, which was his great best result of the weekend, and Alex Snow in 4th takes home the 3rd overall position for the weekend on the podium. So wonderful results for all those guys.
We're going to go to a quick ad break. We're going to do some power eating, and we're going to be back with the next race real shortly.
Bang on.
Introducing the Fly Racing Evolution DST Racewear in black, gray, and blue. The Evo jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, a full mesh back panel, multi-directional Lycra neck and shoulder panels, BIHR Evo pants with durable stretch technology, constructed of 4-way hex stretch fabric, provides excellent mobility with heavy-duty durability. Strategically placed stretch mesh ventilation and laser cut perforations in key areas for advanced airflow. Leather heat shield panels feature DuPont Kevlar stitching and reinforced layers to add durability. The BOA Fit system offers fast, on-the-fly micro-adjustability. An ergonomically pre-shaped knee accommodates most guards. The full-floating durable 900D seat, surrounded by hex stretch material, moves naturally with your body. The Evo DST line of racewear from Fly Racing.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Welcome back, folks. We are ready to go with the Evo Open over 50 now. Kurt Nickel will be in this one, hoping he can get a good bit of track craft, try and get a really good solid result for the final team event, try and push Team GB onto the Americans and get that thing done. Keith Johnson took a race win in this, I think, yesterday. Didn't see him out there earlier today, though, did we? He's back.
Don't quite know what happened there.
On the big 500. Brian Wheeler, obviously, in this one as well, took a race win this morning. So yeah, some XGP names out there. There's Doug with the 6D helmet with the stars and stripes on the side. Dr. D, Yamaha development rider for so many years, factory Yamaha rider. And as I said, 60 years of age, still at it. It's just bonkers, that is. There's Nickel up the inside, number 13. Keith Johnson, number 100. Matt Bates, number 18. I spoke to Matt down there. He's like, I just got to survive 5 more laps. You take that how you will. I don't know what that means. You know, does he mean? Hey,
yeah, I think he's been pushing it.
Just
for
survive.
Sure. Oh, is that who was that? That was a Yamaha going over and back. That's a bad news for him. Evo Open though, and out in front looks like it is between Nickel and Dubach. It is Nickel that grabs the advantage, but Doug's not giving it to him.
Gary Hoptroff, a.k.a. Rick Johnson there in third.
And he's shoving up the inside there, looking to nudge the inside of Kurt Nickel, but Dubach rails the outside, manages to hang on to second place. And, Hoptroff lost it on there a little bit, lost his leg off the foot peg.
I really hope Gary's had the opportunity to meet up with RJ and had a picture taken with all that kit. And
that'd be really
it'd be cool, wouldn't it? I mean, that would be, because let's be honest, look, he does look like RJ.
That's it, exactly, absolutely amazing.
That would be amazing. But Kurt, we need Kurt to get a start like this in the vets race.
Absolutely right,
in the main team race. Wheeler. Yeah, so Wheeler's there. He got pushed out, I noticed, by Keith Johnson in the first corner. Wheeler actually had a good drop. So this is going to be a good one, Ben, to finish up on. This is going to be a 4 or 5 way battle, I'm sure of this. As Nickel drops down that hill, looking much better today. I think he's much happier with the bike setup today. His brother Aaron has been on the spanners, basically helping him out with that.
The old team together, isn't it? Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. But Gary will want a piece of this as well. So you're working out the overalls here in the over 50 Evo Open. It's going to be tight. Doug's had a consistent week so far, as has Wheeler. Keith Johnson, but we didn't see him out there in the opening moto today, so I think he lost a bunch of points. I don't know why he wasn't out there.
I didn't see him in the top 20. I mean, he wasn't on our main screen here, so and I'm just going to look into it and see. I think it's certainly between Nickel, Wheeler and Dubach, I think, for the overall. It's going to be very tricky to sort out, but we'll get there. I'm very close to it, so I do apologise for my delay. I'm behind now.
Nobody's expecting you to do such.
I've just been spoiled with that amazing fajita. It's just thrown me right out.
Yeah,
it is kind of burning my face off my face right now, but it's all good.
Yeah, it's definitely sparked up my lips, I have to say. Mind you, the speed that I got it down, I don't think it really touched my lips.
The sides. Great stuff here. It's looking really good here for Nickel, but Hoptroff is after a race win here. He really fancies a slice of this. He has had a mixed weekend so far on that beautiful number 3 1986 model CR250. Rick Johnson replica, of course, with all the gear. And if you didn't catch it earlier, of course, Ricky's famous nickname was Two Hip, as he had on the back of his pants. And of course, Gary Hoptroff has adapted that to be Too Hot, which is an absolute beautiful bit of play on words.
If I'd have gone for that look, I would have put Too Fat on the back of mine. Or Too Bald. One of the others.
Too Tall would have been mine. I'd have had the Mike Bell
It's
drop.
a shame that Gary couldn't have got number 5 entry, because if he'd had a number 5 on that bike, it really would look the real deal.
And up the inside it goes, though. Looking certainly good for him now. He passes Nickel. Nickel goes back up the inside almost, but Hoptroff has onto it. Nickel tucks up the inside onto the smooth line as they accelerate along the straight. I think Kurt's missing his 1993 Castrol Honda. I think it's struggling a bit on that Kawasaki. It's a hell of a machine to wrestle around here. And Hoptroff is loving that. Complete with blue gaiters. Nearly lost the front end there, though, Jeff.
He did, yeah. He just got caught on those kind of marble edge. He makes a mistake, and Kurt goes back into the lead. The wily old Kurt Nickel, he always would pick up. He won't leave you alone. I mean, Kurt was just great for that. You know, just consistent, solid laps. You kind of know what you're going to get from Kurt Nickel. It's just solid, kind of like the Dunge, Ryan Dungey before of Dungey of UK Motocross race. Just sort of solid, always there or thereabouts.
Yeah, absolutely. Just behind these pair, you've got Dubach there in 3rd place. Wheeler 4th is not making inroads into the veteran American.
Oh, Matt Bates. So I said about surviving.
He didn't survive, and his peak certainly hasn't. It's down on the track there.
That is a Tom Fuller design crash helmet from Image Design Custom, and Matt's just gone and basically just face planted it and ruined it, snapped the peak off it. I hope he had 2 made. If not, Tom will be back in the paint shop tidying that one back up.
Yeah, getting that one resprayed. Yeah, most definitely. Quite amazing bit of action there. So that was a shame, because Matt Bates was right up in the 6th place. He was knocking on the door of, he was a bit further back from Keith Johnson in 5th.
Famously, Matt had a big crash here back in the day down one of those hills. So he was hoping to get, his words was, I said, survive. Well, it looks like he survived it. He looked okay. He didn't look like he was, so hopefully he'll get back on and finish the race.
He certainly was picking it back up. So, yeah, there's no issue with that one. And, thankfully he has been able to remount and get sorted. A shame, because he was running quite well up in the overall order. Not quite on the podium, but certainly getting close to it.
Maybe looks to me like Gary has just kind of pulled the pin a bit early, and it looks like he's now making a few mistakes, and Keith Johnson has now gone past him as well. Of course, as I mentioned in yesterday's commentary, Gary is a stuntman. No, I think Kurt Nickel's still in the lead. I think those flags were raised. So, yeah, Gary is a stuntman now, works on a lot of films, a lot of TV stuff. He's actually paid to crash motorcycles and cars.
What a job.
Yeah.
How do you get that job?
Well, I guess, yeah, he trained to be at it. I could argue that he was, he trained while he was racing, but that's just just a joke between me and Gary. Sorry, Gaz. No, Gaz is a good mate of mine. We used to be there or thereabouts fighting each other, trying to qualify him for GP. So it's great to see him still out there.
Yeah,
good
absolutely.
on him.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure if Doug Dubach, Dubach's Keith Johnson that's actually moved forward there the most. He got past Dubach and Hoptroff in that last lap. Am I pronouncing it right? Hoptroff?
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. And Nickel out there, looking like he's going to take his 2nd race win of the weekend. Matt Bates is still on the side of the track there by the looks of it, but at least he is upright and walking, which is an improvement from that crash that he had that time. The watering on that downhill, Jeff, has made it slightly one-line, I feel, because it's wet, it's still tacky, it looks damp on the inside, and it's just that dry line on the outside, so everybody's got to go out there
For now, yeah, give it another couple of races, and certainly that line will open up as that water just sinks in a bit, because that other area might come shiny, and that's it. In certain places, you've got to chase the dirt. Some corners right now would be better to go out there in the loose stuff and cut it loose, but it's reading the track. That's the beauty of motocross. Unlike like MotoGP or anything like that, I know the track changes a little bit with the rubber that they get down, but a motocross track can change so much within one lap. I mean, you can literally have the nicest berm, and you think, yeah, that's amazing. I'm so good, in fact, you think, I can't wait to get back around. And you come round to find that somebody has blown straight through it. You're like, oh, come on. So the track changes so much in motocross. Again, we got a Fuller on the hill.
Oh, dear.
Now, if that doesn't show you just how steep Foxhill actually is, there you go.
Yeah,
that tells you what you need to know. right there. And good luck in getting that bike up.
That's a virtually impossible scenario to get out of there. That's number 29, Neil McMullen, has dropped it there and got his name checked on the on the live stream for all the wrong reasons. But yeah, he certainly pointed out how steep that hill is. It's quite incredible to climb up there. And yeah, just give a shout out to a guy I used to race with, Andy Prosser, out there in 18th place. His brother Bob also rides, and yeah, he's up there in the top 20, which is great to see.
There's Matt Bates. I don't know if that is surviving.
Yeah.
Well, just get home, Matt.
He can sit on the bike, and I guess that's as close to survival as he's going to get for this one, sadly.
Yeah, obviously Matt, as I said, a UK motocross promoter back in the day, and moving across promoter. So I don't know what his plans for that going forward. Now we're out of COVID and whatever, so might see the Arena Cross Tour back sometime soon. But yeah, good to see Matt out there. Not how he wanted it to end, but as long as he's in one piece, I'm sure he'd be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Kurt Nicholl still out in front in this one. He won race 2 of the weekend. That's the second race yesterday, and he was second to Brian Wheeler in the first one. He was actually 4th yesterday, so 4th and 1st yesterday and 2nd today. So he's right up there in contention, although it looks like Brian in 5th place. It's going to be close. I'm going to still get things worked out here. There's a yellow flag down. I think that's still for Matt Bates, isn't it?
Yeah, that'll be Matt pushing his bike back somehow, trying to get it back. Oh, there's wave yellows further up. So, it's because of our guy on the hill.
Oh, of course it is. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Our man McMullen up there showing us how steep it is on his 250 Suzuki, or off his 250 Suzuki as he is right now, trying to get that recovered and back onto track.
Okay, this is going to go right down to the wire here. Keith Johnson is carrying the momentum. Kurt Nicholl is going to have to do something here to keep him at bay, because Johnson is closed in very quickly in the last half a lap. Kurt's got to just keep his focus, ride those lines, at least try and make Keith go round the outside, not open up the corners. You know, that's the point. When you're defending, you want to make sure you take the tight lines. So at least if somebody comes around the outside of you, you can pop out of your line and block them. You've got to protect those insides. That's what you've got to try and do.
Absolutely. Oh my God, and Kurt's got his hands full here, because Johnson is absolutely advancing here. Both of these riders going for their second moto victory of the weekend. And look at that shot down the hill. We get it in perfect unison. The KX500s fly down there. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Kurt Nicholl with his Champion MX logos on the side of that bike. Got an amazing business he's built for himself out there in California, and certainly looking after their affairs there.
Can you hear the crowd? Can you hear the crowd cheering Kurt on? Can hear them through our headsets. That's just brilliant. Johnson is throwing everything.
Oh, he's making a move at the inside. Nicholl fends him off. Great clean racing from this pairing. Down the hill goes Keith Johnson, just slightly short on that downhill. Cost him a half a second there, and Kurt runs wide. That's a brave move from Nicholl to swipe across his nose.
He's going to go tight. Surely Kurt's going to. No, he doesn't. He's going to leave the door open with Johnson, but not quite.
Last lap tie. This very close between this pair. As it stands right now, this result would take the overall win for Kurt Nicholl. With Wheeler down in 5th place, you could actually get away with losing to Johnson and still take the overall. So yeah, because Brian is 2 points down in the overall. So yeah, that's Brian needs to beat Kurt. Sorry, Kurt needs to beat. Yeah, Brian needs to beat Kurt to win.
One thing I have noticed, we haven't had too many pit boards and guys out in the pit area, so I don't think Kurt would know that.
No,
and even if he did, he'd probably thinking, no, do you know what? Last race of the day, I've been leading all race. I think he really will dig deep here, Kurt Nicholl, to do. You know, he's not going to roll over, I don't think.
No.
The old racer is definitely coming out. You can see it.
Yeah.
The way he fought back, because he knows right now that Keith's there. Absolutely knows he's there.
Well, Paul Blakelock on the 250 Yamaha has dropped it on that section of the hill at Fox's Hill there. So that's very tricky for him. Johnson looks like he's almost stood up and cruising.
He does.
Is that a cruise? Has something gone wrong?
Oh, I think he's obeying the yellow flags. Good on him if that's the case.
I don't
know.
No,
He's got a
puncher. Puncher. Back wheel is flat as a pancake there. That is the end of that. And if you can't put the flat bits to the top, so yeah, he's absolutely going to struggle there. And Johnson is just going to tickle around this last lap and be denied the chance of a really good grandstand finish in that race.
Yeah, such a shame.
What a shame.
Great for Kurt.
Yeah, really good for Kurt.
Obviously, to bring it home and win the overall by winning a race. But we had a good race going there. Keith will just try to nurse that thing in. Obviously, he can't try to keep the tyre on the rim. Should be okay. The rim lock should keep it on just about. It's obviously, if he starts lighting it up, it would come off, and that's why he's just got to nurse it home. I think Hoptroff is going to go past, to be honest.
There was 16
I don't know,
seconds.
16, that's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Kurt now knows, you can tell. He's obviously done a visual. He's probably looked over his shoulder and gone, oh, yeah. And relax. Yeah. So he's going to bring it in. And he'll love this coming up through here. I hope they're on the air horns.
This is the victory lap for Kurt Nichol. He's going to give us a one-hander. Go on, Kurt.
I don't think so. Kurt didn't even do, but he wasn't into those kind of things first time around. I don't think you're going to see him showboating now.
No, for sure. Sheer exuberance is not Nichol's style, but there's nothing wrong with that. And he's going to bring home the overall win with this result. A stunning ride from Kurt Nichol. Completes the uphill double on his last lap of the weekend. Until, of course, the team race coming up. But yeah, great warm-up for the team race there. Kurt Nichol away and clear, and he takes the overall win in the over 50s Evo Open class. So that is great work there from Kurt Nichol. Takes the overall win here at Foxhill, and Brian Wheeler should take second overall as he's bringing things home here in 5th place. Keith Johnson is still out there trying to hold on. He set the fastest lap before at 2 minutes 32.3, and he has lost out. No, Hoptroff gets second. Doug Dubach comes across for third. So Johnson, I don't know if he survived that lap at all. Is Wheeler going to catch up to him? No. So Keith Johnson does finish, but in 4th place. And that is a bit of a nightmare. But your top 3 overall is Kurt Nichol, Brian Wheeler, and Gary Hoptroff.
Yeah, good work, fellas. We're going to go to another quick ad break. We'll be up, coming back with the next race. We're getting closer to the final.
Third was Doug Dubach, sorry.
Okay.
Third was Doug Dubach.
We're getting very close to the final VMXdN team race. But right now, quick advert, and we'll come back to you soon.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so many people do be cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Introducing the Fly Racing Formula Carbon Tracer Helmet. Featuring our Adaptive Impact System, a high-performance ecosystem of structural designs and energy-mitigating materials. With impact energy cells made of Rheon, the cells maximize absorption of low-speed linear and rotational impacts, reducing forces transmitted to the brain. Conehead EPS technology throughout the 12K shell, and expanded polypropylene chin bar. ECE DOT approved, the Formula Tracer is an extremely lightweight shell with superior penetration resistance, with safety as its foremost function. Featuring the true functional ventilation design with the washable moisture-wicking antimicrobial liner, this helmet is sure to keep you cool and comfortable. Weighing in at only 1,290 grams, the Formula helmet is at the forefront for motocross helmet technology. The Formula Carbon Tracer from Fly Racing.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Ben Rumbold on the live stream here, ready for the Evo 125 over 30 class. Over 30 years old, that is, of the rider. I've got Callum Swan just tucking into Jeff's snacks here, so that's bad news, but I'm sure he'll be joining me very soon on the live stream. And we have the guys ready to go here. Evo 125 class, Mike Brown suffered a mechanical in the first race of today. Can he make amends and try and get himself back up onto the podium here? And they are go in this largely CR 125 infested Evo 125 over 30 class, and it's the 50-year-old Mike Brown out in front, the number one. What a beautiful start from Brown. He gets the start fantastically well. His chief competition, Nev Bradshaw, all weekend, he's up there again in second place.
Yeah, Mike Brown has been absolutely on point, and Bradshaw in this class over the weekend. Do you know what? It's actually been one of my favourite ones to go and have a little sneaky watch of whilst I've been sort of milling around doing my own thing, because you just think, wow, okay, these bikes, well, for me, these bikes are older than me. And I'm like, this is incredible how these guys ride these things. And, you know, I'm sure they've got good suspension, good motors and everything else, but yeah, phenomenal. Great to see it.
Yeah, we see number 777, Ryan Hunt, the South African rider, just going up there. He's come over all the way from Johannesburg for this race, and yeah, it's great to see Ryan around in the pits, joking around, that familiar, distinctive grin. Seems to be following me around this weekend, but yeah, he's... we got all sorts
you
of
always find someone that just latches on, don't you? Like, or you just keep bumping into the same person everywhere.
That's it. I was in the beer tent last night and making my way towards the stage just to sort of try and hear what Ricky Johnson was saying, and then I looked round and there was this beaming grin behind me. I was like, "What are you doing, honey?" So he was. Rob Andrews was with us as well, so I stopped and said, "Ryan, Rob's there," and he's on there to natter, and I don't think they heard any part of Rick Johnson's speech, so that all went for naught. But there we go. Mike Brown is out in front now. It's a quick
taking a little look over. It looks like Nev got a better drive coming up the hill. Maybe went a bit wider in the bottom corner there, not too sure, but definitely got a better run into the turn, and it's going to be a bit of a drag race through the valley now. So they drop down that new hill they've had cut in, new old hill really.
Yeah.
And then back into the valley over the jumps. This double jump here into the right-hander up to the top where all you fans are standing. Absolutely phenomenal turnout here. I don't know if we've got a number on the amount of fans that have shown up yet, or an approximate figure.
I don't know. It's supposed to. No, I've not heard, but I would be surprised if it's under 20,000, because I remember what 20,000 people felt like around this place, and it is of that level. Absolutely incredible turnout here, and Bradshaw's giving us a good race in this final Evo 125 clash in the over 30s class, with Mike Brown out in front. Mr. VMXdN almost. He's on all the artwork, the cups and the T-shirts and everything in that fantastic FXR kit. And yeah, he is making this a beautifully prepared 125 Honda Sing.
And doing what they did yesterday, really. So Nev Bradshaw and Mike Brown in a bit of a race of their own. John May just not able to run with these guys around this track. Like we were saying, if it was at Farley, probably be a little bit of a different story.
Yeah.
But you know, this place just it's a little bit more of a different demanding process. There's a lot more things, a lot more obstacles. You've got jumps. You know, it's a little bit unpredictable with how slippy the ground is. Who's that? So who's retiring there? It looks like number 5.
Oh, that's bad news. Shane Holmes, he had a good weekend going as well. He's had a third, a fourth, and a third. So he was in overall podium contention with Shane Holmes, but the Honda has cried enough around this place, and that's really cost him a big one.
I hope that's nothing to do with me, because I sold him half a drum of race fuel earlier.
Well, let's let's hope that it isn't a fuel issue. So we get. Oh my lord, that would
oh
be
god,
serious.
I feel responsible.
Yeah, I would just go straight to your van and head off at the end of the day. I wouldn't hang around the Shane Holmes camp if I was you.
There we are. Yeah. Mike Brown going to tick off another lap. You see the fans hanging over the fence, absolutely getting into this. Jumping down into the hill, what you just saw Mike Brown do there, is super technical, even on a modern bike. I'm riding a 1990, no, I'm riding a 2005, sorry, and what he's doing there on that bike is, yeah, it's pretty special, pretty special to see. It is a spectacle, and they're jumping down there.
Wonderful to see them launch down that hill in the backdrop there. Slightly overcast now in parts of this, which is good, to taking the slight heat off
at
these
the bottom of that hill
riders.
as well. There's like a G out.
Yes.
There's like almost like a step in the bottom. And it's really technical.
You can see that when they hit it, actually. Yeah, they can see the bikes react. Yeah, we're not really seeing the track properly.
It's almost like where there's a road, a service road to the ponds. but it's made some sort of, it's not even very visible, you know, even if you go and look at it, but you see the bikes just lighting up over it.
Yeah, they really do.
And makes you know, another little technical element to the circuit. And there we are. So that is Mike Brown ticking off another lap. These races are pretty much sprint races this weekend. You know, you can't have them too long. A lot of people here are of a gentlemanly age. So no more 30-minute, 40-minute GPs anymore. There's no need for any of that.
No, absolutely.
South African Nev Bradshaw or Irishman this weekend, either or, is still there. And if Mike Brown makes any sort of mistake, he's going to be pouncing. We need a cough button, don't we?
We've got one. It's all good. Yeah, apologies to everyone. I'm still finding a bit of lurgy, but we're getting over it. Yeah, so just the overall points, of course, the mechanical breakdown for Mike Brown in the opening race of today, race 3 in the weekend, after winning the first 2 yesterday. Mike Brown there is currently on 50 points, so he's actually at the moment, with the demise of Shane Holmes, back on for a podium possibly. So yeah, Nev Bradshaw with 2 seconds and the win in the first race of the day here today is clear points leader on 69. John May has got 60 points, which was only 2 ahead of Shane Holmes, but of course Holmes is off the bike and not taking any further part. Mike Brown would be after 50 points for the first 2 races, even with nothing in race 3, he is still looking like 3rd in points at the moment. Scott Matthew is up there as well, 45 points so far for him, so he's currently lying in around about 5th overall, but again he's showing a little bit better. It's that number 13 on track, that's Glenn Bixby. He's having a nice ride, he's currently in the top 10 in 9th place. So it's Brown from Bradshaw, from John May in 3rd, looking to cement his 2nd place overall, and Scott Matthew is there in 4th place in this race and looking at 4th overall. Jim Davis 5th, Ryan Hunt in a good 6th place, ahead of Matt Coles, Jim Scrafton, Glenn Bixby and Stephen Gardam.
I tell you what, Neville Bradshaw is just the itch that doesn't go away for Mike Brown this weekend, isn't he? He's always there, and you know, if any little mistake from Mike Brown, that'll be it. Bradshaw will be straight through. I know the apple juice is cold as well, isn't it? I was shocked. I was so shocked. First cold drink of the weekend. Fantastic.
Yeah, God bless the wife of Doc Wobb to bringing the stuff in for us today.
I saw Mrs. Wobbly walking back, and I thought there's definitely snacks.
There's definitely. I thought you'd appeared not long after her then.
It was planned.
Yes, good work. There goes Bradshaw, looking absolutely resplendent in that fantastic gear there, and he does fully change, doesn't he, for his Northern Ireland kit? He looks completely different on that bike.
Yeah, I know, there's a little bit of a kit swap, isn't there?
Yeah.
So he must be doing that pretty sharpish.
Yeah.
A few races in between.
I've heard he's hired Lady Gaga's team to do his costume change for between races. Yeah, that's it. Brad Anderson's got an even quicker one, straight out to do another one. But yeah, great work here from Bradshaw in 2nd place. He's got a good 25 seconds or more over John May in 3rd. So yeah, these pair definitely the class of the field this weekend. Sadly for Mike Brown, he's not going to take the overall win because of that mechanical in race 3, but he built up enough with 2 race wins that he will finish 3rd overall on the podium, because Shane Holmes was in that position, but sadly he's had a mechanical, obviously dodgy,
he's going to be
dodgy
absolutely
fuel
living with that. I hope it wasn't anything to do with me. Hey, you know, it is one of them things, you know, these older bikes, you never quite know, do you? And he came over to me this morning. I think he spoke to Steve Clitheroe, obviously the guy for the older sort of Honda 2-strokes, definitely. And he said to Shane, you know, you want to get your hands on some race fuel, and I had some leaded fuel, you know, like what they need, what these bikes really need, you know, the proper stuff. So hopefully it wasn't that, you know. Fingers crossed. You know, that's all I can say.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you know, it's a nightmare either way, or whatever. It could be anything, couldn't it? It could be anything. With these old machines, you know, suspension components, frame, chassis, all of it, you know, it's all very old. They need a lot of looking after.
Yeah, and they're not being treated with any sort of delicacy at all, because Bradshaw and Brown are throwing it off these big hills. Here goes Bradshaw again. That hop over there looks like it'd be quite treacherous as well.
It's just that's
the one. Yes, I did see it.
Really unsettles the bike.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that on the track walk, so maybe
you can't really see it.
Maybe I was laughing at my cameraman.
But it's a bit of a strange one. You can't really see it when you look. You can only see it when you look at the side of the track. If you walk down there, it sort of like blends into the landscape. circuit looking in good condition still as well.
Yes, it is. A little bit of dust coming up. Not quite sure if that's going to merit a watering break before we get to the big team race. We are now currently on race 4 of the block. So, yeah, from that sense, it's only a couple of races away from the real big one, if you like.
I've just been stitched up the entire weekend with watering. I need to file an official complaint, I think.
Well, me and myself and Jeff were saying this on the live stream here earlier when you were deciding whether or not to race.
Oh, really? How did you know whether I was deciding whether or not?
Oh, no, we didn't know that. No,
Oh, right.
no, we were talking about
Yeah.
you know, the young guys complaining because Tom Grimshaw was seen on the start line giving it the shrugs and shaking his head, and Jeff said,
we've had it all
I know
weekend,
he's
you know,
complaining about the watering, but as Jeff said, you guys were the youngest ones there.
I get it.
On the youngest bikes.
I get it. I do get it. I do get it. You know, someone's got to pull the short straw.
You've got to earn your stripes to get your track at perfect position.
I know. We've got to age, and you know, the bikes have got to age and stuff. So hopefully, you know, in 10 years' time, we won't be pulling that straw, and my wonderful KTM SXS KTM won't get a good pacing in mud. But it's one of those things. I just made the decision not to go out, and I'm sure it was perfectly fine. You know, if I was racing week in, week out, and I was sharp, I'd have probably had no issues with it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that sort of place.
Sometimes you've got to make an executive decision on what's right for the situation.
Absolutely. So Mike Brown there, 2 1/4 seconds now clear of Nev Bradshaw.
Yeah, he's got a right move on now.
Yeah, he's Nev was starting to give him a little bit of hassle, but yeah, Brown obviously still in supreme physical condition despite his advancing years, should we say, 50 years old, and he tucks the front there a little bit. Had to run wide. I don't think he was planning on that line because the front wheel definitely skipped over a bump there. Look at him, still up there.
That jump
beautiful.
You know, you've got to be hauling ass on a 125 to get over that. I've been stretching that thing out all weekend. And just getting over it on a very, much more modern bike to what Brown is riding there. So it just a lot of testament to his skill, ability, and ability to be able to carry speed. Yeah, because that's what that's all about. It's just momentum.
Absolutely.
And even getting over the other side of that jump there out that corner is just
it's a distance,
phenomenal.
isn't it? Yeah, absolutely incredible. Yeah, so here he is, and he's on his last lap now. Mike Brown taking the applause, the hooters, the chainsaws, all the noise. He's had a thoroughly enjoyable weekend in this class, winning all the races that he has finished anyway. Because he had the mechanical problem in race 3. Went past me with the silencer sounding distinctly like it wasn't working, and across the line it goes. Mike Brown takes the race win, punches the air. He gets himself onto the podium, 3rd overall, because Shane Holmes had the mechanical, which leaves him stranded on 58 points. But Mike Brown will finish with a great 75 in total. John May, however, will come home now in 3rd place. Nev Bradshaw in 2nd place will be your overall winner for the weekend in the Riders Over 30 Years Old Evo 125 class. And have a good chat to compare notes as well.
Yeah, what a showing. They're both cut from the same cloth, aren't they? And same as Ando as well. Yeah. They're just a bunch of guys who are, they're the wrong side of 30, but they've still got it. You know, they haven't lost the speed, really. If anything, Mike Brown's probably got faster in some of the periods throughout his retirement. I know he had a super good showing at Loretta's this year. Yeah. Just fantastic to see. And, we're going to take this over to an ad break now. We're going to be coming back with the next race, so stay here on MXN-TV.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
To move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do it cool and look smooth. The world time has come to
the day. We thought we'd come down and watch one of these starts. Not so many riders in this class, but it's still awesome to watch. But we're going to do a quick procedure about the start gate. So if you're new to the sport, what happens is they line up behind this gate here. We get up there, a 15-second board goes up. When it turns to 5, any time after 5 seconds, the gates drop. There you go, Charlie. The 15-second board is up. That will turn to 5, and when it does, Charlie will spin back round, and then he'll show you the gate drop.
In they go then into the first corner they launch, and it is Ryan Vose who has taken 3 wins out of 3 so far in this class. Joachim Carlson, who has been second twice and third once, is right up there with him again, and in third place right now is showing Paul Byrne, the number 21. Oh, down goes Carlson, and brings down Vose as well. Oh, complete yard sale up there. What a pile-up. You've also got number 60 involved with Pullman. Vose can't get the bike because Aaron Pullman is resting on it. And that is really going to play havoc with his day. And what a nightmare for Ryan Vose. Absolutely bog glass there, Callum. What is he going to do now?
Let's keep the camera on Vose again for a little bit, just to see how he can pick that up and get through the pack. Let's just see who is leading the way, though, real quickly.
And
that
there
was
they
going to
go.
be a nightmare. Vose is miles back, so leading the way is the 21 of Paul Byrne. So he's going to try and get the hammer down, I think, and pull as much of a gap as he possibly can do, because, you know,
Vose is going to be coming. That's
Carlson and Vose are going to be flying through the pack trying to catch up to him. So these boys need to get the hammer down.
They seriously need to make hay while the sun is shining, because, yeah, those guys are going to be flying through. Luke Hill is on the CR250 in second place.
Good start.
And
Luke
Tom
Hill.
Van Loon is right in the mix now. He's in third place. He's had a third, a second, and another third. So Van Loon could well be in the mix to take the overall if Carlson and Vose don't advance any further.
Well,
they're going to, but
yeah, they're
how
going
much?
to. But let's see how much they can get through. You know, I think the track now is, you know, as much as Foxhills is amazing, it sometimes can get a little bit one-liney towards the end of the day. There are definitely passing areas, but they are very much so out of the preferred line. So yeah, they are. So, but you know, when you look at someone like Ryan Vose, he is going to be able to pull through the pack. It's just how far up is he going to be able to go, and Carlson as well. So these guys, like you say, need to make hay while the sun shines, and they're up the top of the circuit there, going around the corner with the air horns and all the fans hanging over the fences down the triple jump.
Fantastic action from these riders. Tom Van Loon then moving his way up into second place there, past Luke Hill, and now he's looking to attack the number 21 rider, Paul Byrne. Paul has had a decent weekend so far.
On the inside.
Oh, and it goes for it. Not quite enough.
Getting a bit naughty. They're getting a bit naughty. Van Loom is being loony.
And there's the number 9 of Carlson already. Looks like he's got his way up into about 5th place at the end of that first lap. That's a hell of a recovery. And Ryan Vose is now in 11th place after starting right at the back of the pack. Absolutely amazing.
Absolutely at the back of the pack as well. I'm down for a good minute. So, yeah, we'll see what Ryan Vose can do. I don't think he's going to be held up too much. He's going to slice and dice his way through this field. But Tom Van Loon and Paul Byrne, James Barwell, they need to get the hammer down. They need to pull the pin, if the 21 of Paul Byrne could pull this off, I'm sure it'd be the best day of his life.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah, Tom Van Loon there. If he takes the race win, then basically Vos has to get into 8th place to secure the overall and fend off Van Loon for the overall victory here this weekend.
There we are. Van Loon is in the lead and up that new hill, the new old hill again that they've cut in for this weekend. Fabulous part of the circuit.
Yeah.
And they're down into the S's, which I've got to say today is so much better. So much better.
Oh, down the bottom of this hill here,
They
yeah?
tilled it a little bit deeper, and I think they just prepared that, you know, the uphill bit a little bit nicer, and went a bit deeper into the ground. I think it was probably quite firm for them down there yesterday.
Very slick,
maybe
yeah.
they couldn't get the tractor blades in, but it's great today. Absolutely fantastic.
Excellent stuff. So out in front is the Belgian Tom Van Loon out in front there. He's had a third, a second and a third in the races so far, so he is looking to seriously advance here. Certainly looking at a podium position overall. Paul Byrne looked like he lost a bit of drive up there, and Luke Hill and Jürgen Carson are closing in. Do I see a bit of a flat tyre for Paul Byrne? It looked like the back end was waggling around a bit. Carson with no back fender.
Carson's got no rear mud guard. They're pricey things on these old bikes as well.
They are, yeah. I certainly paid to a few of them in my time. But there we go. Carlson now making a move up the inside of the number 5, Luke Hill. He takes through into 3rd place. Great riding from the Swede.
Riding super efficiently as well.
Straight
Like, he just
past.
looks so smooth. I've been watching him like over the weekend. He always seems to be in the right gear, and you know, there's never any drama.
Yeah.
It's really nice to see.
Yeah, always an incredible solid rider there. 4 times a British champion as well. He certainly has got the pedigree. And yeah, almost a Grand Prix winner. He won 4 race heats, Grand Prix motos, but never
really?
an overall.
Okay.
And yeah, on that stunning, that's a proper RWJ-esque graphic setup, isn't it?
And he's even got the carbon
Here's
tailpipe on that thing.
Yeah,
and
has he?
everything.
Absolutely
yeah,
awesome.
It's a real deal.
Vos there is working on the advancement. He's coming up now to 8th place is Vos, and that would see him as still the overall winner, even with Van Loon out front, because that would put him on to 83 points. Actually, no, it's not quite. He needs to get further up. My mistake. Yeah, he does.
Fastest lap of the race, though, from Ryan Vos with a 2:30.333. So he is a man on a mission right now.
Good stuff. Let's have a quick look, see what we got here.
To put it into perspective, that's 2 seconds quicker than the fastest guy on track.
Amazing stuff.
Are you doing a bit of maths, man?
No, it's okay. I've got it. Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, no,
maths?
Vos has done enough. My maths was wrong on the last one, so don't worry. It's cool. It's good.
You're all good. Happy?
Yes, I am. Yes, he is 8th place. Is 13 points, which would make it 88. And Tom Van Loon is currently on 87, even if he stays here.
Do
So
you think
we're
he's
good.
going to switch off, or are we going to keep charging forward?
I no doubt he's going to carry on. Absolutely no doubt about it whatsoever. Carlton certainly is doing enough for 2nd overall in this event this weekend. He's up there in a great 2nd place. In fact, he's going to lose out from Van Loon, because yeah, Van Loon will take 2nd overall if it stays like this.
Bikes.
Whoa, fantastic scrapping going on here.
4 bikes going into one corner at the bottom of that hill. There's a freight train behind Paul Byrne at the minute.
Yeah, it's Luke Hill battling. I think that's James Barnwell and Brad Tomlin, the number 33 and the 174, having a good scrap going on here for what is now 4th and 5th place. Yeah, that's what's happening up there.
This should be, the next lap should be the last lap, to my prediction.
It's lap 3 at the moment, so yeah, we've got 2 more. Two more after this, yeah. 174, that is on screen now. James Barnwell, he's up there into 5th place. Ryan Vos at the fastest lap last time around at 2:30.355. Look at the dust kicking up, and Ryan Vos is getting some cheers. So we're just going to go across to Jeff. He's got an interview in the pits, so we'll see him there, then rejoin the race for this final lap.
We're down here in the pit box. I thought I'd better grab the opportunity to speak to Brad Anderson, because he's still going strong. He's got this race coming up next. Then he goes straight from that into the VMXdN team race. Brad, we were just talking about it. Team GB in 2nd, 14 points behind. It's a big ask. I know you're going to throw everything at it. Kitchen sink, microwave, anything to get your hands on. What's your strategy?
Yeah, well, we're kind of throw everything at it before now, and it kind of didn't work, so me and Mel's had a bit of a chat. We want to go inside, and then because we didn't start right inside, but people started right inside and then chopped us off. So I think the strategy is to try and start right inside. We've got nothing to lose now, so we need to go right inside and then try and push everyone out.
You got to love this guy. We're going for a first corner carnage to try and mix it up. But all said and done, win, lose or draw. I mean, I know you always want to win. It's been an unbelievable couple of days, isn't it?
Oh, it's a mega event, as you can see by all the fans, the riders. You know, we've got some fantastic races here, haven't we? Just a shame that I've come third in all my team races, which I'm a bit disappointed in because you know me, I like to win. But my speed's there. I just need to get out these starters this year, and me and Mel's going well. So I think this last one, it's all for nothing, and we're going for it.
Of course, you've retired from like professional domestic British Championship racing, but this event surely is going to make you want to go, do you know what, I'm going to keep my eye in. Yeah, I mean, I can't ever see you hanging up the boots and lids. I just can't. I know Vinny's coming along and you've got to dedicate your time to his career now, but surely being out there amongst all this lot is just giving you that kind of thing, I want to keep riding.
Well, it is in our blood with the sport. We absolutely love it. And it'd be a hard one just to hang your boots up. Like, it's good to keep a bit fit. When I did stop totally, I did put a bit of weight on, so it's good for that, and it's good for when my lad's out, I can maybe give him a bit of a push and all. So I would never hang boots up, would professionally pack in, just do what I want when I want, and it's great when you come to these events, you can just do whatever.
I wish him the best. Obviously, Team GB, I'm ridiculously biased, so I wish you the best of luck in this last one. Obviously, this individual one. You're on for the overall in this class, I think?
In this one, 103, so win this next one, we should wrap this up and
That's good. Well, hopefully, like Toomsy and this lot won't spoil your party. He didn't spoil the interview. I thought at one point he was going to try and pinch my backside or take my hat off, but he didn't. Anyway, it's still a great vibe down here. Up next, we've got these guys, and then we've got the main team event coming up after that.
Thank you, Jeff. Yeah, good to see. Great spirit down there from Brad Anderson. Apparently had a good time last night. You say Callum off camera there. He was enjoying himself.
So.
We saw development whilst Jeff was out there. Great scrapping between Joachim Carlson and Tom Van Loon. Now, development here with Carlson taking the lead. That will put him to 89 points. And Van Loon will be left on 84. Ryan Vose has moved his way right up to 5th place. So that makes it academic. That's 90 points. Ryan Vose would still take the overall if it stays like this, just by a point from Joachim Carlson. So Vose can't afford to slip up. Any issues in this last lap for Vose, and Joachim Carlson is going to be your overall winner. But so far, Ryan Vose, that's a great recovery, Callum.
Yeah, what a recovery. You know, both those guys going down to the start. Carlson is, they've both rode their absolute skin out. It's a shame we haven't seen more of Vose, but, he's charging through. I think he's got a little bit of a pack in front of him now. I don't know how he's going to, sort of get through those guys, but this is the last lap of this one. And that team race is getting ever so much closer now.
Yes, it is indeed. Yeah, can't wait for that. The finale of the weekend. Well, there is one more race after that. Just up the hill there was that scrap for 2nd place. Van Loon was just a second and a half ahead of Luke Hill, and then Brad Tomlin was just a second shy of that, and then was Vose on the march as well. So we could see quite a few changes of the positions for those last laps. We like to obviously follow the leader across the line, make sure that we know what's going on. Here is that scrap for 2nd. Thank you, Mr. Director, for that one. Great shout. And there goes Vose.
Do you know what, though? He's probably not going to do anything outrageous, because if I'm a guessing man, he knows that he's got this sewn up now, and I'm sure he's got a mechanic telling him that he's all good. So.
He's now up to 3rd overall. Sorry, Callum, just spotted there that he's actually got past Tomlin, and Tomlin had got past Luke Hill. So the 3 of those have all switched from that order on your screen there. It is Vose in 2nd, Tomlin still 4th, but Luke Hill is down to 5th place. So Vose going to clinch the overall win here, but isn't it nice to see Joachim Carlson take a win at Foxhill?
It is, on that beautiful bike as well. I'm just so glad that carbon fibre HRC silencer is in one piece, considering the back of the bike is not on. I wonder if he's thinking
nice
about that.
Bit of styling. Did you see that? Just to give a thumbs up.
Bit of a fist bump. Do you know what? And he deserves he's got every right to be excited. He would have loved being here at Foxhills this weekend. This brings, a lot of precious memories back to people. And look, he's got the GoPro on as well.
Oh, yes. Fantastic stuff.
I want to see.
That'd be interesting footage from that crash.
If there's any footage we want to see, it is that.
Carson takes the win. Amazingly, Ryan Vos pipped Tom Van Loon for second place. Looks like Loon's dropped it. He's got dropping right down the order. He's yet to cross the flag. Oh, nightmare for Tom Van Loon. There he is. He just crossed the line there in frustration, raised his hands. So he ended up in 7th place there, did the Belgian. I don't think he was in any danger of losing 3rd overall because nobody was really that close to him. So, yeah, he's not going to lose out. Paul Byrne was the next one along, and he still actually finished ahead of Paul Byrne in this race. So there we go. He's still going to take 3rd overall, but Carson taking the race win will be 2nd overall, and Ryan Vos will take the overall win in that class.
And up next, we have Evo Open, over 30 years old. We're going to take this off to a quick little ad break, and we will be back with you very shortly.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
What do we say? Tune? I don't know.
Oh yes, we love a bit of guitar.
You know, I'm in the spirit. I'm sat here in a alien bucket hat with 3/4 and Crocs on. So
not just any Crocs, ladies and gentlemen. These are camo Crocs.
Because 90s,
camo
you know?
grey Crocs, absolutely stunning. We love the.
Everything
the
outrageous
kit
this
here.
weekend. It's just 90s. My mate's door fell off his van. We were like 90s. You know, things happen.
Evo
Right,
Open our go. Over
Let's
30-year-old riders there, including the not glorious camel bib there for Lewis Toombs. Looks like Ando got a great start.
Brad Anderson got a good start, and that, well, a good one. He got an absolutely ideal start. I think he did pinch the whole shot, took a nice tight line into that first corner and sealed the deal. Who we got there is Scoose up there. Looks like Jamie Scoose is
Yes, it
second.
is, yeah, number 600, no doubt about it. Yeah, Jamie had a problem in race 3, which has really sort of messed up his weekend. Brad Anderson has been perfect in this class so far, 3 for 3, and so far he's staying there. But Scoose ran him close in the opening couple of races, and he's looking to do exactly the same in this one. If not, pip him on at 250.
Is that Hornsby there behind?
Yes, 227, Alex Hornsby, yes it is, yeah.
And Lewis Toombs, look at that, scrubbing around the outside of him. Lewis Toombs in that awesome camel vest as well.
It's cracking,
wicked.
that,
Oh, mate, I saw it this morning. I was like, that's 90s.
That's a lovely time.
Earlier.
That's 80s, man. That is 80s. There's no
80s.
doubt about that. Yeah, they had to stop the old cigarette advertising by the time they got to Foxhill. That's, yeah, great stuff there. Cough button. And then in third place now is Toombs trying to give Jamie Scouse some hassle. And here comes Ando warming up. This is his warm-up, isn't it? This is he doesn't bother with the static cycle. He just goes out for a race before he has to do the team race.
I just think it's so. I wish I was a human being like that. Unfortunately, I'm just not. I'm weak. I'm a weak, feeble human being. Like, I feel like I go home from these events just feeling inferior and useless. But nevertheless, I admire watching people who do have the mustard, they do have what it takes, the Dijon mustard, spicing stuff up, and it looks like Louis Toombs is spreading that shizzle all over the track, and he's going for it.
Toombs is giving Skews all the hassle he can handle going through there. The pair of them skating sideways up that bank. What's that like to ride there, Callum? That bank looks really savage when you look at it on track, not so much from the camera.
It can be. It's just unpredictable. It is just unpredictable, the ground, because like you've got almost like a layer of dirt on the top, like tilled dirt, and it all gets pushed to the left.
Yeah.
And then it's just polished. It's so polished. But I think like it's probably easier the more momentum that you're brave enough to carry.
Yes.
It's probably actually better. For me, it's sort of like shut the throttle off and then whack it on in a big panic, and then it doesn't go so well. But the 15 of Brad Anderson looking sharp as you like. And he's not under too much pressure from Jamie Scouse at the moment. But, actually, just to say that, Scousey is actually coming into shot. So we'll have to see if these two guys can catch up. I think Toombs is actually pushing Jamie Scouse on a little bit. Look at the pirate flag in the valley. Says it all about Foxhills.
Oh, yeah.
2022.
You know what that is?
VMXdN.
90s.
90s, mate. It's cool, isn't it? 90s.
This is exactly what it's like. Brilliant stuff. I wish I'd heard that at the start of the weekend. I had so many examples of that this weekend walking past the TNX stand, I'll tell you.
So someone trips over you, just like 90s. It's got shoelaces on.
We're having too much fun here. This is too much fun. It's absolutely awesome stuff.
This is what happens when I get tired. I just get silly. You'll get to know that. It looks like Jamie Scouse gone out of picture, though, or he's made some sort of move on Brad Anderson. I'm not sure what's gone on. We've been having too much excitement. Yeah, we've lost Jamie Scouse. So I wonder what's happened there. I'm sure it wasn't in shot. It must have been sort of the end of the tabletop through the valley. Oof.
Toombs skids sideways there on that 250 Honda.
Toombs is running out of brakes, I think.
Yeah, Toombs had a mechanical issue in the first race, which has cost him there quite badly in terms of the overall scores. At the moment, it's definitely Anderson is in line for that with 3 wins out of 3. The overall podium is still to be calculated, so bear with me. But yeah, from that side, Toombs is giving Brad Anderson some hassle, can you believe? With Jamie Scouse, a bit of a mystery at the moment. What has happened to Jamie? Actually, just looking out my window, I can see he is still circulating, and I think he is just ahead of Barry Turnbull. So yeah,
hopefully just a little bobble or something, nothing too serious. He wouldn't still be in that position, would he? So
no, he had a healthy gap over
or something like that.
He had a healthy gap over Turnbull, so he whatever's happened, it's not cost him too much time, and he's still in third.
Like I was saying earlier, like some of the corners are just there's that little unpredictability when you're getting the gas on. And I think you've just got to really respect the circuit in that way. Like you can't be too greedy with the throttle.
For sure. Just half a second back now is Lewis Toombs as they cross the line. He's at the next fastest lap in that one, 2 minutes 24.4. That's about the fastest lap I've seen in this block of racing. So that is a quick one.
New pair of undies. Maybe.
New pair of kecks.
Oh, that's it. Like we always go for the kecks. Unfortunately, I'll never be there, so I have to approach it in a different manner. I have to get jobs that get sponsored by Keck, or actually get my money out and buy them, because they're a super product. Right, we're going to send this down to Jeff now. He's going to do an interview, so you can enjoy Uncle Fester down there with in the pits with the riders.
Okay, here we go with one of the promoters, Dave King. Dave, listen, we talked about how good the event's been. Can't stop talking about it. We're going to continue to keep talking about it, but right now we are. It's going to blow up, this thing. But this is what it's about, really. The final VMXdN race. It's been so epic, and it's close. I mean, you've just been showing the points to Kurt. Again, it's just been amazing. You've got to be so proud of those.
Absolutely. So going into the final, the points are dead tight. We got USA leading from Great Britain, from Northern Ireland, and one bad race, and that could all change around.
Well, it might change, because I just spoke to Brad Anderson. They're changing their tactics in this one. Ando and Pocock are going right up the inside. Anderson's going for the big yard cell, first corner, to try and cause as much collateral damage as possible.
I think Mike Brown will have something to say about that.
But all said and done, like we said, win, lose or draw, for the first time of this new era, I mean, it's blown everybody's socks off.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll come back next year bigger and better.
I'm sure we will. Dave, it's been an absolute pleasure. Once again, I won't get a seed for it. Well done.
Thank you for MXN-TV, because they were the ones that put faith in us.
Thanks, mate. All the best. There you go. There's Dave. Let's continue to roll, actually. Let's come round here if we can, see what we've got going on. Let's have a quick chat with Ned Bradshaw. The guys are walking in fact, so turn round. Let's get these two very quickly before they go in. Again, this guy I've spoken to many times over the weekend, Zach Osborne. Let's have a quick word with Eb as well. Yeah, you don't need to speak. You go and do your thing. Eb, obviously looking good on that 500, running the camel bid. How have you enjoyed your weekend?
Good, it's been really good actually. Enjoyed the racing, probably should have spent a bit more time on the 500 before a race, but yeah, every race I do I get a bit better and just learning it. It's actually surprisingly tight here on the 500, like it's quite tight around these little corners, and I just keep washing the front. I don't know, like I got this whole shot in the last race and I felt like I probably, could have had a good chance of having a win there, but yeah, blew it again. So yeah, we fixed a few things, and yeah, hopefully we'll do the same in this one and finish it off strong. But so cool, like coming around that first lap, and honestly, everyone's going absolutely mental. Like you can hear it all the way through the valley. It's like being at a GP, like back in the day. It's so cool. So yeah, I want to try and replicate that again if I can, and give a crowd something to cheer about. But the other British lads are definitely letting the crowd cheer as well. So,
mate, good luck. There's Eb's going to go and get ready. He's going to enjoy it. Let's just go and have a look here then, Charlie. Follow me, come through the gap here. Let's try and speak to some more riders if we can. A lot of the riders are currently out there just prepping their start gate. We can't go too far down here because we start to lose some signal, but let's go and see if we don't lose signal. Let's go and see if we can speak to Jake Nichols if we can. Hopefully our signal won't drop out. Let's have a quick chat with Jake. As you can see, he's riding for Fairhurst, Wessex. You'll probably have to stay there for signal, right? Jake, I was going to say not long time retired, because you only retired professionally this year, and here we are. We find yourself back racing a two-stroke. Very different to those four strokes, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit more like hard work on these things. I'm not going to lie. It's even just setting them up, I haven't got a clue, and I'm sort of relying on everyone else, so it's a little bit, yeah, it's fun, but it's definitely a bit more challenging, but it's suited to what we're up to with the track and everything like that.
It made me laugh earlier on when we was having a chat earlier on, and he said already just in 6 months or a little while you instantly piled on some pounds since you stopped riding. Welcome to the real world, welcome to my world.
Yeah, I think half the reason why I still probably try and ride every sort of fortnight is to try and keep a bit of weight off. It's the easiest form of exercise for me to do.
I suppose it is. I mean, obviously, you took the reason to quit racing. You're flat out with your business, obviously, like True 7 and whatever. I should imagine nervous energy with that will keeps you so busy.
Yeah, exactly that. So it's the only thing in life that I can do and literally not think about everything gets switched off from it apart from the racer. So it's cool, and I'll keep it going.
Having said that, one last quick question. I see that you're starting a new academy team with next year, which looks amazing. Tell us quickly about that.
Yeah, so literally we were going to sponsor the Honda team anyway, and then it was like, if we're going to do it properly and be the title sponsor, then I really wanted to put emphasis on supporting young riders. So basically, they're big on supporting someone young and trying to bring them through.
Mate, good luck. Stay safe out there. There you go, Jake Nichols. We're done down here. We're going to let these guys get set. Back to Callum and back to Ben in the commentary booth. I'm going to walk over there and join them. Buckle in, people. This is the decider, the final VMX race of the weekend.
Yeah, thanks. Great stuff. Look forward to Jeff joining us in here. With we get three of us in here going crazy. It's going to be amazing.
Right, I guess exciting.
The points are making smoke coming out of my ears, ladies and gentlemen. It's dead easy for the win. Brad Anderson, 4 out of 4, 100 points. Not going to be an issue at all. But Alex Hornsby at the moment is in line for second overall with 67 points. He's had a 5th, an 8th, and a 3rd, and he's currently lying 4th in this one because Jamie Scoos has had a mechanical. Lewis Toombs has had a mechanical.
Yeah.
So those two guys are, well, they're actually not far away. If Toombs was to pass Anderson, he would then be second overall. But at the moment, it's not looking like Ando's going to let him have that. And yeah, for sure, at the moment, it's going to be a surprise one. Alex Hornsby on the number 227 machine is going to take second overall on the podium. And the scrapping going on, Steve Bixby, and that's who's 691? 691, Ben Gillett. They are tied on points at the moment. But they've changed again since I figured that one out. Bixby has gone back one. And yeah, he's not going to be there anymore. It is going to be going to Ben Gillett for the overall if it stays as it does now.
God, I felt inferior riding. Now I've just worked out that I'm sat next to Albert Blimmin Einstein. Like, I can't eat. Like, the man's a mathematician. But, here we are, Ando. Another absolutely perfect display of masculine performance that I don't possess, and crosses the line.
Absolutely stunning. 4 out of 4.
Oh no, last lap.
Last lap. My mistake.
I was sorry. Yeah, that flag was out prior to.
Has our man Alan forgotten to put the last lap flag out?
The chain.
Or is this race 6 laps and no one told us?
I'm sure Ando's like, right.
I'm sure Ando thinks he's won it, and then they're still racing.
He definitely doesn't want another lap.
No,
like,
he doesn't.
Not before.
No. And to be honest with you, with the points the way they are, neither do I.
And he's backed it off, and Toombs has gone, oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah, that was.
I could smell a win here, but what are we going to have to do? Because is it just those two that went through? Is it?
Really don't know. We can't see if anyone else has gone through the lap.
They'd probably. I don't know what they'd do. It's down to them. That's a them decision. That's beyond our.
Well, this is the first of laps. This is the first time we've had a 6th lap, so it's all entertaining because we think the last lap flag man has kept the last lap flag out for another lap.
Just to give Ando a bit more of a warm-up before his team. Maybe Ando went, do you know what, I'm not quite warm enough. I need more.
Do you think it was some tactics? Maybe Team USA thought, we'll do another lap.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe.
Yeah.
Someone's in there, got a gun to the flagger's head, I think, yeah. Just you keep them boys out there a little bit longer. But, hey, I'm sure Ando's fit enough to be able to handle it. And I'm sure Toombs is going to want to try and capitalise on the situation.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still getting close for the overall podium there. It's still a bit of a mix at the moment. Hornsby, is in 4th place, and that's putting him on 67 points as it stands. Steve Bixby in 5th place right now. Yeah, that's going to put him back into it. Bixby is actually going to be there. He's going to be on 67 points. No, he's not. Ben Gillett in 6th place is still going to hang on to it. Oh, my Lord. Hornsby is going to be second on result of the tie-break over Ben Gillett. If it stays like it is, and if they don't appeal that there's an extra lap they shouldn't have done.
Well, that is absolutely going to complicate matters, because, realistically, this is a parade lap.
all of this is happening while we've been joined in the commentary tower by an absolute
I'm sure these
legend.
guys
are
screaming in their helmets.
Right, so this must be it. That must be the checkered flag. There it goes.
He's going to do another one.
Yeah, I mean, that's, that was fun. Brad Anderson still took the win.
He's not even bothered, is he, Ando? Thumbs up, chilled out. Let's get down, lined up, have a little bit of a brush his teeth, and get into the team race.
Yes, absolutely. So, Brad Anderson taking the overall win. There's no doubt about that. 4 wins out of 4, no problem at all. Lewis Toombs is just going to miss out on the podium because he's going to finish on 64 points, and too many people are going to score more than him. Judging by the looks of that, Alex Hornsby is going to grab 2nd overall on 67 points, and in 5th in that race was Steve Bixby, and he will therefore be finishing in 3rd overall. So that's your podium. Overall is Brad Anderson, Alex Hornsby and Stephen Bixby. Congratulations to those guys.
There you go, landed that in. Nice one.
So we're just going to take a quick break before we go for the main event, Foxhill Vets MX Destinations. I've just been joined in the commentary booth by another absolute legend here, Ricky Johnson. We're going to go to an ad break before we talk to Ricky, so don't miss that.
found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do it cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Introducing the Fly Racing Light Special Edition of Venge Racewear. The light jersey has laser-cut perforations for advanced ventilation, and the zero cuffs provide unrestricted mobility and a comfortable fit. Low-profile, streamlined taped collar, and multi-panel construction for maximum performance and comfortable fit. The BOA Fit system, located on the front of the pants, provides a lighter and faster zipperless entry with a wider range of adjustability. Four-way stretch panel construction for maximum comfort and movement. And leather heat shield panels with DuPont Kevlar stitching. Mesh panels on back of knees, hips, and lower legs. And a lightweight, minimalist design. The Light SE Avenge in black and sunset from Fly Racing.
Cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Think about it, so we can do it cool and look smooth. The world time has come to.
Welcome back. Here we go, the big one, the final race for the team event, the VMXdN team event. It's Team USA leading it going into this final round, and I am honoured, privileged, as is Ben. Can't quite believe it, can we? Sat next to us in the booth is the legend, two-hip, RJ, bad to the bone, Rick Johnson. Rick, it's so cool to have you in here with us.
No, it is awesome. You know, when sitting here as a a racer of the past, and now we see Villopoto going down to set his whole shot device, which not a lot of the guys have it, which is I think a big mistake.
But they went around in the 90s.
See who rolls off this first.
And they are go for the Vets Nation's final race, the finale of this, and it looks like reigning champs Northern Ireland. Neville Bradshaw gets a great start on the number 2 Honda. It is the black numbered yellow plate with Bradshaw out front, Max Brown second, and Pocock in third.
So a good start from Team GB, but America know they've got this nice buffer to work with, Rick, don't they?
Well,
Anderson up to third.
You got Mike Brown that's working in the top 5, so he's been solid all day long. And I got to say, I was watching Anderson in the last moto, sitting down a lot. Was he saving energy, or is he finally getting a little gassed out? Because he's been racing a lot this weekend.
No, that's Brad Anderson style. I'm telling you straight, that's how he rides.
It really is. Absolutely stunning. So Anderson quickly up to second place now. He's just gone past Bradshaw up Foxhill, and Pocock is just trying to hold off one of the Dot Wob Yamahas. I couldn't quite figure out if it was 7 or 9 as they went up the hill. We'll soon see up here. And it's a pair of them, both of them are there, and it looks like it's the number 9, Villopoto, is actually higher up. I think he's in 5th place right now, just ahead of Mike Brown.
So Anderson's gone into the lead. He's going to make a charge, try and lead from the front from Team GB.
He went to go down. He's gone down, but in front of the 2 Yamahas. What happened there? Did the Yamahas also go down? They're both through.
That was Pocock going down. I think there goes our chances, Team GB.
Looking good for Team USA. If you're liking what you see, remember, like and subscribe to MXN-TV. We're going to keep building this thing.
Yeah, share this race because this is action-packed stuff. Look at these beautiful
That's not
Yamahas.
Villopoto.
Oh, it's McKenzie, Brian McKenzie on the 121. Team Scotland getting up there on the Yamaha. So, did one of the Yamahas for the American team go down in that incident? It was Anderson going up the back of Nev Bradshaw.
Rick, just tell us, you've raced obviously for your country many times. How different is it when you've got this team environment, team race, when you're so used to riding for yourself?
Well, and you're used to riding against your teammates and trying to take them out, trying to beat them all the time. So it's very comforting. I always loved racing with Jeff Ward, Ron Lachine, David Bailey O'Mara, all the guys that I fought so hard to beat. But when you're in this race, you take a look around, you look and go, either, oh shit, excuse me, uh-oh.
That's okay, that's fine.
Uh-oh, they're down, they're not up here, or I see them out front, I can relax a little bit. We watched that in the second moto, or the first moto today. Villopoto looked over at Brown and said, come on, go.
Yeah, he did, I saw it.
I don't have anything for you, I don't want to hold you up, go get it. And we saw that also with the British riders as well. Yeah. They're working back and forth, so I love the camaraderie of the nations.
That's the obvious difference, because I know that in a race environment with Jeff Ward, you would have never run I hear that famous story of how you two went practicing one time up at Carlsbad and you ran the tanks dry just trying to do, and that wasn't the best race nobody ever saw.
Exactly. We were out there for 45 plus minutes until he ran out of gas and pushed his bike, and I continued to ride.
Amazing.
But that's the motivation. And you look, and Anderson looks phenomenal out there as he works his way up. And I talked to him briefly, and I talked to some of the other guys as well. He's very fortunate that the 500 was first, then going to a 250, because you wring its neck a little harder. It's not as hard on your body, easier to stop, but you can also ride it more aggressively. So good job for him, and also luckily for him, it was structured that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And how it works out then in that incident, I'm just sort of trying to decipher what actually did happen. It was Mel Pocock that ran at the back of Neville Bradshaw, fell down, and he definitely held up Villopoto because he's dropped down to 8th place, and Pocock is 9th.
Well,
they just remounted ahead of Zach Osborne in 10th.
Exactly. So now that was what you were saying, is that the worst finish that America had was the 10th. Right now, that is the same thing that they have. So with an 8th and now a 4th, they are looking very strong. But you got to look up top. You got both Ireland and Great Britain. I mean, it's been a great dice back and forth, and that's why I want to say that I've created an award, and I'm giving it away at the Motocross of Nations for this reason, is that the individual gold, each guy, I'm going to give him a watch.
Yeah.
That there's only going to be 3 made from Rockwell watches that I'm going to present to them as the individual gold.
That's
because
beautiful.
It's wonderful. I was lucky to be on a winning team all the time, but there's guys like Ben Townley and stuff that crushed it in France and really didn't get anything for it. So I don't want to distract too much from this, because this race is awesome as we watch Mike Brown as he works his way through. But that's something that needs to be given out as well, as that's an individual goal.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, that's definitely going to be worthwhile watching to see who's going to get the watch. Yeah, brilliant stuff. Look at this getting tight at the sharp end here. Anderson starting to move away a little bit, getting close to 3-second gap at the front now. Banks Brown, and that is Mike Brown going round Brian McKenzie into 4th place with Nev Bradshaw next on his hit list. Villopoto has also just got past Graham Irwin in that lap, and there goes Brown, and McKenzie is fighting back. Scottish battle goes round the outside. Fantastic work from the Scotsman, flying the flag almost single-handedly for his team, because the other riders are nowhere near it. But great stuff.
Cased it a little bit there, Ben. So I just went on air for a second because I couldn't help myself but do a bit of GoPro footage with RJ in the booth. But yeah, Brian McKenzie, he loves hardpack, and he absolutely loves Foxhill. Not quite gone his way this weekend. Last time out at Farley, he was on the 500kx, performed a bit better, but he's coming good as the track gets tougher.
Well, this track, like Dave Thorpe and I were talking about it, I just rode around did a parade lap, and I was like, holy man. Like, every hill that you go off fades to the left, a little bit this one, a lot the next one, fades off to the right. The downhills are so steep, if you jump too far, you land in the braking bumps. So it's a very challenging course, as well as your tire. You want a hard pack tire, but you also have some very sticky stuff out in the berm. So very tricky right now.
Rick, you grew up obviously right, Southern California. Carlsbad was like rock hard, but this is kind of different. I know you only rode around it on a parade lap, But it's obviously Carlsbad was rock hard, but this has got more kind of chalk and rock in it.
Yeah, and the berms are a little stickier. You know, Carlsbad was more consistent clay. This has got that shale and the looseness. But I think California riders would have loved this. Like this style. Now, obviously they didn't love it as much when they came here in '98 when Stephen Everett's rode around everybody. That's a different kind of Foxhill. But this hard pack with the slick California guys, that's what we practiced on all the time in the 80s.
I mean, as soon as you get water on this, and we can see it straight away, as soon as the sprinklers come on, it just changes colour. It just goes black, and it sticks like nothing else. And that's why that 98 Nations was so difficult. But it's, I mean, well, talk about American success. That 1992 Grand Prix, the first Grand Prix here, 1, 2, 3 USA, more Schmidt and Parker. So, definitely the Californian dirt experience paying off there.
Well, and that's the way the tracks used to be. Now they do so much with the watering and the prepping and bringing in the different soils and stuff like that. Like Hangtown was very similar to this dirt, but it's not anymore. They brought in sawdust, they brought in sand, so they've got it a lot more rider friendly, you might say, but it does get bigger bumps.
Yes, for sure, and more ruts, of course, as well, especially with the 4-strokes and the deeper, the more traction there.
Well, and that's where, talking to Gordy Picard, he's saying, you know, he doesn't ride that much, and then you come in on 2-stroke, so now you got the performance and the hit of a carbureted motorcycle, a 2-stroke that hits hard at one point or another, depending on how you have it set up. And then you have this ground, which is sketchy and square edged and stuff like that. So arm pump is at a premium right now. It is going out the door. Everyone's got it, except Anderson. That guy is an animal right now. He is crushing it. As you can see, he's got a 4-second lead.
I am so glad that Rick Johnson has picked up on the fact that Brad Anderson is an animal. We call him like he's our British bulldog. I mean, he just never surrenders.
And he's got one. He's actually got a bulldog as well,
he does.
which is the best.
Petting it. I thought it was dead. But it's huge with some really bad teeth. It needs an orthodontist.
I can tell you're from California.
Yes, exactly.
British teeth ain't great.
No, especially in that dog. That dog is a champion when it comes to that. But Brad, he just goes and goes and goes. And as I said, I was watching that race. I thought, well, maybe he's getting a little tired. Nope. He looks like he's right on par. And then also, he's just rode this track. He went inside, outside. He was trying a lot of different stuff, so that's definitely helping him out.
Yeah, stunning stuff. And in case you're wondering, guys, about the points here, it's the penultimate lap of this Vets Nations. It's flying by as it is here in the booth. In case you were wondering there, the USA had a good, solid lead over Team GB, about 20 points if you count all the scores. But even with one score drop, they still had a healthy advantage. As it stands right now, the Brits are running first, 8th, and for Kurt Nichols 17th, so that's not a great score, especially against the American score showing up as 5th, 7th and 10th. Doesn't sound brilliant, but it's at the moment better than Team GB.
Even I, with my very poor mathematics, know that Team USA are very much in the driving seat for the overall team win here.
Well, that's where I think you're going to... We talk about this. I wasn't with these guys, but I know going into the last round what we need to do. In 1987, it was Jeff Ward and I. We said one of us has to win the overall. Like, one of us has to beat everybody. We came around the first corner, and luckily, me being 185 pounds, I still came out like 5th place in the mud at Unadilla. I looked over at Jeff Ward. I said, "Go get him," and he looked at me and said, "Go get him." So then I went after Kees Vanderven, roughed him up a little bit, roosted his goggles a bunch of times, slowed down, got his goggles to come off, and then I took off. And so we won.
Oh, what a great insight. What a great story. Roughing him up a bit. I like that.
I'm glad it's on record. I've been watching that back for my next article. Right, yeah, I'll make sure of that one for sure. Great stuff. In fact, it looks like, and I'm going to just have to be checking this out, guys, so I'm going to go briefly quiet after saying this, but the Irish could well nick 2nd overall from the Brits because they're currently running 3rd, 9th and 11th. That's probably about the best combined team score right now in this race. So it's going to be very close because they were a point apart going on pure totals. So it just depends on which one they can drop. To be fair, Northern Ireland are probably going to have one of the best totals of all of them because they've got very few bad scores to drop. So we'll see how they work out from there. But there's no doubt about this race winner here, Mr. Johnson. 3 seconds. Absolutely incredible.
Well, and he's lost a little bit, but you don't really see. I think he's just holding that position because he's in great shape, but he is still putting up with pain.
Yeah.
You know, he's been out here both days running all these motos, and he just got off the 500. So now it's like, okay, can I just get out in front and relax a little bit? And then he's got Banks Brownie, pushing him a little bit. Like, okay, would you back off? I'm not going to let you catch me. Like it was like Johnny O'Mara chasing me with the 125.
This
I'm
is
like,
it.
You're fast, but I'm not going to let you beat me. I'm not going to let the 125 beat me. No.
I mean, you got to say, for everybody, this is lap 5. For Brad, this is effectively lap 11 because he did 6 in the previous race, which is a lap too long, and now he's hammering this one out. I mean, what a rider!
He'd go all day. You know what he's like. He literally is an animal.
Did he just punch the air then?
Yeah, he did.
He did. He's feeling it. I mean, it's goosebumping me again. I haven't heard this sound for like 20 years in this valley. It's incredible, the sound coming up from here.
For Brad at this point, he probably knows that the second is the best we're going to get.
Well,
from
freestyle.
An individual rider performance, he's going to lap this up.
That's what I'm saying. So he should get an award for his individual efforts. And now we see the checkered flag coming. Unbelievable job for Brad Anderson.
We could set that up. The Rick Johnson Individual Rider of the Day Award. We can do that.
There we go. And there's your winner.
Yeah, there he is over the line. It's not going to be enough, like we said, for the Team GB race win, but 2 Brits out front. But Bradshaw's going to come in second. Let's bring it the American riders. There's RV. And following Mike Brown taking a look over his shoulder and seeing an eyeful there of rider number 3 behind him, Graham Irwin, GI. But they're safely in. It's basically as soon as Zach Osborne gets in, that is absolute confirmation that they will win this thing, Team USA.
There he is.
There he is on that incredible looking Husqvarna machine.
And Gordy's looking like he's going to make a move on him. Let's see if he passes him.
Not quite.
Close, very close.
He probably covered the inside. Just to let you know, by the way, the podium presentation won't be going out live on stream, but what we're going to do is we're going to record that and we're going to post that out later tonight, basically because of the technicality of getting the cameras over there, getting it all set up. So later on this evening, come back onto MXN-TV, like and subscribe, and you'll be able to see the podium presentations later on.
Yep, so just before we go to an advert break there, the overall scores all Team GB can do is wipe their brow. They did not quite get beaten by Northern Ireland. It was close. It got to about a 4-point margin in the end. They actually finished on the same final score. But because we could drop a 17th place compared to Ireland only having to drop a 13th place, amazingly, that's worked out in Team GB's favour. So Team USA, undoubtedly, Rick, I'm sure you'll be glad to hear this.
Yes.
They're the overall winners. So your presence has done it again, and they are there as the overall winners, as they were the favourites, and thoroughly deserved. And to be fair, it probably wasn't as easy as they would have thought it would be.
Absolutely not.
No.
I'm sure about that.
No. The way the first 2 rounds went yesterday, it was anybody's race. We saw guys up front. We saw Gordy Cocard work his way up to 12th. I mean, that was unbelievable. Then what's funny is I talked to him this morning. He gets a good start, and then he got arm pumped because he was thinking too much about it. But that's the thing. You're riding old bikes that they're not easy to ride.
No,
they're
really not.
The 2 strokes are difficult, especially when now if you go practice, you go ride a fuel injected 450 or 250F. These are much more difficult to ride.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listen, Rick, it's been such a pleasure and an honour having you in the booth. Maybe you'll stick around. We maybe finish off the show with you. A quick picture for us. Ben can't help himself on his social, and I don't blame you for that. Actually,
I'm not a selfie stalker or autograph hunter, but I'm sorry. We're all wearing headsets, and that's how it is.
Amazing.
And he had his hand on my leg, by the way, when he took the
you noticed.
Did you feel the tension as we were getting?
I felt it. I got a little nervous.
Don't move.
Stay right there. But honestly, I'm honored to be here. This was unbelievable. And as we look forward to the 125 race, which is it's so bitching to hear all those screaming 2-strokes, which is, I love it. I love it.
Yeah, it's awesome. Rick, thanks so much. So stick around. I say go and speak to Paul and Neil. We maybe do something with you just to polish off the show here. We got the 125s coming out. We're going to go to a very, very quick ad, and then we're going to finish the proceedings here. One more race to go. We get it done, and that'll be it. So thanks, guys. We'll see you in a bit.
You found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
And we are go. It's just been getting over the fact that we've had Ricky Johnson in the booth with us here. And out we are now for the final race of this weekend here at Foxhill. We are, which page are we on again? I'll get it together. Super Evo 125 is Super Evo 125 out on the tracks now. And we have got
your man.
Chuck.
Your man.
Yeah, Chuck Davies. Why can I not hear myself? I don't know. I think I've got Rick Johnson's face skin on me, and I'm just losing it. I'm just, you know, it's crazy. But anyway, Chuck Davies on that Pro Circuit KX125, leading the way. In that, hey, he's got a different gear on today. We've gone for a purple vibe. You know,
it is.
He's going to want to.
Great work.
You know, he's going to want to get a win. I don't think Chuck's had the weekend that he expected to have, and I think it's been quite frustrating for him. You know, he had a crash yesterday in the second race. You know, just things have just gone a bit wrong. So it's nice to see him out front, get that start that he's been needing all weekend.
So yeah, Chuck Davies out front on that beautiful looking Pro Circuit Kawasaki. As Callum says, yeah, he's had a switch up. He's gone from RC style to who else was on that bike? I need to. Casey Johnson was one name that springs to mind. I can't quite remember the entire team now, but we'll get there.
Well, in that era,
the libraries will be accessed, and we'll get there. But
why have you gone and done that? The last race today, and now, like, you know, when you can't think of something, and now
my brain is hurting because James went on to onto KHR, didn't he? He didn't actually skip the whole Pro Circuit.
Nathan Ramsey.
Ramsey
was
Nathan Ramsey, there it is.
I'm glad I
well
got
done,
that
sir.
early,
Well
that
done.
Drove me
insane.
Yes,
well done. I do apologise for setting that up.
He apologised to me earlier as well because he's got a.
Doesn't it look gorgeous? I mean, the only thing they can do to improve that is get the old chrome mudguards out, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, remember those from
the
old Pichon style?
They had them in Supercross, but they painted them.
Yeah.
It was paint, so it chips off. Wow. So he's gone for the outdoor bike. But
fair play. He's chip off around here, that's for sure.
He apologised earlier because he's got a Pro Circuit clutch cover on.
Right.
And on this year, they didn't have that. They had the factory ones, but he goes, I'm not running my KHI clutch cover. No way.
See,
not round here. No chance.
I know I'm an anorak with results and points and all of that, but there's a certain level of mechanical anarchy that I can't get near.
Yeah. But it's a real deal. But apart from that, the KHI clutch cover, which he's left at home, nice and safely, it's pretty much the real deal, that thing. And he's putting it to good work at the minute. The 741 of Andrew Lawton is behind him though, and he isn't going to let Chuck Davies run away with this one. Will Warden up there as well. Ryan Butler, Jack May, Dave Exholfer,
Jofflier.
95 of Lewis Cliff, the 208 of Lee Martins there. 9th place, we've got Christopher Thorpe. 10th, I shouldn't have gone this far
Francois Chaftenard. I've been dying to say that name all week. Francois Chaftenard finally showing himself in the top 10
wow,
there.
That was very nicely done.
I love these guys. Anyway, there we go.
Obviously, we've had a load of fun in here doing this thing over the weekend. Hope you've enjoyed it. If you have, please like and subscribe MXN-TV, because we are really trying to elevate British motocross. We want to do more of these next year. We want to cover all the Revo rounds, all the Michelin MX Nationals, Hawkstone International, come back and do this again. Who knows, we might even cover Western Beach Race one time. So like and subscribe. The more of you that do that, the more we can get revenue in to do it. And just basically keep following us. As we said, after the event, we're going to record the podium presentation and put that out later. And one other thing, while we're just in the middle of this race, before we get back to the racing, of course, we've got the final round of the Michelin MX Nationals next weekend at a brand new venue, Oxford Motor Park. We have actually got the 3 best track builders in the UK working on it right now. Yep. We have got Elfie Smith, we have got Justin Barkley, and we've got Johnny Douglas Hamilton building a spectacular circuit for the final round of the championship next weekend.
I can't wait to embarrass myself around there on Saturday. I cannot wait for it. Also, though, just to remind people, click that little bell as well. There'll be a little bell in the corner of the screen. Click that little bell, and what that will do, that will remind you on your technology, on your devices, when we're going live. Yeah. So if you're out and about on a Sunday, you've gone out for Sunday dinner, your phone buzzes, we've gone live with MXN-TV, you need to get in the car and make an excuse, go home. And go
yeah, be careful how you do that, though, because your missus might think you're having an affair. You've got something to clear off.
God.
It's just been a cracking weekend. It's unbelievable. So this is the final race of an epic weekend.
Yeah, who you're seeing, Jack May there. Well, that's a beautiful looking bike as well. I saw him come past me in the paddock earlier on. I think he's parked close to me, and I thought, whoa, that looks nice. The the purple vibe that he's got going on there. I'm not sure who it's supposed to be emulating. I'm sure it's a bit more of your era, but Jack May on that purple CR 250. There he is coming round the corner there. CR 125, sorry.
Well, I can't remember. It was 93, 94. They actually ran a bit of purple on the bike.
95 it was. I got
Yeah,
one.
95.
I had a brand new one in 95.
It just looks cool.
Yeah,
like,
stunning.
There's a
It didn't last long. They changed it the year after, but it was a weird year. I think both the Kawasaki, the Honda, I think even the Suzuki, they all went for purple rad guards. 90s, mate.
90s. There's no other. It's 90s.
What colour wasn't in the 90s?
I know.
Well, yeah,
I was saying to him earlier, my
used
mate
them all.
Van Door just fell off earlier, and I went 90s. It's everything this weekend. That is bizarre. That's the excuse for it.
There's many 90s that come past the TMX stand, I can tell you that for nothing. Absolutely unbelievable what you can see around
I don't
here
know
today.
what. Oh, who made a mistake there? That was the 95 of Lewis Cliff. Just took the front end out that corner. If you push onto that inside rut, if you keep leaning, it just runs out. There's just at the end of the rut, there's nothing there. I think it's just broken away. So just try pushing it a little bit too hard there, and that is the 208 of Lee Martin.
Callum, be quiet for a second.
I'm being quiet. I'm not.
No, you could be quiet. Look at that.
I know, stunning.
It's a Suzuki.
So nice.
Hey.
They're rare around here. What happened? Did people not like them?
Do you know
in
what?
Evo days?
They were right up there
Were
in
they
the 90s.
only good in 2008?
I don't know why Suzuki has dropped out. There's not so many of them around here this weekend because they made some beautiful bikes back then.
Probably not lasted. They're probably not around anymore.
Oh.
Well, I'm going to say I raced for Suzuki in 1999 on an Animal Suzuki, and it is still to this day, genuinely, I think the favourite bike I ever had.
Yeah,
it was
it's just
so
a shame
good.
There isn't enough gearboxes in the world to keep them going.
Yeah, at the time, I've got to say.
And probably now even, like that is genuinely probably an issue.
It was back then.
They wouldn't have changed. You can't redesign a gearbox. And that issue went up until like 08, 10, even on the 250Fs. Why did someone not go, why don't we just look at what Honda are doing with the gearbox and we could just do that?
Well, you're in the wrong department. You're wasted in here. You need to be working in PR.
I remember racing a 252-stroke Suzuki and just going up to jumps and thinking, if I shift to third, am I going to die or am I going to survive? Like, it was almost like that. And that's lovely, that bike. That's even got the factory carbon disc guard on it as well. Look, it looks absolutely insane, and it looks like the actual work Suzuki one as well, because I've got one at home.
Yeah, it would be great to see Suzuki come back into World Motocross, obviously.
I'm sure there's time. Apparently, there's rumour to 2024. Oh, Ryan Butler jumping over the 208 of Lee Martin down into the little valley there. The end of the valley.
And then the uphill double as well, making an awful lot of time on in there. They are just about to start they're on lap 4 now, the leader, Chuck Davis, having an incredible race here. So far, he's scored a 4th, a 7th, and a 3rd. So a race win would be a massive leap in improvement, leap in result for him. And he's got a good cushion right now.
I knew he could do it. He's just been suffering with his starts. Chuck is an awfully good rider, but he just doesn't ride that often. You know, he's just one of them guys. You know, he'll be, like we're all like a bunch of mates, and we're like, Chuck, you coming ride this weekend? Nah. Like, he just doesn't ride, like, not very often at all. And when he does this. You're like, wow. So he's probably been just learning over the weekend and getting back to where
that's cool. The lovely, can just jump in and out and do
I think he'd rather sooner spend more time building a bike, you know, than actually racing it. But good to see.
We are definitely getting close to the seeing the final checkered flag on this incredible event. The 2022 VMXdN Foxhill, first ever running of this Evo New Era event, and what a weekend it's been. Highlight, Callum?
Oh, do you know what? Probably meeting RV and having a good chat with him as well about some bits and bobs, because back when I was, a big fan of his, 08 sort of era, he was, unapproachable, untouchable. You couldn't go near him, and it was nice to actually meet him and have a good conversation with him. And he's actually, he's a nice guy. Yeah.
I'm going to go next. I think my highlight just happened. Basically, just sat in here with Rick Johnson. For me, obviously, got to know Dave Thorpe down the years. I've met Ryan before, Mike Brown. I know those guys all relatively well. Known Zach Osborne since Chris came over here and whatever. But for me, coming home from school, wearing out those VHS tapes of US Supercross,
endlessly just watching RJ, watching the Profile of a Champion video. Which
He was unbelievable, wasn't he?
Just sitting here then with him and just think, hold on, I'm sat in the commentary booth with Rick Johnson. When I was a kid, just the very concept of that would have been like, oh God, that's fairy tale stuff. Ben, I think you're going to go down the same route.
Well, you almost took the words out of my head, but they call me man versus words when I put in my massively overlong articles into TMX magazine, so I'm going to use a few more words. Until then, it was Thorpe in the booth here. That was stunning. That was great. I think the on-track highlight has to be... just the scrapping and the noise coming up from the valley when Pocock or Anderson were racing against Mike Brown yesterday. The noise coming up that just sent goosebumps through me. That's the on-track highlight for me, certainly. There were a couple of highlights in the BO tent last night, which I'll refuse to disclose too much. Although I've got to be honest, chatting to Gordon Crockard and Graham Irwin and the entire Northern Ireland team down there at the bar was a pretty good highlight. But when you just brought in Rick Johnson, and now suddenly he's calling the race with me, and I'm holding it, I'm doing very well.
Not crying yet.
And I'm just going to leave it at that. That was just mind-blowing. And it's been an incredible year, becoming part of this full-time almost, and that just takes the cake. So
I think ultimate riding highlight of the weekend, or just the ultimate thing for me was how unbelievably happy all of my friends have been, our group, and the smiles, and just there's just no negativity, nothing. No. It's been flipping amazing. I nearly swore then. I got emotional yesterday when I lined up for that first race, because
I can imagine.
I haven't felt that for so long, and it was like, it brought me back to being a child and lining up at KWS almost, that same buzz and everything. And when I did the amateur race at Matley Basin, very similar. And just the smiles per gallon this weekend has been just absolutely unbelievable.
By the truckload. Let's talk about what's happening on track then. This is the last lap for the 125 Super Evo class. Riders over 25 years old on these beautiful machines here. And Chuck Davis is rightfully going to put that Pro Circuit Kawasaki out in front for this one.
I'd just like to point out, as trick as the bike looks and everything, he's running the good old Iridium lenses. It's the attention to detail. Have you seen his helmet? Look, it's an actual. He's had it. Bell have painted him the actual helmet, the proper helmet for the bike, and I can't remember who's done it actually, but it is immaculate. It is complete. A complete replica of the original thing.
Good stuff. Chuck Davis is going to come across to take the checkered flag. That is going to be good enough to put him up to 3rd overall this weekend. He's going to take this race win. Well chuffed with that, but he finishes on 77 points. So that puts him 3rd overall. In 2nd overall, if it stays like this, if he keeps 3rd across the line, will be Will Worden. But crossing the line now in 2nd place to add to his 2 race wins so far this weekend. Your overall winner in the Super Evo 125 class, number 741, Andrew Lawton. I misspoke because I completely forgot, because he's off the bottom of my chart. He's not in the program. Ryan Butler actually will take 2nd overall. My mistake. Apologies to everybody there. Andrew Lawton 1st overall. Ryan Butler takes 2nd overall, and Will Worden, just by a point, denies Chuck Davis the overall podium. He's 3rd overall. Davis is 4th overall, but he gets to take the checkered flag in the final race of the day here at Foxhill.
Yeah, all good stuff. Then that wraps it up.
I'm just going to say it was Image Design Customs who's painted his helmet.
So
I had to give him the plug.
Tom did that as well as he did with RJ's helmet, which you can, I think, raffle or buy over here at the Bell stand. That's us done. We're going to go to a quick ad break. Then we're going to wrap up this live stream with us 3 sat over there at the Bell stand, just reflecting and signing off then. So don't go away. We're going to go to a quick ad break, and we'll see you in a short while.
found it. This thing sets you free. It makes you feel immortal and exposes every weakness. This thing can hurt, but it teaches you how to overcome. And that's exactly why you do this thing. This thing is what makes you great. Embrace it. Believe in it. Be who you are.
Well, that's it, folks. What a 2 days it's been here at the VMXdN at Foxhill. It's been emotional, to say the least. My only regret is that we had Rick Johnson in the booth, but we didn't get Jeremy McGrath in. Anyway, Callum, it's great. Been a cracking weekend. Again, we briefly spoke about the highlights. Fair play to you for making a 90s effort, or at least I think you did make the effort. Or is that just how you normally dress?
Just how I dress, Jeff. No, it's not. Yeah, I got the 3/4 out. I was supposed to have clean socks, but I couldn't find my nice new OAKLEY socks. So there's a bit of a wardrobe malfunction. I've got the, just 90s rave gear going on, you know. You've got to put the effort in, haven't you? Because 90s, you know, there's no other reason.
It's been good stuff. Ben, obviously, you know, coming into with the fold now with MXN-TV, I know you love your stats and everything, and you've done great on the commentary. It's been a special weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, very special. I mean, as a fan of the sport, the people that we've had here today, I mean, the likes of Villopoto out on track has been incredible to see. Carlson, even seeing Carlson out on the circuit again is something else to behold for me. Zach Osborne, that beautiful Husqvarna. There's just been some beautiful machines and beautiful people out there on them. And then there's been the atmosphere, the camaraderie. I genuinely did not think that we would have the replication of the sort of 1990s feel to this place. The air horns, the chainsaws, the crowd noise that came up from that valley when it really got exciting for the British team. It was incredible to behold, and it just brought it. It was like being 14, 15, 16 years old again. And then when you brought people like Dave Thorpe and Ricky Johnson into the booth just to really catch me out, I mean, that just destroyed me. So thank you so much for that. And it's been an incredible weekend here.
What he said, it has been incredible. Thanks for tuning in. Remember, MXN-TV, you got to like, you got to subscribe, you got to hit that little bell button so you know when we're going live. We're going to do loads more of this next year, try to elevate British motocross. But for me, Jeff Perrett, Ben Rumbold, Callum Swan, Jeremy, aka Jeremy McGrath. That's a wrap here from VMXdN Foxhill 2022. We'll be back. There's my bald head. I don't mind that.
You might drop it.
Am I going to drop it? I don't know whose equipment this is, but that's a mic drop. We're out of here.